elegant situation, but the point is, it exists. And any one of these things, it's much easier to be like, okay, I mean, you get a couple screw-ups, but this is insane. And it's inexcusable for a company that markets itself the way that NVIDIA does. NVIDIA is destroying its brand credibility. The foundation, again, is showing those cracks. But coming back to that 4% comment from NVIDIA in its statement, this is obscene to read with such a cavalier and unapologetic tone to it, considering you can pay $3,000.
Yeah, go buy yourself a new NVIDIA card, I guess. Top dollar bug. So.
To $300. For an Asus Astral SKU of a 5090, that would be hard-pressed to find a 4% improvement over a normal $2,000 5090. That's the entirety of the benefit of the extra $1,300. That's insane. 4% is a huge amount. I mean, this is from our live stream where we power modded a card and we overclocked it for hours, and at the end of the day, we got like 6 to 7% uplift.
Nightbot.
That with
Welcome
that effort,
to my
by pushing
channel.
it 80-90 watts
Stream
over
Elements.
what it's supposed to be.
Welcome to my
NVIDIA's
channel.
over here talking about how it's a 4% change, as if that's...
Hey people, Seth here. What's the most painful human experience? Many would say childbirth, but that which float around, turn crewmates into phantoms, and spit out cystoids when threatened. Not that you'd notice, since if you pop their shield, congratulations, you're having a seizure. Lore-wise, they're very important. In gameplay, they're just annoying. And in my case, they still terrify me. One.
supposed to be small? I mean, there's like, the tone was just so, they just shrugged it off. Up until yesterday, the RTX 5080 should have been immune to this. NVIDIA's statement omitted the card, and on a technical level, it makes sense that it'd be immune. The RTX 5080 has 10,752 CUDA cores and runs on the GB203 processor. GB203 per NVIDIA and on TPU has a maximum configuration size of 10,752 CUDA cores. Its maximum ROPS configuration is 112, which also matches the 5080. The 5080 appears to be a perfect cut of the GB203 die, and so any missing ROPS would be accompanied by other missing components in theory, which would theoretically force a down bin as a salvage SKU to something else. But that doesn't appear to be the case anymore. A viewer emailed us an instance of a 5080 with missing ROPS and validated it with GPU-Z and 3D Mark. That same viewer was in contact with video cards and published a validated GPU-Z result to the TPU database, so you may have seen that story just pop up online. We're in the process of obtaining one, but this really throws a wrench into all of the theories and ideas because this shouldn't be able to happen. Maybe it was actually a manufacturing process defect, but we maintain that they would know about this. But that brings us back to the problem with all of this, which is that NVIDIA has now shattered the trust that you can have to open a box of an NVIDIA product and expect the GPU to contain the parts they advertise to you. You have to look at this with a slippery slope argument. Fallacy as it may be, it starts to become a question of what else do they do this with? Could they do it with memory? It did that with the GTX 970 previously, and that was intentional, but the GTX 970 3.5 gigabyte situation has been long enough in the past that it's been wiped from memory. Did you see what I... So we're now at a stage where, with all of the other issues, it's not just this one thing getting blown out of proportion, which is, I think, probably what NVIDIA would feel like. With the collective of the problems, you simply can't trust that the thing you're taking out of the box has what it says it has and does what it says it does. And that's a big problem for NVIDIA. That is, to use the words that PR can quote and send up the chain, the foundation of NVIDIA's brand credibility, that starts to crumble. It has fought very hard to earn that brand credibility, and it's that position Intel was in. And if NVIDIA doesn't fix this, like now, immediately, then this could be the change of the tide that we saw with Intel and AMD in the mid-2010s. The difference is that thus far, AMD's GPU division has given us little reason to think that they can capitalize on these scenarios. AMD has managed to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory at every possible corner over the last several years. So they really need to turn their stuff around too here, because this is the moment for AMD and Intel. And if they don't capture it and they let it slip, then I mean, they're just going to completely miss out on this opportunity, and NVIDIA will go on and continue acting the way they do. So it's really, it's sort of all three of them here are involved, but NVIDIA is the one that's really screwing up right now, and we're just not sure it's true anymore that you should pay top dollar for the put-together company if it is no longer put together. AMD and Intel have the opportunity of a lifetime to try and capitalize on this colossal series of fuck-ups from NVIDIA, where they have, NVIDIA has historically bad consumer segment sentiment right now. So that'd be people in the enthusiast, the gaming audience, which built NVIDIA, even though it's off chasing AI now, there's a big market in gaming, and losing that would matter. But maybe they don't care about that, and if that's the case, fine. But AMD and Intel have an opportunity here. The ball is in their court to capitalize on this, and really the only way AMD can screw up right now is probably pricing, unless it's just launches the worst regression of architectural and driver features in a long time. So pricing's the only place AMD can truly f it up big time. And then Intel, it seems like they just need to make more GPUs in the mid-range where they exist, and they really need to put out something that's a little higher end, like a B770 or something, if they want to capitalize on this. Because otherwise, this opportunity, it's not going to... NVIDIA is a very aggressive company, and I'll give them credit for this, which is that it does seem like when NVIDIA gets beaten down for a really terrible launch, like in the 20 series, they swing pretty hard when they come back. So they did this with the 3080. The 3080 was this like monstrous turning of the tide from the 2080 and the 2080 Ti launch. They brought the price down to 1080 Ti levels, like a $700 launch or something like that. And yes, the supply was not really available within about 2 weeks after launch. It was just gone forever. But they really turned it around on the launch of the 3080 versus the 2080 and 2080 Ti, regardless of whatever may have happened after that with the COVID boom and all of that stuff for hardware. And so they get aggressive. NVIDIA will, to quote someone who used to work at NVIDIA, who once was describing CEO Jensen Huang's mentality to me, the phrasing to me was, Jensen turns into an aggressive attack dog. That is how his behavior was described to me for this type of situation. So if that's still true, and if NVIDIA still cares about this market, there's a chance they look at this and they really get aggressive about trying to turn it around, rather than fighting from this position of hubris and you were a monopoly, you'll buy it anyway. And so it really does come down to AMD and Intel, because this opportunity might not last. And even if it does last, if they're not going to really get aggressive in fighting NVIDIA, there's going to be no change to status quo there either. And you know, we'll see what happens. But either way, on NVIDIA's side, this has been an unfortunate insight into how the company's behaving right now. And we simply cannot recommend the 50 series at this moment. We'll see how the 5070 goes. We're going to review that one too. Maybe it looks a little better. But right now, we're going to stick with the stance we had for the 5070 Ti, which is just wait. Let's just wait and see what happens. At least the prices will cool down as the scalping gets less interesting for scalpers. So that's it for this one. Thanks for watching. And subscribe for more. You can go to store.gamersaccess.net to support us directly, or patreon.com/gamersaccess to throw a few bucks our way every month and help fund our reporting and our testing. We'll see you all next time.
In this video,
gameplay, they're just annoying. It forms a new pattern of neurons. Thus, it is a physical reflection of your memories, experiences, and skills. An NPC in my ear going, "Morgan, squirt your glue to climb upstairs." No. Did I have to demonstrate my understanding of a weapon and its applications in order to proceed? No. The entire game is like this. It presents a number of obstacles, gives you tools to conquer them, then stands back and lets you figure it out yourself. Ultimately, this isn't complicated, but I have to give praise, because video games are a lowbrow field designed for knuckle draggers. After a solar flare knocks us back to the Bronze Age, they will return to their rightful place, plowing the crops. And I will be a low-ranking overseer, until I succumb to typhoid, only to be replaced by a taskmaster twice as cruel. I have no illusions that the peasants will forget me, but in their mind, they will hold the vague idea that things used to be better. But I digress. You are trapped on a space station full of Redditors who say, "Oh my science," when they see Darwin claws evolving down the chimney, the heaviest weapon is a shotgun, and aliens are eating everyone on board. The glue gun being the first weapon is a message. This isn't a game about blasting everything in sight. Well, actually it is, but first I hot glue them like a Toho figurine before bashing them with a blunt object. It's a game about using your brain, and everyone else's brains too, by injecting them directly through your eye socket. This is what the station is designed to produce, outside the jurisdiction of any pesky laws. The neuromod, the brain, is the ultimate pattern recognition device. If it sees a pattern, it forms a new pattern of neurons. Thus, it is a physical reflection of your memories, experiences, and skills, represented by trillions of connections between billions of neurons. With neuromods, we can copy the physical brain structures responsible for individual skills and paste them directly into the brains of others. I can map out Epstein's brain, inject it, and be very confused as I recognize every Mossad agent on a first-name basis. Turns out, you can also give people abilities that aren't on the human skill tree, like telekinesis, or fireballs, or the ability to morph your body to mimic any small object. How is this possible? In short, Kennedy survived his assassination, and now, because of a misplaced bullet, we're farming aliens from a Soviet satellite. Aliens with magic powers that eat and digest consciousness itself. What could possibly go wrong? Neuromods are this game's upgrade system. You find, craft, and spend them to unlock new abilities of human or exotic origin. The game discourages you from taking too many alien abilities by warning you that past a certain threshold, the station's defenses will identify you as a foreign body and shoot on sight. This would be a reasonable drawback if a station had any defenses left. You're making me choose between pyrokinesis and a turret that struggles with the smallest enemy. Neuromods offer a variety of new solutions to different problems. For example, there are a few ways around this, but the most obvious is to use a grounding resistor. With enough repair skill, you could fix the one right there. Or you could go through the enemies downstairs to get to the storage closet, which can be hacked to find a replacement. I, however, did none of these things. I stood in a box, turned into a binder, and slid through a gap in a window. This is a valid solution to most of life's problems. I'm about to be mugged. I turn into an empty bottle and roll down a storm drain. My wife is about to be mugged. I turn into an empty bottle and roll down a storm drain. My wife is asking for a divorce. I turn into a set of stairs and push her down. With these abilities, gameplay becomes a question of using what you have to tackle the problems in front of you. If you need to reach something high up, you can use the jump upgrade, make a gravity well, or mimic an operator and fly there directly. And if nothing else works, you can always rely on the glue gun to build yourself a staircase. However, enemies respawn. Ammo does not, so you need to make careful use of resources. Thankfully, we have another great mechanic to help us with that: recycling. Any item can be dropped into the recycler and broken down into its constituent matter. This can be fed into a fabricator to 3D print any schematic you possess. This solves a major issue with survival games. When you have limited resources and tough enemies, you're encouraged to make every bullet count, but with a variety of ammunition, you feel the need to carry every single weapon and overload yourself in the process. Recycling fixes this by converting items you don't use into items you do. Normally, games achieve this by letting you sell equipment, but then designers completely lose control of the player. How do you stop someone from shooting everything and encourage them to experiment if they've already sold all the fun toys for more shotgun ammunition? Well, there are 4 types of material, so items are limited by their total availability. You can't just print one thing. You have to make a conscious choice between different munitions. Okay, now that we've covered recycling, you have enough context to understand my favorite item in the entire game. Instead of a regular grenade, Prey has the recycler charge, which creates a spatial vortex that sucks everything in and recycles it. This includes every single physics object you see. This is the beginning of my descent, because the moment I get hold of a recycler charge schematic, I stack everything I find on a single floor. I take Materials Expert to get 20% more recycling yield, and implode everything so hard that I print 6 more of them. From here, I go insane, and farm every single fab material and craft infinite neuromoths, until the schematic DRM kicks in, because the game needs a side quest to pause my power fantasy before I resume and craft every single neuromod and unlock every ability in the game and break everything forever. I love a good sandbox. Put me inside one, and I'll have those kids paying protection money before recess. I can glaze this game all day, but its biggest weakness is the enemies. All you get is Black Blob and Robot. I guess the budget had to go somewhere. Look, I understand the narrative importance of a 3-hour cutscene where Alex Yu jerks off and moans in the shower, but halfway into it when the steam fogs everything up and it's just his ass print against the glass, I really caught myself thinking, could we have an extra alien, please? At least the predominant blob we do get is so interesting, it almost makes up for it. Our perceptions are geared towards ignoring background objects. Mimics abuse this by turning every physics object into a potential ambush. If you get too close or try to pick it up, it'll kill you. They're not as deadly as the rest, but they do give you a healthy dose of paranoia. Oh, why would there be 2 trash cans? Never mind, I think I'm actually retarded. They're fun to fight. They make every environment an interactive clown show, where I preemptively attack every piece of furniture. From the security footage, I'm just a man fighting my demons, and no one can tell who's winning. That is, until you get the psychoscope and upgrade it to scan mimics, removing your suspicion and replacing it with a compulsion to press Z every few seconds. This might sound annoying, but the trade-off is incredibly cathartic. Each time I execute a mimic, I get a muscle memory. It's like I've done this before, and I think I was good at it. The sad thing about mimics is that they're only capable of imitation, so there's no way of knowing if they're really a blob or if they're just conforming to expectations placed on them. Phantoms are humanoid shapes that repeat random phrases from their former host. Thankfully, this game was made before the conception of brain rot. Imagine the primordial fear of hearing the words "Livy Dunn, rizzed up baby Gronk," before being torn apart by your fellow crewmate. Normal phantoms are very normal, in a sense that normally they'll kinetic blast your health bar within seconds. They also exhibit an anxious, preoccupied attachment style, because the moment they spot you, they tweak out and reappear in front of you. Etheric phantoms blip around at high speed so they can no-clip and smack you in the face. If you try to fight back, they split off into 2 copies and blip around faster each time you hit them. Luckily, the Q-beam doesn't cause damage. It only excites particles until they explode, at which point you should clear the area, because even in death, this thing will still try to kill you. Thermal phantoms walk up and cook you instantly. Forget immersion. They exist to gaslight you into thinking there's a strategy for their element. There isn't. Despite being a fire extinguisher, the glue gun is actually worse against thermals. Voltaics are the worst, because they do everything listed above and fry all of your electronics. The only answer to the phantom question is analog firepower. Mimics reproduce to become weavers, which float around, turn crewmates into phantoms, and spit out cystoids when threatened. Not that you'd notice, since if you pop their shield, congratulations, you're having a seizure. Lore-wise, they're very important. In gameplay, they're just annoying, and in my case, they still terrify me. Once, I went outside the station to explore in zero gravity, drifted towards the shuttle, and alt F4'd the game because my screen glitched and my character started screaming in the vacuum of space. This isn't a horror game, but getting jump scared without sound at 2 a.m. in the morning can make a grown man crinkle in his diapers. Telepaths mind break everyone around them into walking landmines. Knocking them out will break the telepath's influence and save a human life. But remember, every survivor is a lawsuit waiting to happen. You need to kill or incapacitate their victims before attacking them, but even on their own, they can spam homing projectiles and block your abilities. However, this is the perfect time to explain why you're immune to their effects. The Psychoscope. Scanning different aliens with a psychoscope lets you unlock their abilities. There's a huge variety, they're very fun, and none of them matter whatsoever, because the telepath has the best one in the game. Psychoshock is a 10-second nullification of psionic abilities, which works on anything and everything in the game, and unlike the null wave transmitter, it is virtually infinite. Does this diminish the experience? No, not at all, because technopaths exist. Choosing Typhon powers over being friendly with station security is no longer a dilemma, because technopaths will hack your operators and possess your turrets. In ancient Greece, Perilaus built the brazen bull for Phalaris, only to be cooked by his own torture device. I can't help but feel the same way, as I'm shredded to pieces by the same turret I repaired 5 minutes ago. Good luck killing them, because whoever designed an enemy weak to EMP forgot to consider that flying makes them very resilient to EMP. This, like many interactions, is never explained. For example, the Mimic ability. You buy the level 1, turn into a coffee cup, clap your hands, then never use it again. The description implies it's for stealth, but this is a trap written by the aliens to trick you into thinking that's all there is to it. Unexplained fact number 1. You can cast other abilities while mimicked. If someone thinks you're suspicious, obliterate their concern. Unexplained fact number 2. You don't take damage unless you're attacked. As we all know, fire has no effect on cardboard. Levels 2 and 3 let you mimic turrets and operators, but they suck, so why would you ever do that? Because of unexplained fact number 3. Your mimicked form has its own health bar. Once that's drained, it just kicks you back into human form. In other words, you do not take damage while mimicking. All of this would have been really nice to know, like 100 hours ago. The process of making a phantom isn't perfect, and sometimes they come out wrong. If you start hearing spooky music, or you're suddenly crushed against the ceiling, there's a poltergeist nearby. Where is he? Let's find out. If you're bad at fighting something you can't see, then my condolences. There's a lot of ways to deal with them. You can throw around physics objects, cover them in glue, use the landmine setting in a recycler, or just bump into them. They're incredibly fun to fight, and there's only a couple across the whole game, so you're never expecting it. Your progress never goes unnoticed, and there's no greater flattery than an alien designed specifically to kill you. The Nightmare forces you to spend the next 3 minutes of your life playing Alien Isolation. He's big, he's intimidating, and he's also too big for most corridors. My fright and suspense has become joy at the notification that I will be harvesting enough exotic material for 2 full neuromods in the next few seconds. There's also minor enemies here and there, like cystoids. These motion-activated mines are the bane of Adderall users, punishing both the hyperactive and inattentive. For anyone with a degree of self-restraint, they're pathetic, as they are the only enemy in the game to be countered by a foam dart. Later on, you'll also encounter hacked operators. These are initially annoying until you realize they're an infinite source of free materials. It's as if the developers didn't expect players to sit for hours spawn camping the fabricator. But I've already consumed every static object on the map. My recycler charge is crying out, and I need more fuel for the furnace. What is going on? Who's in charge here? As it turns out, you are. You are a you. Morgan you. You've got Alex you and you. Alex is the president, and you are the vice president. Normally, neuromods are tested on political volunteers, like this guy.
My name's Aaron Ingram.
However, they had the foresight to know that creating an army of superpowered convicts would be a bad idea, so you've been testing them yourself. However, since neuromods are a modification of your physical brain structure, you can't just take one out and try again. You have to physically reset your brain back to when you first installed it, memories included. The simulation lab was designed to keep you in a perpetual loop of testing by having you relive the same day of your life over and over again, without having to catch you up to speed each time. This went on for many months, but now the aliens are loose. Everything's going to shit, and the vice president of the company is currently a 2-ply sheet of toilet paper. And through all this, your brother insists he can get the situation under control. I wonder who I should trust. My brother, who trapped me in his personal goon cave for a year, the voices in my head, or the voices that used to be in my head. I think we should hear him out. I think we should destroy the station to stop the aliens for good. I think I saw a filing cabinet over there. Add it to the pile. The first half of the game plays out the same as System Shock. If you replace Shodan with a concerned family member who's genuinely genuinely trying to stop you from hurting yourself after your needle-induced brain damage. You try to go somewhere, Alex stops you, you find a workaround, and repeat. Along the way, the game demonstrates a profound respect for your intelligence. Nobody calls to give you puzzle hits every 5 seconds, or to chastise you for your decisions. And yet, there's still this feeling I can't shake. Like I'm being tested. Watched. We're losing him. The circumcision scar. It's opening back up.
Hey, you. You're finally awake.
Between the trolley problem, feeding convicts to aliens to make neuromods, and whether you consider these people as survivors or corporate liabilities, there's a clear theme of utilitarianism throughout the story. Is it moral to feed people into a blender if the resultant smoothie would improve the lives of countless others? With that in mind, you'd expect the game to present a series of hollow, cliché choices to trick you into feeling emotional investment. Oh no! My Congolese cobalt minds are failing. A base American cannot watch TikTok on Chinese vaporware phone. But if I send in more children, I will not have enough militants for my child army. What do we do? In the cafeteria, you'll find a telepath controlling an army of brain slaves, and one guy hiding from them in a kitchen. Will Mitchell. And I don't know about you, but something seems off about this guy. Maybe it's his orcish demeanor, or the way he clearly makes up a fetch quest for you on the spot, or the way he looks in his transcribe icon, or the way he doesn't recognize you, despite having a picture of you in his room, and you being on first-name basis with half of a ship, or the explosive stockpile behind him, or how you can hear him break something just to give you another fetch quest to do, or the fact that he's immune to mind control, and the only other documented case of this is a test subject who stockpiled explosives and escaped, or the fact that Will Mitchell reads as dead on the tracking bracelet system, or the color of his suit being red, despite suits being color-coded, with red meaning executive, or the way his suit is near identical to Alex's. Or the way Will Mitchell's tracking bracelet is inside the freezer, or the way he suspiciously urges you to go into the freezer, or the way he locks you inside, or maybe it's the human meat and butchered remains of Will Mitchell in the freezer. But I don't know. Maybe it's just prejudice. Thank you, Will Mitchell, for giving me this opportunity to grow as a man. I'll put your best features to good use. In a lesser game, you would either be railroaded into getting trapped or be given a choice in a system that normally doesn't. You'd be so conditioned by essential NPCs that the only way you'd even consider an alternative is if a quest told you you had options to begin with. When Alex locks down the ship, you eject yourself into space and float over to the cargo bay. Unfortunately, there's a hull breach. Until you dock a storage container, the doors won't open. You're supposed to read the serial number, enter it on the computer, and watch it go. However, Dr. Deo Igwe is trapped inside a container. There is no dilemma. You need to dock a container to proceed, and docking Igwe's will save him. It's not a question of who you save, him or you, Fat Man or railroad tracks. It's a question of whether you possess the basic human empathy to expand an iota of conscious effort to save someone. Frankly, I'm offended. How far games have fallen that you don't even have the confidence in me to do the smallest possible act of altruism. I should... Oh hey, what's in here?
Wait! Wait! What are you doing? Stop! Stop, damn you! Stop!
There's a group of survivors holed inside. They've locked a bunch of aliens in a room you need to go through, and won't open it unless you bring them enough turrets. Based on your build, you have a few different ways to achieve this. Remember to steal everything that isn't bolted down. They won't need it.
Is TranStar mounting a rescue operation?
So far, we've been talking about basic high school level utilitarian ethics, but obviously, that's not the whole story. If a pregnant woman boards a crowded train, you can't just say, I expended 1,500 calories of effort today chasing women around the park. I deserve to remain seated. You'd look like an asshole. Morality isn't necessarily a universal truth, nor a contract between you and those you affect, but rather between you and society, between you and how you're perceived. If we view it from that lens, the reason you give your seat to the pregnant woman is to be perceived as a moral individual by the other passengers on the train. However, this isn't a train, it's a trolley, and I've already pulled the lever. Main quest dilemmas aside, there's a few side objectives that require going out of your way to help someone else. For example, your old girlfriend is dying of paraplexis, which is a completely made-up condition, and she actually just swallowed a peanut. She told me to leave her behind, to focus on saving everyone else, and I followed her orders. As Einstein famously said, when a black queen speaks, I listened. Then I came back and found out there's no timer because she's completely fine. So I ventured out into the cold void of space, retrieved her EpiPen, and brought it back. Within a narrow time window of whenever I felt like it. The aliens may have killed half a station, but the real winner of today is humanity.
I can breathe again. And feel my legs. I still have some spots in the eye, but those should clear up.
Alex has been gaslighting, gatekeeping, and girl-bossing me since day one. He bullies me with his bulbous form and childbearing hips. My pattern-seeking brain is screaming for him to be the villain. He even does the whole "I'm not a bad guy" shtick. However, he's not lying. He is on your side. It's just that your brain's been so thoroughly scrambled that nobody knows who you are anymore. You had your memory wiped over and over and over again, and every time you did, you came out slightly different. I feel great. I should kill myself. Why do I have an AO free account? And why do all my bookmarks lead to the same /fiction where Dumbledore impregnates Dobby? This raises an interesting question. You may have started each loop the same, but the brain is not a static organ. We're shaped by our experience, and after a memory wipe, your life is always different, leading you to develop subtly different personalities each time. So, are these the same person, or are they different people? If you make a decision, and then erase all the memories leading up to that decision, was it still you that made it? Can you be held responsible for it? Be sure to let me know. I'm theory crafting a new DUI defense. If I don't remember it, neither should the judge. Ultimately, this useless hypothetical is up to you, as is the larger question of what you're gonna do about this whole mess. Do you work with Alex to study the aliens and develop a way to neutralize them? Or do you trigger the station's self-destruct to stop any possibility of them reaching Earth? Personally, I'm getting the fuck out of here.
We failed. This isn't the one.
Startle.
If you got that ending, you may have spoiled yourself on the big twist. You aren't Morgan. Morgan's dead, as is the rest of the world. You are an alien that's been neuromodded to feel empathy, but they have no idea if that even works. So the entire game has been a simulation of Morgan's memories, designed to see how you'd behave in their shoes. Now, I know this sounds like a cliche, but trust me, it isn't. It was all just a dream. Sucks because it strips a story of any meaning. You are all but told, alright, show's over, now stop thinking about it. And you do. For a twist like this to be good, it needs to add more meaning than it removed by revealing that everything was fake. And it does. You're not being evaluated for how good of a person you are. You're being evaluated to see if you are a person. If the implanted mirror neurons have bestowed even a shred of humanity upon you. Did you help people because it was the right thing to do? Or because it would help your own survival? It's a much better lens for analyzing player actions than the standard good boy points. Recycling. Every single person you see might not be good, but nobody knows what these things are capable of. For all we know, summary execution could very well be the appropriate containment method, so they're not interested in what you did, so much as why you did it, which can be gleaned from the aggregate of your decisions. If you only help people because they'd be worth more alive than dead, then you wouldn't have bothered to do their personal missions. So, naturally, the best thing to do is to take every moral action, prove at every junction that you know what it means to be human, and then kill everyone anyway. Thank you for this new, indomitable human spirit. I'll put it to good use. In my headcanon, which is objectively true, the experiment succeeds. Hear me out. The Typhon Mimic is effectively Ditto from Pokemon, and with implanted mirror neurons, they have a potential to become our greatest companion. I see a bright future, where a fully empathetic Typhon lifeform could pattern, copy, and transform into Fuda Elizabeth from Bioshock Infinite. And that is a future worth fighting for. Prey is a great game that runs into issues typical of its genre. Puzzle solving with the resources available to you is fun, until I open the Pandora's box of infinite abilities. You don't need to be creative when you have the optimal solution to every problem. Why do I bring this up? Because the DLC fixes everything. Moon Crash is a semi-roguelike where you play as different characters in their attempts to escape the Pythias moonbase during a containment breach. However, none of them survived. You are actually a hacker, simulating their memories to steal corporate secrets. Why is it called Moon Crash? Because the title spoils the ending. You crash on the moon. Just awful titles all around. With each run, your goal is the same. get the hell out. Once you do, it's time for the next character to escape. Except, the world is persistent across runs. The first time I played this, I didn't know that. Looted every single piece of equipment, and died on the second run from lack of resources. After each character has a run, the simulation resets, and you do it again. Each reset randomizes map features such as loot, escape methods, and the location of key items. The longer you spend inside the simulation, the higher the corruption level, which increases the amount and difficulty of threats you'll encounter. Because of this, you need to strategize the order of escape. The engineer can repair the station in preparation for the rest, while the security guard can mop up extra enemies later in the loop. Completing objectives will reward you with points. These can be spent on equipment for later runs, according to the fabrication blueprints you unlocked in previous runs. Every character has their own upgrade tree, forcing you to tackle problems with a limited set of abilities. If you can ignore the fact that moonsharks are 100 decibels louder than anything else in the game and designed purely to blow out your eardrums, I think you'll enjoy the extra content. In summary, Prey is probably the best game Arcane ever made. I can't recommend it enough, because games like this are rare and unprofitable, versus the mountain of slop that executives produce for greater margins. An industry always caters to its consumer. It's just in this case I find myself increasingly agreeing with Talmudic rabbinical teachings. The consumer truly is domesticated cattle. If you're interested, enter code ABYSSALEXU to get 90% off on GOG for the next week. It's about $3, it's DRM free, it's literally cheaper than piracy. As always, more content to come, so stay tuned. A warm thanks to the many members of the Merchants Guild, generously funding and bankrolling these videos. You're all truly wonderful. Have a good one.
I promised you my arming cake. All I ask is you hear me out first. And you can blow Talos One to pieces if that's what you think is best. I don't think you'll do it. I know. Because I used to think we couldn't be trusted to play with fire without burning the house down. But you convinced me. You showed me anything was possible, even if the price was steep. That part of you...
Feel my legs. I still have some spots in the eye, but those should clear up.
Alex?
Why did I get my hopes up? Why? Hey people, Jack here. So in a very weird case of is it Christmas yet, Seth dropped a video on Prey 2017. I'm excited because never ever have I wanted to recommend a game to people more than Prey 2017. Because this was supposed to be the unofficial System Shock remake, at least a spiritual success of this, because the second Prey did not quite pan out as was expected. But it is a game that is just as iconic as Half-Life, the original Deus Ex, and dare I even say, of course, System Shock.
Welcome back to Citadel's.
Now, to be fair, maybe not so much with Half-Life because it doesn't descend from the same design philosophy as the other two, but definitely with the other twos because it was literally made by ex-employees of Looking Glass Studios, the studio that kickstarted the entire immersive sim philosophy. Now this game is an entire mode and I suspect that the video is going to be the same, so I hope that you are hanging on to your seats. We're about to have a great time, so please, first and foremost, do make sure to go and subscribe to Seth's channel, and of course, let's watch this one.
Hey people, Seth here. What's the most painful human experience? Many would say childbirth, but that only produces 48% of the pain of being an immersive sim fan. This is a cursed genre. Anyone who attempts it dies. Looking Glass, dead. Troika, dead. Ion Storm, acquired. And Arcane is currently composing in a corporate merger. But before that, they put out a masterpiece. I know, this was news to me too, so why have I never heard of it?
Peggy 18.
Because of a name, that is Prey 2017.
I think it is no secret that through all some of the videos that you may have seen, if you are a long subscriber on this channel, I have complained to acknowledge you about my disdain of Bethesda with what especially regards Arcane Studio. I will never forgive them for what they did to either them or machine games. I'm looking at you, Wolfenstein Youngblood. Now, if there is a single argument to be made in the favor of Bethesda, yeah, I know, is that I am surprised that they ever continued to sponsor the work of Arcane. And the reason as to why I'm saying that is that beside the very first Dishonored game, most of the titles before that were not exactly profitable. Like, I do believe that I covered a video about Arc Fatalis and definitely did make a video about, I do believe that I covered a video about Arc Fatalis and definitely did make a gameplay video with Dark Messiah and later on, of course, Dishonored and all that. When it came to Prey, that's kind of where things very much went downhill, because the good favor was kind of disappearing, because you need just to realize just how expensive and how time consuming creating games like this are. So it is an insane endeavor to even cast yourself into. So I might understand if it was through an economical incentive that they decided to be like, okay, we don't want to have you around. But then they should have kicked them all out, give them some severance packages and have them do like Rafael Colantonio, the old boss who left to make Weird West, and not force them to create something abhorrent such as... I am so going to use the clip of that vampire giving free BJs behind the Shake Shack. It's literally there.
Not to be confused with Prey 2006, or Prey 2014 the TV show, or Prey 2022 the movie. The optimal title is right in front of us. It's a successor to System Shock that's about the mind, Psycho Shock, but was renamed by Bethesda Softworks, a ZeniMax corporation, because they had the IP sitting there for 10 years and didn't know what else to do with it. This game has no discoverability or brand identity, at least with some series. If you told me that I was going to be playing a stealth game where the objective is to blend in with a crowd as the only black man in Japan, I would tell you, based on the stock price, I kind of expected that.
Oh my god. Listen, I made a mock-up review of Dragon's Dogma 2 that I have not released yet. Just know that that video is not going to succeed, so that's why I'm never gonna release it. But I did make a similar joke, like visually speaking, not in terms of what is culturally being assumed with Assassin's Creed Shadow, which is of course the reference here. Like I might include a clip of that into the editing post-recording this. Are you a Chadette? A they-them who was born too soon to kill monsters or cast spells. Maybe your dungeon master refused to let you have your way with the Sphinx, so you decided to take matters in your own hands.
Similarly, if you told me a Jewish man was about to shill VPNs for his personal gain, I also expected that. Would you let a stranger watch your children? Would you share intimate details of your life with a trash collector? Should you give your local tweaker your social security number? This is more than a hypothetical. It's how I've lived my life for the past 20 years. But now, my children are missing, my bank account is frozen, and my identity has been stolen. I've tried calling, but they insist they're not missing. They have a new dad, and he's more me than I'll ever be. I've since learned from my mistakes, and I keep my new, better children safe with ExpressVPN. Every time you connect to an unencrypted network, be it at a cafe, the airport, or even your hotel room, your online data is not secure. Anyone with a little know-how can see everything you're doing and steal your personal data. Or
they do act like that is so good too. Like, I don't know what the fuck is going on with them. But yeah, he did mention tweakers, right?
order a pizza to your room. There goes your credit card number. Tell your boss your flight got delayed. There goes your email. Need to take an important Zoom call while you're out and about. There goes your voice and likeness. Now, someone is using their new deepfake to convince grandma to send $5,000 for bail money right now. And if they don't use it, they can just sell it to somebody who will. But with ExpressVPN running in the background, you're protected, thanks to the fact that all of your internet traffic is routed through a secure encrypted tunnel. So secure, in fact, the sun will go out before any supercomputer can crack it. And all it takes is one click. ExpressVPN works on all your devices, so you can stay secure no matter what you're doing. Personally, I get the most use out of it by posting anonymously while pretending to be from another country. French Canadians deserve their reputation, but I'd like to think, in some small way, I contributed. And this would not be possible without ExpressVPN. Find out how you can get 4 months free by scanning the QR code on screen, clicking the link in the description box below, or by going to expressvpn.com/Seth. It's hard to recommend something without explanation. This game is hard to explain without spoilers, and there will be spoilers in about now. Who am I? Who are they? What did they do to me?
What's happening?
They took your foreskin. Now take it back. What do you...
That would be a justification for the mimic to go crazy.
Is Prey? I don't know. What do you do in Prey? I turn myself into a roll of toilet paper and hide inside the women's bathroom. Because I finished a side quest that puts psychoactive DMT into the drinking water, I can reliably do this for the next few hours.
Yep.
In all seriousness, it's a game of Gmod prop hunt where you get jump scared by filing cabinets. The difference is, it's a AAA title that doesn't assume the player to be retarded. Here's how they introduce their first weapon. What does it do? Well, I don't know, but it probably freezes enemies and sticks to walls. Oh look, a corpse I can loot. Good thing there's a conveniently ramp-shaped trail of glue I can climb up. Maybe I can use this weapon to climb on other things in the future. Oh, the path upstairs is locked. Good thing I have this glue cannon. Was I stopped in my tracks to explain how this works?
Nope.
No. Was there an NPC in my ear going, "Morgan, squirt your glue to climb upstairs"? No. Did I have to demonstrate my understanding of a weapon and its applications in order to proceed? No. The entire game is like this. It presents a number of obstacles, gives you tools to conquer them, then stands back and lets you figure it out yourself.
What is coincidental about this is that I discovered this video during a stream earlier today. And obviously, I could not record this during the stream because I don't want to re-upload Seth's video in the same time. So I had to wait for the stream to be over. And through that, I kind of revealed that I have an upcoming project here where I am going to be talking a little bit about Prey as well. And during a previous recording, like 2 weeks ago, the actual first move that I did with the glue gun was creating myself a path to access the upper level across like one of the pillars. It is so refreshing to have a game designed around this, because I think that people tend to misunderstand what the whole immersive sim philosophy comes from, perhaps because immersive sim tends to be used as like a genre, and it's like assumed that, oh, it's all of the games that kind of take the same aesthetic as, let's say, Deus Ex or anything that came out looking like Ultima Underworld, which is often seen as the granddad of immersive sim, because obviously Looking Glass were the ones who created that, and a lot of people who ended up then going offshoot, making games that always refer to 541, right? Fahrenheit 451. It's like an inside joke for the people who work there. They always use that as code for the different doors in their games. Nevertheless, people often tend to think that it's just games that have that kind of aesthetic and that are give a lot of player agency, but it's way more than just that. But beside the point of being given player agency, which is essentially where you are given a mission with a litany of ways of how to achieve it, but where you get to decide how you want to go about it, it is so much more than that, because I tend to be a little bit pedantic when friends of mine try to hammer me down or try to hammer down what a certain genre of a game is, where I will go with a game like, let's say, Hitman, and call it not a stealth game but an immersive sim puzzle game, because it is essentially just you assembling all the pieces to your target's downfall, which inevitably tend to happen at their own hand. Getting a bunch of recommendation of how you want to approach a problem, solving it, but at the same time not just giving you that feeling of satisfaction of having been smart, of solving the puzzle, but also where every single decision makes sense. Like if there is an element or an object introduced into the game, it is going to work in the same way all the time, and following the laws that are established in there. Like, you know how during cutscenes and or special moments of interactions, objects only serve one purpose in certain games, right? You don't get that in immersive sims because they are supposed to keep you immersed. And the restriction that are often set by the developers are made there in a rational way. Like, for example, in System Shock, you don't have human NPCs just to remove that type of interactions that you inevitably will have with them through dialogue, so that you don't get pulled out of the immersion. Of course, you have Shodan, but she's another thing that I then find to be extremely satisfying about it is just imagine how satisfying it feels for you as a player to go through all these things, figuring out all these mechanics, and then the developers, what did they have to go through? Because they had to make sure that they knew that you were going to do this. They needed QA testers that were going to go through the same hurdles as you at every single steps and file and fail proof those things, and also at the same time make it look cool to be rolling as a piece of toilet paper into the women's bathroom, as Seth depicted before. I couldn't help myself from using that one, but yeah. It's bloody brilliant.
Ultimately, this isn't complicated, but I have to give praise, because video games are a lowbrow field designed for knuckle draggers. After a solar flare knocks us back to the Bronze Age, they will return to their rightful place, plowing the cross. And I will be a low-ranking overseer, until I succumb to typhoid, only to be replaced by a taskmaster twice as cruel. I have no illusions that the peasants will forget me, but in their mind, they will hold the vague idea that things used to be better. But I digress. You are trapped on a space station full of Redditors who say, "Oh my science," when they see Darwin claws evolving down the chimney. The heaviest weapon is a shotgun, and aliens are eating everyone on board. The glue gun being the first weapon is a message. This isn't a game about blasting everything in sight. Well, actually it is. But first I hot glue them like a Toho figurine before bashing them with a blunt object.
Ew. Ew. Jesus Christ. For which, by the way, you also have to imagine that they had to look at the glue gun and be like, so that thing has to be liquid, right? But at the same time, it needs to harden and it needs to be able to break. And it needs to follow the way that they morph when they transform. And now that he, oh my god, now that they said the Toho figurine thing, oh my Jesus, no. And if you didn't get that reference, bless you. You are way more innocent than I was before discovering Seth's channel.
It's a game about using your brain, and everyone else's brains too, by injecting them directly through your eye socket. This is what the station is designed to produce, outside the jurisdiction of any pesky laws. The neuromod, the brain, is the ultimate pattern recognition device. If it sees a pattern, it forms a new pattern of neurons. Thus, it is a physical reflection of your memories, experiences, and skills, represented by trillions of connections between billions of neurons. With neuromods, we can copy the physical brain structures responsible for individual skills and paste them directly into the brains of others.
These are all the qualities that Seth possesses: gaslighting, resisting arrest, leadership for adults, leadership for smaller adult, leadership for even smaller adult, short kings. You've been acknowledged. Juggling, gatekeeping, driving under the influence, arson, influencing drivers, daycare management. No.
I can map out Epstein's brain, inject it, and be very confused as I recognize every Mossad agent on a first-name basis. Turns out, you can also give people abilities that aren't on the human skill tree, like telekinesis or fireballs, or the ability to morph your body to mimic any small object. How is this possible? In short, Kennedy survived his assassination, and now, because of a misplaced bullet, we're farming aliens from a Soviet satellite. Aliens with magic powers that eat and digest consciousness itself. What could possibly go wrong? Neuromods are this game's upgrade system. You find, craft, and spend them to unlock new abilities of human or exotic origin. The game discourages you from taking too many alien abilities by warning you that past a certain threshold, the station's defenses will identify you as a foreign body and shoot on sight. This would be a reasonable drawback if a station had any defenses left. You're making me choose between pyrokinesis and a turret that struggles with the smallest enemy. Neuromods offer a variety of new solutions to different problems. For example, there are a few ways around this, but the most obvious is to use a grounding resistor. With enough repair skill, you could fix the one right there. Or you could go through the enemies downstairs to get to the storage closet, which can be hacked to find a replacement.
Or you can avoid touching the ground because, yeah, at a certain point you might try to play the game as if the floor was lava. my personal approach.
I, however, did none of these things. I stood in a box, turned into a binder, and slid through a gap in the window. This is a valid solution to most of life's problems. I'm about to be mugged. I turn into an empty bottle and roll down a storm drain. My wife is about to be mugged. I turn into an empty bottle and roll down a storm drain. My wife is asking for a divorce. I turn into a set of stairs and push her down. With these abilities, gameplay becomes a question of using what you have to tackle the problems in front of you. If you need to reach something high up, you can use the jump upgrade, make a gravity well, or mimic an operator and fly there directly. And if nothing else works, you can always rely on the glue gun to build yourself a staircase.
Yep.
However, enemies respawn. Ammo does not. So you need to make careful use of resources. Thankfully, we have another great mechanic to help us with that. Recycling.
Oh yeah. Oh my god, I've never been so soy in my entire life. Like, remember this time in 2017, mind you, people will still get on your ass about recycling. It was a wild time to be alive. I remember having an interaction with a dude who was like bigger than me and was totally complaining about having to recycle shit because yeah, we might not be to the degree of the Germans when it comes to recycling, but we cannot want to take that seriously here. But the thing was that you cannot be threatening to a person when you're standing there trying to figure out which piece of plastic is supposed to go into the blue bin, okay? You can't do that. So like internally I was laughing. People always find the funniest places to be mad at what the government is doing to them. But little did they know that there was a very wonderful game during that very year that depicted the amazing power of recycling.
Any item can be dropped into the recycler and broken down into its constituent matter. This can be fed into a fabricator to 3D print any schematic you possess. This solves a major issue of survival games. When you have limited resources and tough enemies, you're encouraged to make every bullet count. But with a variety of ammunition, you feel the need to carry every single weapon and overload yourself in the process.
Yep.
Recycling fixes this by converting items you don't use into items you do. Normally, games achieve this by letting you sell equipment, but then designers completely lose control of a player. How do you stop someone from shooting everything and encourage them to experiment if they've already sold all the fun toys for more shotgun ammunition? Well, there are 4 types of material, so items are limited by their total availability. You can't just print one thing. You have to make a conscious choice between different munitions. Okay, now that we've covered recycling, you have enough context to understand my favorite item in the entire game. Instead of a regular grenade, Prey has the recycler charge.
Okay, before he dives into that, I want to make a quick point that one of the reasons why I think that arcane games have often failed is that because of just how strenuous it is to make games like these that have so many systems implemented into that, you never know if or not a player is going to find them out. And that is something that obviously in this corporate, insanely corporate driven world, investors would be worried about. Like, why are you working on a game where like only 1/30th of the features are going to be found out, right? Make the bare minimum. That's what players will want to be spoon-fed with. Just let them experience that and get on with the other IP that we can acquire. I want to believe that that is how they think. Actually, I don't want to believe that is definitely how some of them think. For that reason, studios like Arcane often end up in this weird situation where they overdevelop a game that never sells as they expect because people just play one playthrough and experience it and be like, this was just that, but never go through a multitude of playthroughs and or try to experience the systems in them to figure out how it is. And that's also why I do believe that this game did not quite get the stellar reviews that it has now. I know that a lot of the reviewers' opinion might not even need to be considered in the first place and that they are objectively bad, but IGN once gave this game a 4. It was not super well received in the beginning because there was the way that the story was delivered, which again, because not everything is handheld, you have to figure out the midpoints by yourself. The intro and the end are fantastic, but the middle part can be a bit sour. And if you do not share the idea of trying to discover things through second hands by reading through logs and doing stuff like that, completing a lot of side missions, just like you would do in a Souls-like, it's the same mentality. It's highly subjective, of course. you might dislike this type of things. But I think that with the inclusion of the recycle mechanic there, kind of nudging the player to try a lot of different things, they were trying to solve that dilemma. But yeah, it didn't quite pan out as expected.
Which creates a spatial vortex that sucks everything in and recycles it. This includes every single physics object vortex. Instead of a regular recycling, you have enough context to understand my favorite item in the entire game. Instead of a regular grenade, Prey has the recycler charge, which creates a spatial vortex that sucks everything in and recycles it. This includes every single physics object you see. This is the beginning of my descent, because the moment I get hold of a recycler charge schematic, I stack everything I find on a single floor. I take Materials Expert to get 20% more recycling yield, and implode everything so hard that I print 6 more of them. From here, I go insane, and farm every single fab material and craft infinite neuromoths, until the schematic DRM kicks in, because the game needs a side quest to pause my power fantasy before I resume and craft every single neuromod and unlock every ability in the game and break everything forever. I love a good sandbox. Put me inside one, and I'll have those kids paying protection money before recess. I can glaze this game all day, but its biggest weakness is the enemies. All you get is Black Blob and Robot. I guess the budget had to go somewhere. Look, I understand the narrative importance of a 3-hour cutscene where Alex Yu jerks off and moans in the shower, but halfway into it when the steam fogs everything up and it's just his ass print against the glass, I really caught myself thinking, could we have an extra alien, please?
Oh, whoa. Whoa there. We are almost reaching level of eroticism as Guillermo del Toro jumping in the shower with you as Norman Reedus.
The predominant blob we do get is so interesting, it almost makes up for it. Our perceptions are geared towards ignoring background objects. Mimics abuse this by turning every physics object into a potential ambush. If you get too close or try to pick it up, it'll kill you. They're not as deadly as the rest, but they do give you a healthy dose of paranoia.
Plus they have a somewhat similar design to the face crabs of Half-Life, and also do kind of mimic the movements and like morphology of a spider. So on top of paranoia, you also get arachnophobia, so it just gets better.
Oh, why would there be 2 trash cans? Never mind, I think I'm actually retarded. They're fun to fight. They make every environment an interactive clown show, where I preemptively attack every piece of furniture. From the security footage, I'm just a man fighting my demons, and no one can tell who's winning. That is, until you get the psychoscope and upgrade it to scan mimics, removing your suspicion and replacing it with a compulsion to press Z every few seconds. This might sound annoying, but the trade-off is incredibly cathartic. Each time I execute a mimic, I get a muscle memory. It's like I've done this before, and I think I was good at it. The sad thing about mimics is that they're only capable of imitation, so there's no way of knowing if they're really a blob or if they're just conforming to expectations placed on them. Phantoms are humanoid shapes that repeat random phrases from their former host. Thankfully, this game was made before the conception of brain rot.
Oh, actually, I have an answer for this. The question that he said about mimics.
Sad thing about mimics is that they're only capable of imitation, so there's no way of knowing if they're really a blob or if they're just conforming to expectations placed on them.
Well, what you get to understand later, again, if you want to learn about the story through reading logs, is that mimics do have a link to the place of origin, so the dimension. In other words, whenever they try to use the mimic ability, they are actually just channeling a similar object from their dimension with ours, or exchanging place with them. So they are a bridge between dimensions. Like, it's very weird. And of course, you have the entire name of the species, the Typhons, which is of course in relation to, if I'm not actually sure if that is where the studio was going along with this, but Typhon, you know, the equivalent of the Egyptian god Seth. God damn it. Why is this that these videos always get me to go too deep into thought? But Typhon in Greek mythology is this like amalgamation, or at least like descendant of some of the Titans, who is the serpentine creature, sometimes depicted with wings as well, who tries to overthrow Zeus, the god of lightning and god of the gods, and to get supremacy over the cosmos. which is more or less one of the things that the Typhons wants to do. But if you were to look at that in like physics terms, if we can even translate that into real thing, but that's kind of the scientific approach that the game is trying to go with there. You are matter, they are not. They are non-baryonic matter, which is actually why sometimes lightning and or electric-based attacks don't affect them. So they do not interact with the electromagnetic spectrum, i.e. they are nothingness. And if all I said right now made you very confused, the short answer to Seth's question is that yes, if they are to interact with our universe, they can basically be whatever they want. So a blob, definitely.
Phantoms are humanoid shapes that repeat random phrases from their former host. Thankfully, this game was made before the conception of brain rot. Imagine the primordial fear of hearing the words "Livy done, rizzed up baby Gronk" before being torn apart by your fellow crewmate. Normal phantoms are very normal, in a sense that normally they'll kinetic blast your health bar within seconds. They also exhibit an anxious, preoccupied attachment style, because the moment they spot you, they tweak out and reappear in front of you. Etheric phantoms blip around at high speed so they can no-clip and smack you in the face. If you try to fight back, they split off into 2 copies and blip around faster each time you hit them. Luckily, the Q-beam doesn't cause damage. It only excites particles until they explode, at which point you should clear the area, because even in death, this thing will still try to kill you. Thermal phantoms walk up and cook you instantly. Forget immersion. They exist to gaslight you into thinking there's a strategy for their element.
Well, technically, just about every phantom do adhere to the principle of them disrupting electricity around you, right? So you should know if there is one around and somewhat be prepared for the worst. But then again, sometimes they just tend to be too fucking wacky about it.
There isn't. Despite being a fire extinguisher, the glue gun is actually worse against thermals. Voltaics are the worst, because they do everything listed above and fry all of your electronics. The only answer to the phantom question is analog firepower. Mimics reproduce to become weavers, which float around, turn crewmates into phantoms, and spit out cystoids when threatened. Not that you'd notice, since if you pop their shield, congratulations, you're having a seizure. Lore-wise, they're very important. In gameplay, they're just annoying, and in my case, they still terrify me. Once, I went outside the station to explore in zero gravity, drifted towards the shuttle, and alt-F4'd the game, because my screen glitched and my character started screaming in the vacuum of space. This isn't a horror game, but getting jump scared without sound at 2 a.m. in the morning can make a grown man crinkle in his diapers. Telepaths mind break everyone around them into walking landmines. Knocking them out will break the telepath's influence and save a human life. But remember, every survivor is a lawsuit waiting to happen. You need to kill or incapacitate their victims before attacking them. But even on their own, they can spam homing projectiles and block your abilities. However, this is the perfect time to explain why you're immune to their effects. The Psychoscope. Scanning different aliens with a Psychoscope lets you unlock their abilities. There's a huge variety, they're very fun, and none of them matter whatsoever, because the telepath is the best one in the game. Psychoshock is a 10-second nullification of psionic abilities, which works on anything and everything in the game. And unlike the null wave transmitter, it is virtually infinite. Does this diminish the experience?
Nope.
No, not at all, because technopaths exist. Choosing Typhon powers over being friendly with station security is no longer a dilemma, because technopaths will hack your operators and possess your turrets. In ancient Greece, Perilaus built the brazen bull for Pallades, only to be cooked by his own torture device. I can't help but feel the same way, as I'm shredded to pieces by the same turret I repaired 5 minutes ago. Good luck killing them, because whoever designed an enemy weak to EMP forgot to consider that flying makes them very resilient to EMP. This, like many interactions, is never explained. For example, the Mimic ability. You buy the level 1, turn into a coffee cup, clap your hands, then never use it again. The description implies it's for stealth, but this is a trap written by the aliens to trick you into thinking that's all there is to it. Unexplained fact number 1. You can cast other abilities while mimicked. If someone fakes you're suspicious, obliterate their concern. Unexplained fact number 2, you don't take damage unless you're attacked. As we all know, fire has no effect on cardboard. Levels 2 and 3 let you mimic turrets and operators, but they suck, so why would you ever do that? Because of unexplained fact number 3, your mimicked form has its own health bar. Once that's drained, it just kicks you back into human form. In other words, you do not take damage while mimicking. All of this would have been really nice to know, like 100 hours ago. The process of making a phantom isn't perfect, and sometimes they come out wrong. If you start hearing spooky music, or you're suddenly crushed against the ceiling, there's a poltergeist nearby. Where is he? Let's find out. If you're bad at fighting something you can't see, then my condolences. There's a lot of ways to deal with them. You can throw around physics objects, cover them in glue, use the landmine setting in a recycler, or just bump into them.
The better
They're
way.
incredibly fun to fight, and there's only a couple across the whole game, so you're never expecting it. Your progress never goes unnoticed, and
Oh my god, the elevator. I'm not gonna comment on that one. Listen, there are certain things about this game that you need to experience yourself. This one is a technical marvel.
no greater flattery than an alien designed specifically to kill you. The Nightmare forces you to spend the next 3 minutes of your life playing Alien Isolation. He's big, he's intimidating, and he's also too big for most corridors. My fright and suspense has become joy at the notification that I will be harvesting enough exotic material for 2 full neuromods in the next few seconds. There's also minor enemies here and there, like cystoids. These motion-activated mines are the bane of Adderall users, punishing both the hyperactive and inattentive. For anyone with a degree of self-restraint, they're pathetic, as they are the only enemy in the game to be countered by a foam dart. Later on, you'll also encounter Hacked Operator.
I just need to point out that the foam darts can be used interactively. You can unlock doors by shooting a foam dart at a computer screen. So, like, to press on the door. Who does that? Okay, who does that? Who the fuck? So, like, to press on the door. Who does that? Okay, who does that? Who the fuck does that? Arcane does.
These are initially annoying until you realize they're an infinite source of free materials. It's as if the developers didn't expect players to sit for hours spawn camping with Fabricator. But I've already consumed every static object on the map. My recycler charge is crying out, and I need more fuel for the furnace. What is going on? Who's in charge here? As it turns out, you are. You are a U. Morgan U. You've got Alex U and you. Alex is the president, and you are the vice president. Normally, neuromods are tested on political volunteers, like this guy.
My name's Aaron. Aaron Ingram.
However, they had the foresight to know that creating an army of superpowered convicts would be a bad idea, so you've been testing them yourself. However, since neuromods are a modification of your physical brain structure, you can't just take one out and try again. You have to physically reset your brain back to when you first installed it, memories included. The simulation lab was designed to keep you in a perpetual loop of testing by having you relive the same day of your life over and over again, without having to catch you up to speed each time. This went on for many months, but now the aliens are loose. Everything's going to shit, and the vice president of the company is currently a 2-ply sheet of toilet paper. And through all this, your brother insists he can get the situation under control. I wonder who I should trust. My brother, who trapped me in his personal goon cave for a year, the voices in my head, or the voices that used to be in my head.
Okay, the goon cave joke is so much worse when you choose to be Actually, no, it wouldn't make a fucking difference. It's still disgusting whether or not you choose to go with female or male avatar. Morgan. Jesus Christ.
I think we should hear him out. I think we should destroy the station to stop the aliens for good. I think I saw a filing cabinet over there. Add it to the pile. The first half of the game plays out the same as System Shock, if you replace Showdown with a concerned family member who's genuinely trying to stop you from hurting yourself after your needle-induced brain damage. You try to go somewhere, Alex stops you, you find a workaround, and repeat. Along the way, the game demonstrates a profound respect for your intelligence. Nobody calls to give you puzzle hints every 5 seconds, or to chastise you for your decisions. And yet, there's still this feeling I can't shake. Like I'm being tested. Watched. We're losing him. The circumcision scar. It's opening back up.
Hey, you. You're finally awake.
Between the trolley problem, feeding convicts to aliens to make neuromods, and whether you consider these people as survivors or corporate liabilities, there's a clear theme of utilitarianism throughout the story. Is it moral to feed people into a blender if the resultant smoothie would improve the lives of countless others?
When it comes to this convict, it doesn't really matter. Why? Because if you read through his logs, he's OV-ho. No, man, no, that's not the right one to use here. Anyways, play the Kendrick Lamar soundtrack of Not Like Us.
With that in mind, you'd expect the game to present a series of hollow, cliché choices to trick you into feeling emotional investment. Oh no! My Congolese cobalt mines are failing. A base American cannot watch TikTok on Chinese vaporware phone. But if I send in more children, I will not have enough militants for my child army. What do we do? In the cafeteria, you'll find a telepath controlling an army of brain slaves, and one guy hiding from them in a kitchen, Will Mitchell. And I don't know about you, but something seems off about this guy. Maybe it's his orcish demeanor, or the way he clearly makes up a fetch quest for you on the spot, or the way he looks in his transcribe icon, or the way he doesn't recognize you, despite having a picture of you in his room, and you being on first-name basis with half of a ship, or the explosive stockpile behind him, or how you can hear him break something just to give you another fetch quest to do, or the fact that he's immune to mind control, and the only other documented case of this is a test subject who stockpiled explosives and escaped, or the fact that Will Mitchell reads as dead on the tracking bracelet system, or the color of his suit being red, despite suits being color-coded with red meaning executive, or the way his suit is near identical to Alex's. Or the way Will Mitchell's tracking bracelet is inside the freezer, or the way he suspiciously urges you to go into the freezer, or the way he locks you inside, or maybe it's the human meat and butchered remains of Will Mitchell in the freezer, but I don't know. Maybe it's just prejudice. Thank you, Will Mitchell, for giving me this opportunity to grow as a man. I'll put your best features to good use. In a lesser game, you would either be railroaded into getting trapped or be given a choice in a system that normally doesn't.
Nope.
You'd be so conditioned by essential NPCs that the only way you'd even consider an alternative is if a quest told you you had options to begin with. When Alex locks down the ship, you eject yourself into space and float over to the cargo bay. Unfortunately, there's a hull breach. Until you dock a storage container, the doors won't open. You're supposed to read the serial number, enter it on the computer, and watch it go. However, Dr. Deo Igwe is trapped inside a container. There is no dilemma. You need to dock a container to proceed, and docking Igwe's will save him. It's not a question of who you save, him or you, Fat Man or railroad tracks. It's a question of whether you possess the basic human empathy to expand an iota of conscious effort to save someone. Frankly, I'm offended. How far games have fallen that you don't even have the confidence in me to do the smallest possible act of altruism. I should... Oh hey, what's in here?
No!
Wait, what are you doing? Stop! Stop, damn you, stop!
Oh, what a dick! Look! The thing with Dr. Igwe is that he literally goes through an arc with you, and that other chick who was suffering from the disease that doesn't make her able to get upgrades. What the hell's her name? Michaela. Michaela. She cannot get neuromods, and until you get working around that and the whole explanation of paraplexis, which is the condition, what it's called, you get to discuss that with the both of them. You miss a lot without going through that. Dude was just like, no.
Inside. They've locked a bunch of aliens in the room you need to go through and won't open it unless you bring them enough turrets. Based on your build, you have a few different ways to achieve this. Remember to steal everything that isn't bolted down. They won't need it.
Is TranStar mounting a rescue operation?
So far, we've been talking about basic high school level utilitarian ethics, but obviously, that's not the whole story. If a pregnant woman boards a crowded train, you can't just say, I expended 1,500 calories of effort today chasing women around the park. I deserve to remain seated. You look like an asshole. Morality isn't necessarily a universal truth, nor a contract between you and those you affect, but rather between you and society, between you and how you're perceived. If we view it from that lens, the reason you give your seat to the pregnant woman is to be perceived as a moral individual by the other passengers on the train. However, this isn't a train, it's a trolley, and I've already pulled the lever. Main quest dilemmas aside, there's a few side objectives that require going out of your way to help someone else.
The wild thing about this is that if you haven't played the game, this already feels sickening. Well, funny in a way as well, but if you've played it, the amount of effort that you will have to go into saving these people and how rewarding it feels make this feel so much more unhinged.
For example, your old girlfriend is dying of paraplexis, which is a completely made-up condition, and she actually just swallowed a peanut. She told me to leave her behind, to focus on saving everyone else, and I followed her orders. As Einstein famously said, "When a black queen speaks, I listen." Then I came back and found out there's no timer because she's completely fine. So I ventured out into the cold void of space, retrieved her EpiPen, and brought it back. Within a narrow time window of whenever I felt like it. The aliens may have killed half the station, but the real winner of today is humanity.
I can breathe again.
Yep.
And feel my legs. I still have some spots in the eye, but those should clear up.
Alex?
Why did I get my hopes up? Why? I'm so stupid. I should have seen this coming.
Has been gaslighting, gatekeeping, and girl-bossing me since day one. He bullies me with his bulbous form and childbearing hips. My pattern-seeking brain is screaming for him to be the villain. He even does the whole "I'm not a bad guy" shtick. However, he's not lying. He is on your side. It's just that your brain's been so thoroughly scrambled that nobody knows who you are anymore. You had your memory wiped over and over and over again, and every time you did, you came out slightly different. I feel great. I should kill myself. Why do I have an AO free account? And why do all my bookmarks lead to the same /fiction where Dumbledore impregnates Dobby?
What the fuck is going on with you trees, man? I know that I've been dragging this reaction just a little bit too much, but it's because there's just way too much. There's just way too much going on. Listen, I am one amongst the very few individuals on this freaking planet who have decided not to get hold of TikTok. What the hell does that have to do with AO3 accounts? Let me explain. I have purposefully turned on my 30th birthday, which was last month, decided not to be on most social media. Twitter is going to disappear very soon. I'm barely on that platform anymore, but Instagram doesn't exist, Facebook almost gone as well. The thing here, however, is that freaking Book Talk still manages to make it to my feed, and my partner keeps on giving me fucking recommendation about freaking disgusting books. I don't know what the hell is wrong with authors out there. Like, I thought that the gooners who make art on Rule 34 were bad. No. People on Book Talk allying themselves with Bike Talk are a special breed. But then I discovered something that was even worse. Like, I don't know how to better put it other than we are extremely cooked.
This raises an interesting question. You may have started each loop the same, but the brain is not a static organ. We're shaped by our experience, and after a memory wipe, your life is always different, leading you to develop subtly different personalities each time. So, are these the same person, or are they different people? If you make a decision and then erase all the memories leading up to that decision, was it still you that made it? Can you be held responsible for it? Be sure to let me know.
Wait, does he mean like the ship of Theseus? I won't get into that. We've already dove it way too deep into certain topics today. Philosophy will have to wait for another day.
I'm theory crafting a new DUI defense. If I don't remember it, neither should the judge. Ultimately, this useless hypothetical is up to you, as is the larger question of what you're going to do about this whole mess. Do you work with Alex to study the aliens and develop a way to neutralize them? Or do you trigger the station's self-destruct to stop any possibility of them reaching Earth? Personally, I'm getting the fuck out of here.
We failed. This isn't the one.
Nope.
If you got that ending, you may have spoiled yourself on the big twist. You aren't Morgan. Morgan's dead, as is the rest of the world. You are an alien that's been neuromodded to feel empathy, but they have no idea if that even works. So the entire game has been a simulation of Morgan's memories, designed to see how you'd behave in their shoes. Now, I know this sounds like a cliche, but trust me, it isn't. It was all just a dream. Sucks because it strips the story of any meaning. You are all but told, alright, show's over, now stop thinking about it. And you do. For a twist like this to be good, it needs to add more meaning than it removed by revealing that everything was fake. And it does. You're not being evaluated for how good of a person you are. You're being evaluated to see if you are a person.
That's exactly what I'm saying about the storytelling about this. It definitely is an acquired taste, because this is, after all, a kind of thing that we have seen before. Think Blade Runner, The Matrix, Ghost in the Shell, even another immersive sim that I might have mentioned before, Deus Ex Human Revolution, right? Thought being implanted in the mind before, but very subjective. But regardless of how you feel about it, beginning and the end are magnificent. The middle part is the thing that might throw you off. But in there, listening, having the breadcrumbs delivered at the perfect time to make you feel like, oh, wait a minute, there's something wrong here, was some of the best feelings I've ever had. And this is one of the reasons why I would wish that I could wipe my memories and experiences for the first time ever again.
If the implanted mirror neurons have bestowed even a shred of humanity upon you, did you help people because it was the right thing to do, or because it would help your own survival? It's a much better lens for analyzing player actions than the standard good boy point. Recycling every single person you see might not be good, but nobody knows what these things are capable of. For all we know, summary execution could very well be the appropriate containment method, so they're not interested in what you did, so much as why you did it, which can be gleaned from the aggregate of your decisions. If you only help people because they'd be worth more alive than dead, then you wouldn't have bothered to do their personal missions. So, naturally, the best thing to do is to take every moral action, prove at every junction that you know what it means to be human, and then kill everyone anyway.
Yep.
Thank you for this new, indomitable human spirit. I'll put it to good use. In my headcanon, which is objectively true, the experiment succeeds. Hear me out. The Typhon Mimic is effectively Ditto from Pokemon, and with implanted mirror neurons, they have a potential to become our greatest companion. I see a bright future, where a fully empathetic Typhon lifeform could pattern, copy, and transform into Fuda Elizabeth from Bioshock Infinite. And that is a future worth fighting for. Prey is a great game that runs into issues typical of this genre. Puzzle solving with the resources available to you is fun, until I open the Pandora's box of infinite abilities. You don't need to be creative when you have the optimal solution to every problem. Why do I bring this up? Because the DLC fixes everything. Moon Crash is a semi-roguelike where you play as different characters in their attempts to escape the Pythias moonbase during a containment breach. However, none of them survived. You are actually a hacker, simulating their memories to steal corporate secrets. Why is it called Moon Crash? Because the title spoils the ending. You crash on the moon. Just awful titles all around. With each run, your goal is the same. Get the hell out. Once you do, it's time for the next character to escape. Except, the world is persistent across runs. The first time I played this, I didn't know that. Looted every single piece of equipment, and died on the second run from lack of resources. After each character has a run, the simulation resets, and you do it again. Each reset randomizes map features such as loot, escape methods, and the location of key items. The longer you spend inside the simulation, the higher the corruption level, which increases the amount and difficulty of threats you'll encounter. Because of this, you need to strategize the order of escape. The engineer can repair the station in preparation for the rest, while the security guard can mop up extra enemies later in the loop. Completing objectives will reward you with points. These can be spent on equipment for later runs, according to the fabrication blueprints you unlocked in previous runs. Every character has their own upgrade tree, forcing you to tackle problems with a limited set of abilities. If you can ignore the fact that moonsharks are 100 decibels louder than anything else in the game, and designed purely to blow out your eardrums, I think you'll enjoy the extra content. In summary, Prey is probably the best game Arcane ever made. I can't recommend it enough, because games like this are rare and unprofitable, versus the mountain of slop that executives produce for greater margins. An industry always caters to its consumer. It's just in this case I find myself increasingly agreeing with Talmudic rabbinical teachings. The consumer truly is domesticated cattle. If you're interested, enter code ABYSSALEX.
But the people are retarded.
You to get 90% off on GOG for the next week. It's about $3, it's DRM free, it's literally cheaper than piracy. As always, more content to come, so stay tuned. A warm thanks to the many members of the Merchants Guild, generously funding and bankrolling these videos. You're all truly wonderful. Have a good one.
I promised you my arming cake. All I ask is you hear me out first. And you can blow Talos 1 to pieces if that's what you think is best. I don't think you'll do it. I know. Because I used to think we couldn't be trusted to play with fire without burning the house down. But you convinced me. You showed me anything was possible, even if the price was steep. That part of you.
Hey, people. Seth here. What?
It should not have been that funny. Oh my god. This might be the best Seth video that I've watched in a while. Since his PlayStation 13 thing. Oh my god. Oh, I need a moment. I need a moment. What's more was the Elizabeth thing that he dropped there. I thought that, oh my god, now he's gonna talk about irrational games for some reason. Because they too had kind of some ties with Looking Glass, right? Ken Levine was working there. No, he went the direction of the Gooner's Paradise. But of course, I should have seen this coming. No. No. Anyways, folks, thank you so much for checking out this video. As always, please do make sure to go and subscribe to Seth if you like this video. I know it's a pretty long one. Please like and or subscribe if you would like to see some more. That being said, wish you all to have a wonderful day. Please play this awesome game, and also more out there. Like, play something that's out of your wheelhouse. Try it out. Like, I wasn't like raised on this type of games at all, no, but I gave it a shot, and yeah, kind of absolutely fell in love with this. But that being said, wish you all to have a wonderful day. See you guys in the next one. Bye.
I will debunk various popular misconceptions about the world and story of Dark Souls, some of which are entirely based on biased and incorrect notions that haters of one of the entries of the series have. I'll start by deconstructing the biggest example of this, which is the unfairly infamous transition between the Earthen Peak and the Iron Keep areas of Dark Souls 2. After the Curse of Undead was spread, time and space got convoluted. This phenomenon can be explained by analyzing the relationship between light, darkness, and the fantastical laws of the world of Dark Souls. The Curse of Undead was a mechanism commissioned by Gwyn to prolong his Age of Fire by fueling the sun with the souls of men. In other words, Gwyn wanted to prolong the time of day. The curse serves as a part of a soft Gnostic allegory, with Gwyn, who was deified by propaganda, representing the Demiurge, and his curse being the soul extraction mechanism. He founded a religion, the Way of White, to send missionaries beyond the upper walls of the so-called world of man, the isolated, allegorical paradise, to contaminate the plebeians with sparks of fire imbued with the curse. That is what we see happening in the opening cinematic of the first game. A maiden of the Way of White is inserting accursed sparks into the eye socket of a corpse to produce undead. As expected, most of the nobles of the world of men had no faith in Gwyn's religion, as they knew of its true nature. The high-ranking clerics of the Way of White are specifically chosen for their lack of faith. The Toralon's talismans, Toralon being a region within the world of men, do not scale with faith at all. Light is associated with the future, while dark is associated with the past. This is why we must offer human effigies in order to enter the abyss in Dark Souls 2, for instance. It is important to note, however, the distinction between the forgotten past that is literally and metaphorically buried by time, and memories. Souls are linked to memories. We can, for example, access a memory of a giant by interacting with its soul, and so on. In comparison to that, Drung Lake, a forgotten kingdom, can only be accessed by jumping into a vortex of heavy, damp darkness. Souls are, fundamentally, composed mostly of light. Light is what gives souls their lively character. After all, light, an element that is close to fire in the Aristotelian-like model the nature of Dark Souls operates under,
Not bad, not bad.
is what brought life to the world in the first place. Memories are a part of the soul as well, which is why we can teleport through time and space by interacting with a homeward bone. A bone that belonged to an undead and is imbued with its soul and memory, or by casting the homeward miracle. There are multiple coexisting timelines, which is why we can simultaneously jump to a ruined future and create a different one as we finish the game. The conclusion of this long-winded explanation is that the player character travels through time, not only space, when exploring the lands. This is the explanation for the time of day varying from area to area. The transition from the Earthen Peak to the Iron Keep is deliberately crafted to surprise and instill a sense of wonder into the player, and is also perfectly cohesive with the logic of the game's world. The people who loudly and aggressively complained about it failed to understand that. It's also worth mentioning that that transition is far from the only instance of the game's world acting in a way that is superficially incoherent. In fact, one of the most beloved moments of Dark Souls 1 is the journey from the Great Hollow to the Ash Lake, which those same people fail to denounce as an inconsistency. The truth is, again, that the world of Dark Souls operates under esoteric laws and doesn't obey real-world logic, though that does not mean it is completely arbitrary either. Another completely erroneous idea some people have is that Dark Souls 3 is corrupted by fanservice, and that it ignores the plot developments of Dark Souls 2. That couldn't be further from the truth. The main plot point of Dark Souls 2, that not only orients the game's structure from a gameplay perspective, but also serves as its climax, conclusion, and subtext, is that the world is trapped in a cycle. And that can be explained by understanding both Gwyn's undead curse and what it means to link the fire. As Gwyn's curse drains the souls of men to fuel the sun and prolong the day, Velka's firelink conspiracy drains the sun to call upon the night. This dualistic conflict is what truly goes on under the surface of the story of Dark Souls, and its climax is the eclipse. The sun itself mirrors those who are afflicted with the curse. Its interior was hollowed as its fire was drained by ages of firelinking. When a sovereign links the fire, his soul, which contains the essence of the thousands of beings he has slain, is reincarnated. Part of it feeds the ever-growing flame at the depths of the world, which later became known as the Profaned Flame, and part of it disperses through the lands. This ritual is a reenactment of the origin of life itself. Flame first appears in the bottom of the underworld and spread itself to create life. It naturally rose upwards to fulfill the cycle of night and day, which takes literal ages to start and finish. Dark Souls 2 centers around that concept, as the bearer of the curse must slay 4 beings who are reincarnations of great souls. By the faulty logic of the people who complain about Dark Souls 3, that should be considered fanservice, as it is a narrative callback to the first game. But that notion is extremely ignorant, as the themes of death, rebirth, and so on have been an integral part of the series from its inception, and both Dark Souls 2 and Dark Souls 3 brilliantly expanded upon them. In Dark Souls 3, the player again must fight beings who are reincarnations of relevant figures of the past, as it follows Dark Souls 2's story and further elaborates upon it, as any competent sequel should. I will provide a few examples of this phenomenon to substantiate my point. In Dark Souls 2, Nito's soul was reincarnated as the Rotten, who embodied Nito's nurturing character. Both Nito and the Rotten provide respite for the dead, who they treat as family. And both Nito's crypt and the Rotten's gutter feature various statues that protects the dead from desecration, a visual link connecting the two. The Rotten used to be Pharaohs, the explorer. The peoples of the lands dealt with the curse by quite literally throwing undeads down the gutter. Pharos' journey eventually led him to the gutter, and he felt a great deal of empathy towards the miserable creatures he found there, and decided to care for them, going as far as to abandon his ambition to explore the world. He built various traps to ensure they'd not be disturbed by invaders, and hid himself away at the very bottom of that underworld, where grateful undead held on to him, turning his body into the host of a great family, mirroring Nito, who had various skeletons holding on to him as well. He wanted to create a big family, to truly be an all-father of all of the dead. When we find Pharaohs, he has gone hollow like the meek undead he cared for. He struggles to rebuild one of his statues and gets frustrated by his inability to do so. In Dark Souls 3, the soul of Nito reincarnated as High Lord Volnir, who embodied Nito's violent nature. Nito had the desire to spread death, and for that he had allied himself with Gwyn, acting as Allfather Lloyd, one of the pillars of Gwyn's Way of White. The undead curse proliferates mainly through death. The Gravelord Paladins, whose ironic, contrasting nature is telling of the character of the Way of White, spread death far and wide, as well as the undead hunts called upon by Nito as the Allfather Lloyd. It was Nito himself who invented the Lloyd's talismans, items that impede healing, through a miasma that infects the victims of the hunt. Wolnir reflects the religious character of Nito. He wields a divine sword that can cast the wrath of the gods, and is adorned with magic golden bracelets. He also spews Nito's miasma of death and disease, and has necromantic control over the dead, calling upon them to defeat the protagonist, like Nito. In Dark Souls 2, Gwyn's soul was reincarnated as the old Iron King, who embodied Gwyn's ambitious nature. Gwyn is an archetypal antichrist. He wanted to create his own earthly eternal paradise, himself being the immortal godlike ruler of man, and for that he presided over the world with Machiavellian cruelty, sacrificing the many for the few. This is what informs the design of the old Iron King. He looks like Satan himself, whose other name, Lucifer, means Lightbringer. Gwyn was also known as the Lord of Light. The Iron King too was obsessed with creating a prosperous empire that would last for centuries, but his hubris caused his downfall, and as such, his kingdom melted into ruin, and was sunk by the resulting lava, a symbolic end to his rule. His death came at the hand of his own creation, a golem made of iron and animated by flame that was contaminated by the same avarice that the king suffered from. It's also interesting to note that the Iron King conducted undead hunts as well, and his paladins were skeletal pyromancers, a subtle reference to Gwyn's ties with Nito. In Dark Souls 3, Gwyn's legacy is represented by Sullivan, the overambitious man who overthrew Gwyndolin, the king of the gods, a title which was previously held by Gwyn, and did everything in his power to restore Gwyn's Age of Fire. Sullivan bears a chunk of Gwyn's soul within him. He is likely a distant, but forgotten descendant of his bloodline. The Way of White, which had been turned upside down by Gwyndolin, was acting as an asset to Vel'Koz and Gwyndolin's Firelink conspiracy. As Sullivan dethroned him, he reforms the Way of White to restore its original purpose, which was to spread the undead curse around the world. This is why the evangelists go on pilgrimage around Lothric and leave piles of burning corpses on their wake. The same visage seen in the regions of Lordaeron, where the Way of White is influential. They are plague spreaders. Sullivan also fought against the Firelink conspiracy by manipulating Prince Lothric, the one who was destined to become the last Lord of Cinder and Gwyndolин's successor, to inherit the flame itself, becoming the new King of the Gods, as well as the Lord of Hollows under the Eclipse. Because of Sullivan's influence, the prince that was promised chose to abandon his duty and let the world fall into ruin. There is an entire ending dedicated to Sullivan's burning ambition. The player can choose to betray the Firekeeper and offer the fire to the sun in a desperate attempt of regressing to the zenith of the Age of Fire. Of course, the Soul of Cinder partially incorporated Gwyn's soul as well, as you can conjure Gwyn's remembrance to fight like he once did. In Dark Souls 2, the soul of Sif reincarnated as a spider who inherited its predecessor's greedy nature, the incessant desire to become grander. Freya, the spider, managed to break free from its confinement and devour the souls of the inhabitants of the mining town of Brightstone Cove, and grew larger and larger, never satisfied with its stature. In Dark Souls 3, Sif's soul reincarnated as Osiris, the king who aims to achieve immortality and grow to dragonhood. Osiris, like Sif, has the ambition of attaining immortality, which is what motivated his obsession with dragons. Gwyn funded Sif's research of developing artificial immortality, for both he and the Pale Dragon desired it. Osiris compulsively studies the contents of his grand archives in the hopes of finding an alchemical solution to his plight. Indeed, Osiris also subtly parallels Gwyn, as the two of them are ambitious kings who dreamt of immortality. Osiris hails from Gwyn's bloodline, but his soul is more closely related to Sif's, and he embodies his character more prominently. In yet another case of dramatic irony, he ended up becoming more like the misshapen, pale Drake than the dragons he aspired to emulate. To conclude this section, I'll also quickly point out that the arguments that Dark Souls 2 tells an entirely separate story to the first and third games is equally unfounded. Funnily enough, I have seen it be used to both demean the second entry and to praise it by different types of people. There are no gods in Dark Souls. Humanities are, fundamentally, Dark Souls. They are the souls with a dark interior covered by a thin layer of lights that those who came from the dark first bore within them, as the first flame projected life onto the shadows of the underworld. They are the primordial essence of man. Every humanoid that was not artificially produced descended from those who came from the dark, who were akin to hollows of future times. The so-called gods like Gwyn and his royal lineage were merely more soulful humans. The idea that Gwyn and his caste were gods is in-universe propaganda to deify their rule and to separate them from the plebeians, and was likely inspired by the divine right of kings of real-world history. The revelation that Gwyn is a simple man is the major plot twist of the ending of the first game. He is as vulnerable to the curse as any mortal. We confront him as a simple hollow, in a direct callback to the game's beginning. From Software loves to insert dramatic symmetries into their stories. For example, Demon Souls begins and ends at the ruins of the Mirdan Empire, the ancient civilization that employs the soul arts under benevolent rule, but was later corrupted by man's avarice. Such symmetries are thematically relevant and should be carefully considered when analyzing their respective game's lore. The ending of Dark Souls 3's Ringed City DLC is also an expansion of this plot point. The Dark Souls are the souls of man, which is why Gale was cannibalizing not only the pygmies, who had Dark Souls running through their bodies, but also why he targets the player character, asking him for his Dark Soul. As an aside, souls are located within one's heart and flow upward through one's blood, nurturing one's brain, which is why the eyes serve as windows to the soul. The Dark Soul is found in the blood of man, and for that reason Gale consumes human flesh. He seeks to nurture his own body with its darkness, and through his sacrifice, make the pigments desired by his master, the painter. He decided to become the ultimate martyr, and through his endless struggle, a new world would be born. We end Dark Souls 1 by fighting an archetypal Antichrist, and end Dark Souls 3 by fighting an archetypal Christ. It is true, however, that the name Dark Soul has a special meaning in universe. The ancient, crystallized soul held by Filianor, which has assumed a shape similar to that of a vagrant, a creature born out of left behind, stagnant humanities, is likely a remnant of the great soul found by the furtive pygmy, who chose to distribute it to his kin, creating humanity. This explains why it is mostly empty when we encounter it, and why its name carries heavy significance. There are no life, death, and light souls. This is a misconception based on the logic that since there is a dark soul, and since some beings exhibit distinct characteristics, there must have been 3 other unique souls that embodied other aspects of nature. The original lords found great souls buried in the soil of the underworld. Those great souls were, quite simply, enormous chunks of the first flame they managed to harvest like treasures hidden in the ground. The same is true for the great soul found by the furtive pygmy. It is factual, however, that souls are affected by the elements around them, and as such can assume different tones and have their nature warped. As previously explained, fire linking isn't a mechanism devised by Gwyn to prolong his age of fire, but the opposite. It is a mechanism devised by Velka to combat Gwyn's undead curse and drain the sun. Fire linking was deliberately advertised as a means of supporting Gwyn's hegemony, as Gwyn was viewed as a divine king to the people of Lordran, and so the vast majority of them would not be supportive of a conspiracy aimed at him. This is subtly hinted at numerous times throughout the series. The very first cutscene that plays after the player beats the tutorial of Dark Souls 1 is a major clue hidden in plain sight. A gigantic crow transports the chosen undeads to the Firelink Shrine, the hub for those who seek to link the fire. The design of the shrine serves as a clue as well. It is flooded by water, and near its center is a statue of Velka holding a baby, who is Gwyndolin, the mastermind who collaborates with the serpents to hold undead of all possible backgrounds within their grasp, with the aim of making each of them into an asset for the Firelink conspiracy. Velka was seen as the goddess of sin and punishment, and the undead prophecy serves as a sentence to 4 great sinners: Sif, the greedy alchemist, the other witches of Izalith, who responded to Gwyn's curse with a great sin of their own, the 4 kings, who fell into abyssal depravity, ruined their city of New Londo, and invented the art of life drain, and Gwyn, the archetypal antichrist who already has to serve as a sacrifice upon the first linking of the flame, but whose mindless body is made to eternally guard the ultimate bonfire. Gwyn's punishment is uniquely symbolic. He is sentenced to die and be reborn to fight again and again, like the undead he cursed. The eclipse, which is the culmination of the Firelink conspiracy, has been foreshadowed since the first game. Gwyndolin's titles as the deity of the Dark Moon and of the Dark Sun both reference the eclipse. The design of the bonfire itself portrays the draining of the sun. The pommel of the coiled sword represents the drained, empty sun of the eclipse. Its handle and blade represents the fire being drained to the underworld, and its guard represents the earth, the world's surface, with the 4 points being symbolic of the 4 cardinal directions. The bones of undead that fuel the fire are also symbolic of the martyrdom of those who follow the prophecy, though the fire is ultimately directed at them, conversely symbolizing the true aim of the conspiracy, which is to empower man by undoing the curse. Gwyndolin is also the god of illusion, and like Velka, acts in the shadows, but unlike her, and like Gwyn, in the light as well, for he embodies both the sun and the moon, both the male and female. He serves as the new leader of the Covenant of the Knights of the Dark Moon, who punish the guilty and protects the journeying undead to ensure that they're able to link the fire. It's interesting to note that we find a ring that reverses one's gender, hidden in the Dark Moon tomb, Gwyndolin's secret hiding place, from where he commanded his knights. It's likely that he possessed that ring to perform both feminine and masculine sounding voices, to act as both himself and Velka and other deities. The Book of the Guilty was overseen by Velka, and upon her sacrifice, Gwyndolin assumes that role as well. Londor is not a distant land that's never shown in the games. Londor is the ruined land of the future, the Ashen Realm that is populated by old, sickly hollows who are corralled by inheritors of Velka's will, who operates the Sable Church. The hollows of Londor travel to the past in pilgrimage to ensure the proliferation and preservation of the tradition of fire linking. The fermented darkness they harbor within them is required to produce a lord capable of inheriting the fire. That lord must have its heart darkened by their sigil, so that a void that can be filled with flame is generated. Londor is the last location we traveled to in Dark Souls. It serves as an arena for the last jewel of the series. The future where Londor resides is one devoid of proper men. Only wretchedly aged, struggling hollows inhabit it. This future is so dystopian that the meek incessantly fight against each other to claim the souls of their own kin for themselves out of desperation, absorbing them through the technique of life drain. When Gale travels to Londor, he drains the souls of its remaining inhabitants to feed his own, ironically acting like the desperate hollows that inhabited the place. He was the final nail to the coffin that was Londor. The Sable Church was founded amidst this chaos by three sisters through their skillful fencing, which enables them to attain influence over the distressed people of Londor. They preached the salvation of all hollows, and instructed their followers to aid in the coming of their lord. The spiky towers of the Sable Church, which are portrayed by the design of the Morion Blade, are the ornate rooftops of the sunken buildings of the past, such as the Cathedral of Anor Londo and the Lothric Castle. The Sword of Aval, which is said to be a ceremonial sword from Londor, can be seen adorning the rooftops of the Ringed City. For the Sable Church, they are symbolic of the Lord of Hollows who will inherit the eclipse. Its blade and hilt pierce the hollowed sun, indicating the domain of the sovereign over it. Many other named kingdoms are subtly featured in the games themselves. Examples include Vinheim, Karim, and Torreland, which are within the high walls of the world of man. Astora, which is a vast section of Lordran that contains areas such as the Darkroot Garden, the Firelink Shrine, and Nito's Catacombs. The Great Swamp, which is simply the past version of Izalith and Blystown. Dark Souls 2 features a vast array of named kingdoms that have been buried by time, and whose infrastructures were appropriated by kingdoms that rose after. For example, Olafis is a kingdom whose territory included the Lost Bastille, and Lindelt is a kingdom whose territory included the Hades Tower of Flame. Dark Souls 3 follows this trend. For example, Faron used to be a part of Astora, more specifically, the region where Ulasil was located. Such inferences can be made by carefully examining item placements, the locations of NPCs, as well as the ties they each have with their homelands, analyzing architecture, reading item descriptions, and then connecting the dots with inductive reasoning and narrative analysis. For instance, it's not a mere coincidence that the crest of Artorias, who is implied to hail from Astora, opens a door at the Darkroot Garden and is sold by Andrew of Astora, who is situated nearby. And that Artorias himself is buried in Ulasil, his birthplace. By the way, the Andrew of Astora we meet in-game is likely a stone copy of the original blacksmith made by Velka to aid the Chosen Undead. Velka was a witch of chaos who married Gwyn to cement their alliance with the goal of defeating the dragons and conquering the world's surface. The witches of chaos were sculptors since ancient times, and both the giants and many of the demons are, in fact, artificial, golem-like, or perhaps Frankenstein's monsters-like beings created by them from the remains of dragons, archtrees, and man. We find a stone copy of Andre within Nito's Catacombs, which contain various items related to Astora, and at the Darkroot Garden. Astora is the name of the territory that stretches from Izalith's End all the way, which contain various items related. We find a stone copy of Andre within Nito's Catacombs, which contain various items related to Astora, and at the Darkroot Garden. Astora is the name of the territory that stretches from Izalith's End all the way to the walls that host Gwyn's World of Man. Astora is a country born out of a coalition of 4 rulers who each presided over vast territories. In a calculated show of benevolence, Gwyn gifted the 4 rulers a chunk of his great soul and the title of kings, and New Londo was built to serve as the epicenter of Astora, and became a vassal town of the so-called City of Gods, Anor Londo. As Gwyn's curse of undead began to contaminate the citizens of Astora, and even the kings themselves, they devised a selfish mechanism to counter the calamity. The art of life drain. They'd suck the life out of their own king. This same logic can be applied to named characters. For example, Allfather Lloyd, as previously explained, is an alias and persona of Nito. Kaita is a facet of Velka. Kreml, the so-called god of struggle, is Kirk. Quela, the god of dreams, is Gwyndolin. Fina is also Gwyndolin in disguise. Gwyndolin is a master manipulator that charms and guides undead to work for his Firelink conspiracy. One of his methods of manipulation involves disguising himself with the voice-altering reversal ring and illusory magic. He poses as Guinevere to the worthy undead who journey to Anor Londo to fulfill the prophecy. It is implied, however, that his illusion of Guinevere could also stand for Fina, the goddess of love, who might be a mere persona of his fabrication. Lautrec, the embraced knight, seems to be following Fina's commands. Fina personifies what he was seeking, for he needed love, and so Gwyndolin exploited his wish in order to control him. Lautrec was the one who maimed and imprisoned Anastasia, the Firekeeper, to punish her for having spread the curse of undead under the Way of White's orders. He states that he's got pressing matters to attend above, at Anorlondo, and contact clues tells us that he works for Gwyndolin. He carries souvenirs of reprisal with him, and can be found near Guinevere's chamber. His mission was to punish sinners who contributed to Gwyn's conspiracy of the curse, and it's possible that Anastasia was not the first Firekeeper he murdered, as he is first found imprisoned in a cell at a parish of the Way of White, and near him is a Firekeeper soul resting in a corpse. He was caught by the followers of the religion and imprisoned for his crime. As stated in Dark Souls 1, the gods of Anorlondo fled. Guinevere, as the daughter of Gwyn, migrated to Lothric, a younger civilization. Despite the tortured appearance she displays when we meet her, her framing still mirrors the beautiful Guinevere we see in Dark Souls 1. There are numerous connections between Guinevere and Rosaria, such as the miracle that can be transposed through her soul, Guinevere's bountiful sunlight, her role as a motherly figure to the undead who serve her, and the quest line that ends with her soul being delivered to Guinevere's chamber in Anorlondo. I will conclude this video by addressing the claim that instances of asset reuse by FromSoft
Welcome. To start Leonard's questline, you need to go to Fireling's Shrine and talk to him there. He'll be leaning against Lothric's throne. Once you have, he will give you 3 cracked red-eye orbs.
Unkindled, are we? And fast on the trail of the Lords absconded. Then these red eyes are for you. Use them to pillage enemies, and briefly heighten your strength. For your duty, what else are unkindled ashes good for?
Now, the next steps in his questline require you to have a pale tongue. You can use the cracked eye orbs that he gave you to invade someone and kill them, but if you're playing offline and you don't really feel like struggling through the PvP thing, you can come through this way and grab the pale tongue off the corpse that's hanging over there. I think you get a set on the you get a starting class set on the right hand corpse, but this corpse right here has a pale tongue on it. Just grab it and bring it back to Leonard. And kill the Curse Rotted Greatwood as well while you're here. For that will trigger the next dialogue for him giving you the lift key. The next step in his quest is located in the High Wall of Lothric.
Well, hasn't it been some time? I'm Leon, the Ring Finger. Remember me? I slipped you those red eyes some time ago. You're making quite an effort of it, so I thought you might like to know. If you yearn for a proper red-eye orb, one that is uncracked, then kill the Dark Crates, survivor of the man swallowed by dark. He has been a prisoner for many ages, in the deepest cell in all. I can see it in your eyes. If you didn't invade, didn't pillage, whatever would you do?
Alright, so killing this Dark Wraith will yield a red-eye orb. And I screwed up heaps, but I'll find a way out of it. Basically, the red eye orb allows you to infinitely invade people without a limited amount of invasions, like the cracked red eye. And he can stay down there. And the next step in his questline requires you to have discovered Rosaria's Covenant and offered a pale tongue to her.
You found a proper red eye. Brilliant. I knew you were a dangerous woman. Now,
so it says on the wiki that you have to offer 1 Pale Tongue to Rosaria, but you cannot rank up until the next event happens, so I'm not sure about that. With me, it didn't really matter, but just keep that in mind. Asked to join the Covenant. Yeah, by far, this is my favourite Covenant out of all of them, just invasion-wise, but anyway. Offer a Pale Tongue, and after you've done that, Leonard should be standing by the entrance of this room. If he isn't, just save and quit, and he should be there. I didn't get a chance to light the bonfire here, but it's advised that you do, and then just exhaust his dialogue.
Ah, so you've chosen to serve Rosaria after all. She will be pleased with me for finding her another finger. But be warned, my friend. Rosaria's fingers need only fetch tongues for their mistress. Otherwise, we are free, unchained. Like Yellowfinger, you can choose to believe that all fingers share camaraderie, but do not force your romance upon the rest of us. Rosaria's fingers need only fetch tongues for their mistress. Otherwise, we are free, unchained. You are free to believe that all fingers share, but do not force your romance upon the rest of us.
Alright, next step in his questline requires you to have discovered the Profane Capital. Now, you can just light the Profane Capital bonfire and go and kill Yorm. But, yeah, it'd be good just to kill Yorm safe, and then, after this, you want to go back to Rosaria, and she'll be dead. Some fuck killed her. That slug has the Xanthus set, but, I mean, the Xanthus head and what he uses, that big axe. But grab this black eye orb, similar to the first game, you know what I mean? Little drawbacks. Head straight to Anor Londo and kill Aldrich. I've already killed him here, but once you've killed him, just save and quit the area, and then head into Guinevere's bedchamber. And you should get a prompt letting you to invade another person's world. And that's the dickhead that stole the soul of Rosaria. By far, Dark Souls 1 is the best looking, best playing, best fucking mechanical game in the series. When you feel the Black Eye Orb quivering, just use the Black Eye Orb to invade the fuckhead and kill him. Yeah.
Felt sorry for the poor thing and all her festering glory. Now you want to ravage her soul as well. I sowed the seeds, I'll prune the mess. I, Leonard, swear so on my vows to the gods. No one will despoil her soul. Certainly no beast left in human suffering. Enough for a sick beast. Blessed Rosaria.
Alright, after you kill Leonard, the fruits of your labor should yield a Crescent Moon sickle, or Crescent Moon blade, and his hat. You can buy the rest of his gear off the handmade in Firelink Shrine, and with Rosaria's soul, you can choose one of two things. You can either restore her and be able to respec and all that throughout this MG, or you can trade it with Ludleth to get the bountiful Sunlight Miracle. Alright guys, this concludes Leonard's questline. I won't be making videos for a while because I'll be going away and...
Software contradicts the lore of their games. All relevant examples of asset reuse by From Software were carefully thought about, and the assets in question were cohesively integrated into the game's story and world. For instance, it might seem strange to some that Gwendolyn shares his team with the Moonlight Butterfly. Why would such a random boss have the same team as a godlike character? But there is a deep meaning behind that deliberate choice of asset reuse. Both the Butterfly and Gwendolyn are creations of Sif, the alchemist, and so the track they share serves to tie them lore-wise. For a different example, the Stray Demon, who is an expanded version of the Asylum Demon, is repurposed as a boss for the entrance to Izalith. Like other species of demons, they are Titanite sculptures brought to life by the Chaos Flame. They were created to serve as military assets to Izalith, under the pretext of a cold war between their empire and Gwyn's. The Asylum Demon guards the exit of the prison complex to prevent the Chosen Undead from fulfilling his prophecy, for that would mean the end of the Chaos Flame, as much like many of the demons it birthed, it acts as a parasite to the sun. If the sun got drained, the Chaos Flame would be vanquished alongside it, which is exactly what we see happen by the time of Dark Souls 3. And in that game, the reuse of the Stray Demon is also significant, as it portrays the downfall of the demonic empire. The Capra Demon we find as the lower Undead Burg area too serves as a gatekeeper for the main passageway to Blystown, so that the Chosen Undead is halted from reaching the other Bell of Awakening. His reuse as an enemy of the Demon Ruins obviously takes the lore into account as well, as they were mass-produced soldiers of Izalith, and its entrance has to be protected by its military. And this is it for the video. Thank you for watching, and I hope it helped you understand the world and story of Dark Souls. My next big project that is being actively developed is a complete lore guide for the Dark Souls series. I will explain everything, leaving nothing major up to interpretation, and talk about every relevant detail, just like I did for Elden Ring and Demon Souls. As a brief aside, there is a clear difference between mystery and absolute ambiguity, and the overarching narrative of these games isn't purely ambiguous, but enigmatic. They are like mysteries to be solved through careful study and inductive reasoning. They are like books with overarching narratives that are deliberately obscured but can be comprehensively uncovered, not world-building projects that were written with no clear narratives in mind. And speaking of those videos, they will get remade in the near future. My aim with this channel is to solve the games made by From Software to perfection, analyzing them as masterpieces of literature, first and foremost. I will not rest until I've achieved the best results I possibly can.
Dobro jutro, dobar dan. Pavko? Ništa. Dobro.
O, dobro jutro Ilija, dobro jutro.
Zdravo.
Bio mi isključen mic, sorry.
Ništa.
Vidim, gaziš ga jako od ranog jutra, boga mi vidi.
Pa nije, probudio sam se u 5, gdje znaš. Probudio sam se u 5 bez nekog bitnog razloga. Planirao sam oko 6 da ustanem, ali jebem ga. Nije mi se spavalo. Jednostavno.
Ma meni slađi tako, brate, od ujutro nego da zaglavim kao Nenad, brate, cijelu noć. Ma džabe mu bilo.
Pa ja ću radije da se ustanem ujutro nego da ostanem do 5 ujutro budan.
Pa da.
To je obrnuta psihologija, bolje ne ranije. U ponoć odem da spavam pa se probudim 5-6. Nego da ustanem se u 10 sati i onda sam budan do 5. I šta sam uradio, zamenio sam dan za noć.
Pa da.
Ne.
Ma kurac, jel ja, nismo više toliko ni mladi,
Nije,
ne možemo mi...
kad sam bio klinac, onda sam igrao onaj lineage i tako te stvari, igrao sam ono do 2-3 posle ponoći, razumeš. Kad sam kao da treba da idem u školu i onda jebi ga, odeš u školu, ne ispavam. I onda sedneš na času istorije ili srpskog jezika, ono, najde sad je moguće. Sedneš na stolicu, nasloniš se i niko ti ne pite, samo spokuntaš. Nekad te profesor kao po mene da ćeš ispasti iz stolice, ali bože moj, to je rizik.
Haos.
Da. A moram da pogibem. Kako da pogibem? Nikako, partačim kroz sve neprijatelje.
Interesantno taj Yet Another Zombie Apocalypse.
A sad su stavili update za novog karaktera, ovaj mehaničar, ova ženska što ispaljuje zaleđenove granate. On ima kao neke robotiće, one mehaničar ekipe. Mada nije baš jasno njena klasa zato što imaš također i inženjera. Inženjer ima električne kao gadžete, on ima mehaničke. Slične su klase, ali drugačije funkcionišu. Ona radi...
Najavu za neki ili je DLC za Dark Tide jebot.
Ne znam da li je DLC ili update, šta je? Možda je kozmetika u pitanju, to što ti kažeš.
E pa ne znam, nešto jutros vide ko what the fuck?
A nije DLC, ja bih rekao da je update, oni izbacuju svako malo neke update tipa, znaš, novu mapu ili novi tip neprijatelja ili neki novi endgame challenge.
Sad će brat da ti kaže odmah o čemu se zapravo radi. Mali description u ovom mom konzolnom games feedu. Evo ovako.
Da.
Sad ću da ti kažem. Kaže New free update out March 25. At the end of last year, with all players will bring out 4 main updates to Warhammer 40k Dark Tide in 2025. It's time to announce our first release. Nightmares and Visions will be released across all platforms on March 25. Click to link to read more. Dark Tide i samo ima, brate, kao neki, ne vidim, jeste video, ali ne mogu ništa
da vidim. Ništa ne možeš da shvatiš. To zvuči kao neki VR trening misije. Razmišlja o tome kao onaj VR trening u onome Metal Gear Solidu, da radiš određene challenge.
Znam o čemu misliš.
Ne znam, morat ću da, ne želim previše da se time. Po onome što sam gledao, ili većina ljudi, čini mi se da taj tvoj KF3 ne može da se opravi. Čovjek koji je bio...
Ne vidjet ćemo, jebem u mater.
Čovjek koji je bio glavni, taj Jason Gibson, kako se zove, on je bio među co-founderima toga AAA Interaktiva i bukvalno su ga izgurali iz kako se zove, razvojnih tima.
Ozbiljno?
Da, navodno imao ne anti-abortus, već pro-life, kako se to zove, stavove političke tipa da u fazonu svako dete kao ono zaslužuje da bude rođeno, tako u tom fazonu, znaš, kao anti-abortus, tako nešto. Uglavnom, onako zove onaj band iz Killing Floor 2, Demon Hunter, to ti je hrišćanski rock band, u suštini. Čak su dve pesme koje su imale vokale u Killing Floor 2 zapravo imaju kao te neke pro-hrišćanske motive. Iako samo ime benda zvuči čudno, zapravo su kao u fazonu ono religiozni obojevi bili. I vlada zbog tako njegovih nekih radikalnih stavova i kao zato što je tad, kad je on dobio nogu iz tima, bila ta neka čistka, da kažemo, u tom IT sektoru, gde su svi ljudi koji su imali radikalne političke stavove bukvalno šutnuti. I, dakle, on ti više nije član te, da kažemo, ekipa koja je pravila Killing Floor 3. Tako da, možeš otprilike da vidiš da je dizajn samih nivoa, a ako su ostali nivoji kao što su ovi nivoji ovdje, ne znam.
Ma daleko ili od toga da mi se sviđa, mislim, nemoj
Nisam
mene
rekao da se...
pogrešno da me shvataš, ali, brate, voleo bi da uspe, voleo bi,
A, to je
majke mi
druga
bilo.
stvar šta bi ti hteo. Ljudi su hteli
Voleo bi da uspe ta priča.
da Counter-Strike 2 bude dobar. Onaj kao kako se zove nastavak, ono Counter-Strike Global Offensive. Ali... ne znam, živ bio. Oni to nazvali beta i kao u fazonu not final build i kao stvari se mogu promeniti, kao nemojte kao sudite ovome kao gotovom proizvodu, ali kao što rekoh, beta je nešto što je, to je samo sebi protiv reči, beta je nešto što je u suštini pred finalni proizvod, ne mogu oni puno toga da promene.
Nema šanse.
Znaš šta mogu da promene? Mogu da ti dozvole da svaki karakter može, umjesto da imaš ono da je svaki Foster, da je Commandos, onaj Ninja, da je kao melee klasa, da možda biraš klasu slobodno. To mogu da rade, ja mislim. Nije to nešto nije kao, pretpostavljam da to baš nešto nije super, možda one voice line-ovi neće biti ono dobri, ali mislim da to nije hard code, da ne zahteva ne znam koliko inženjeringa da bi sad promenio nešto u igri. To može vjerojatno se promeni, ostale stvari nisam siguran.
Ma teško.
Mogu da promene ono što sam ja rekao, FOV nema veze sa veličinom oružja. Model oružja je, kako sam ti zauzima mi 50% ekrana. Meni se prvo ne sviđa, razumeš, ne nikakav pregled, ja ne mogu da zamislim kako to izgleda, na primjer, zamisli sad uzmeš Steam Deck, igraš Kingdom Hearts 3. I koliki ti je ekran, do pola ekrana ti je oružje ogromno. I ti sad pokušavaš da vidiš šta se dešava na ekranu, ne možeš. Isto ono što si ti meni rekao da elementi UI ne znam koji si rekao igri da ti bukvalno blokiraju, da li Deep Rock Galactic?
Da.
Bukvalno ti zaklanjaju, znači ono ne vidiš šta radiš. I to baš nije idealno.
Uzeo sam jebene mine, konačno su permanentne, hvalim te kurcu.
Pa, ja mislim 2 puta smo mogli da ih koristimo ovako i oba puta su me, znaš, ne ubijaju one bog zna kako brzo, ima stvari koje ubijaju brže od tih strategijemova, ali tebi nekad ne treba da ih pobiješ, nego da zaustaviš rulju koja trči za tobom. A one to upravo rade. Naravno ako imaš gas na imuno delo gdje ti uletiš sam, to se ja radio, provuku sam ih par puta kroz polje.
Hoću da mu ujebem kevu.
Oni trče za tobom, a ti aktiviraš svaku minu, počnu da bauljaju levo-desno i tu su gotovi.
Bauljaju.
Pa kako to da opišem? Ne znam nije. Kako bi teo.
Samo skinovi, jebem ti skinovi. Imao je update, nekih 500 mega jutros kad sam upalio šani ovaj Path of Exile, šta li su updateovali, jebem li ga.
Jest, evo sad ja vidim kad sam upalio s tim.
Ništa nisam ni gledao, ni čitao.
Ne vidim da je ovo novi update.
Welcome to Build Showcase.
Evo da linkujemo u Nenadu. Dolazi. Kao što rekoh, sad videh, ono što sam ja primetio da te igra ne uslovljava da moraš na određeni način da igraš taj Path of Exile. Već možeš onako kako si ti zamislio. Međutim, dosta ljudi ne voli da misli. I to je okej.
Ja bi volao da mislim, ali ne kapiram ništa, ili?
Ne kapiram ni ja.
Kao magare.
A nema ne radi pogrešna osoba da je pratiš, zato što je on to već prešao preko tih nekih stvari, da kažem, koje ne zna ni Nenad sve, ajmo tako da kažem. Koliko misli da zna.
Loadout. Pazi ti, brate, ovo. Orbital gas strike. Heavy machine.
Da, mine.
Dog bread i mine.
To ja.
Yes.
To sam i ja s tim što sam... Ja sam zamenio heavy machine gun za kvazar Canon, na primjer. Ako igram robote.
Veći nivo, da, okej, naravno. I dobro, nije loš i na većim nivoima da se ima, generalno, nije loš.
Ili granatni lancer bi mu pomogao, ali nisam siguran da li sa granatnim lancerom mogu da fabriku pogodim, recimo sa strane da eksplodiram. Kvazar mi je ono kao snajper. Sa 300 metara gazim onaj fabriku i uništim. Čim izginem ovdje, ući ću u Helldivers 2, ako budeš ti tu.
Za sad sam tu.
Od sad igrao sam jednu mapu sat vremena, jer mi je pisalo recimo 5000 ability treba da refreshujem s cooldownom, da bi otjučao mehaničara, i to sam radio juče i danas. I tek sad sam otjučao ovoga mehaničara. Sad skupljam XP sa njom koliko mogu.
Ali cool je igra, vidiš, stvarno je cool, ono što sam vidio s tvog streama, meni ono deluje do jaja.
Dobro, na kasnijim, da kažemo, mapama i ako igraš ovaj endless mod koji ja igram, da se bukvalno batrgaš da te kasnije ne ubiju. Oni rade sve više i više štete i više njih dolazi i mini bossovima. Test izdržljivosti. Da bi trebalo da pogibem. Ajde. To. Koliko je ovaj bonus aktivan? 5 puta mogu da ga aktiviram. Dobro.
Idu ljudi.
O, dobro jutro.
Idu. Kako da ne idu?
Meni je prijatelju veče prošlo.
Radio trku.
Opet? Pa da. Ne opet, pa jedno.
Uopće nije u redu.
Pa ne radim večeras.
Kako ćeš da zaradiš za leba onda?
Da, to.
Ne znam, on je agent za nekretnine, oprosti, oni ne rade.
Dobre. Jaka priča.
Vrlo. Jeste, maksimum.
Ronim čovječ. Ne, ozbiljno, sad ronim.
Da, to nema tu zebanci. Ozbiljno se radi. Ili što bi rekao jedan kog se ja banuo s kanala, igraš NPC igru. Što sam ja ostao bez komentara kad sam to čuo. Ne znam kako da protumačim. Nisam siguran da li je bio kompliment ili uvreda. I probao sam da ga uputim na Twitch kanal Milana Belade. Rekao, ako hoćete da gledate PvP igrača u kako dominira, moj prijatelj trenutno nije online, ali mogu da ga pozovem.
Milan, dominator.
Da, ultimativni PvP igrač. Njemu fali dobočno onome auto 5 da onda stvarno dominira.
Milan, dominator, eksterminator.
Pa sjećaš se koje je njemu bilo oružje izvora u onome King of Floor 2? Nije teško za pogoditi. Pa onaj A12.
Ali tako beše?
Pa da, onaj shotgun što ima veliki magazin.
Seka Sweet, TTV Beam, Vodka Bot do mojeg jebati username i nickname i...
Ko ti je taj?
Nemam pojma. Ma ubacio public trojku sam i onako mogu da ih nosim sve na karu. Samo. 40 super kredita za sad, nije ne mogu jedan da vedim.
Jedino ako nisi kupio Killzone, onaj inventar, ono je jako skup.
Jesam, samo
sve si uzeo.
Puška mi fali.
Pa, naravno da nisi, jer sve je koštalo oko 2000, ako dobro sećam.
Nije. Jeste dosta, ali nije toliko.
Boga mi...
Samo mi puška fali.
Boga mi, Slavko, hoćeš da ti izračunam? Ima negde screenshot. Oko 2000 je sve koštalo, sve na gomilu. Sa sve armorom, kacigom. Armor, kaciga su ti bili po 500 svaki, čini mi se, puška 600. Skoro 2000, čovječe, vrem. Sad misli da je 1000 bilo. Čitav paket je bio blizu 20 evra. Ili 2000 super kredita, pa sad šta više voliš? Ja ako baš budem imao viška kredita koji sam, neću ni da otvaram novčanik za to. Ako budem nakupio, uzet ću nešto od toga. A ovako, dajem pare neću. Možda bi uzao onaj SMG, onu pušku. Ali, rekao sam ti, i onaj armor je okej, ali je mnogo model veliki. Izgleda, ne znam, kao one vrećaste pantalone izgleda na kratko. Baggy pants.
Kako dobar ovaj Scorcher ima sound, mamu mu jebem, uradili su ga.
Pa plazma puška.
Mnogo dobro. U zadnjem tiru u onaj Mobile Age, malo dobar je u priču.
Ma mislim daleko su ga stavili, ali osjećaš se ono dosta moćno kad dođeš do toga, razumeš, da si pukao 1000 i po 2000, ne znam koliko ti treba medalja za to, mnogo.
Tako nešto.
Kad se doučeš do kraja Mobilize i kad dobiješ njega kao nagradu, ono. Imaš i Purifier, ali ono nije ni upalo dobar kao. Navodno Purifier radi stun, to nisam znao. Ono što se chargeuje malo pa opališ. Kad mi piše Horde Evolve, aj jo, brale. Pa da, ako je bio buden čitavu noć, sad već spava, verovatno. Most likely. Nagađao gdje je to slučaj. Gledao sam sinoć na onom konstataciju da će Hunt da bukne sljedećim kao update-om. Kao koliko im dugo vremena treba da sad izbace bilo šta novo. U fazonu ljudi se nadaju da će to biti kao to, znaš, sad će svi problemi magično da nestanu, neće. Ali gledao sam pre neki dan broj, to bilo jučer prekjučer, broj igrača u proseku. Čini mi se da pada do 5000, ide do 15.000 vikendom. A to ti je onako, ne bi rekao da išta impresivno. I onda se ljudi bune da ne radi matchmaking, znaš. Pa ne može da radi matchmaking kad igraju ili ljudi koji kupe igru novu ili oni die hard fanovi. I onda kad neko ko je nov naiđe u lobby na čovjek koji ima 10.000 sati, razumeš, ovaj ga rasturi. Ja.
Zadnji 5-6 dana po 2-3 sata, 99% igrača su sve neki sa 30 do 100 sati.
Pa to je to, a koliko ti imaš sati?
Ja 3-7.
Pa to ti kažem. Ti sa 3000 i nešto sati do, ne znam, do ljudi do 10.000 naiđe na nekoga do 100 sati. Osim ako taj što ima, kažeš ti, do 100 sati, ako nije štrumf. Znaš.
Pola njih su bre sa novim profilima, znači gađaju svetski šampioni.
A ti sa novim profilima, kažem, smurfovi, vrlo moguće. Ako nisu čiteri smurf.
Ja prvih nedelju dana nisam znao šta igram uopšte, a ne šta gađam.
Pa ako ne izađeš odmah iz meča, ako potrošiš minut, 2, samo da vidiš šta radi. Ako se muči da ubije kera ili zombija, ako ga zombi iskasapi ili kerovi ga pojedu, znači da čituje. Tako. Ja sam jednom spektatovao lika koji je ono što kažeš ti šampion u gađanju. Pošto je počistio bio 2 ekipe, krenuo je bio na ekstrakt, kerovi su gubili. Nije moglo da se sastavi, razumeš, ono, da ubije zombije. Vjerojatno taj aimbot koji koristi ne radi na AI.
Čekiću bre upadamo u crku. Doma mi traje, bo kaže dole su, ja uskočim kroz onaj prozor pored vrata. On staje tu i pukne me duplim pištoljima 2 metka odmah i Toma krene od tamo od grobova, on krene kada glavnim vratima 30 metra, ovaj proviri kroz onaj prozor s rešetkama s jednim metkom sa duplim pištoljima.
A to može biti i sranja, ono, sreće. Ja sam vidio screenshot da je čovjek pukao čoveka na 150 metara sa caudal conversionom. Ne uppercutom, nego onaj kompakt koji košta $30. Pukao ga je sa pola mape ga je pukao. Sa sredine mape na Mamut Gulch. Sa rudnika negde na drugo brdo. I onda kao, da li je ovo moguće? Kao u fazonu... I onda mu oni napišu da Crytek nije update-ovao uopšte statistike u prodavnici i da svako oružje ima neograničen headshot omet, dok god možda pogodiš. Zanimljivo.
I found something.
Čudi me da Vlada nije na godišnjem. On kad god se ne osjeća da mu se ide na posao, ne ode. To još nisam čuo za tako mesto u državnoj instituciji.
Šta ne radi ti se i ne odeš, a?
Po tome što sam čuo, njega tako ispada.
Ajde mojega.
Mislim, radi u državnoj instituciji, tako da mi je... Manje više razumem šta mi kaže. Mislim, znaš kako kad god dođeš na šalter da nešto uradiš, oni su na pauzi.
Otprilike.
Je li tako? Ili su na pauzi, ili žao mi je, šalter radi do 2. Kažeš, pa sad je 1. A znate, imamo papirologiju da sredimo. I onda ne radi. Da, ima i toga. Jednostavno se ne osjećaju kao da im se radi. Radno vreme je do 2, on će biti tu do 2, ali da li će primjer slučaje, majok, boli ga kurac. Pa mislim, to imaš u MUP-u, na primjer, odeš bilo je da sam, radim do 2 sata u Topoli i ja izađem ranije sat vremena, kažem Ćaletu da je pokupi, odemo u MUP u 1. Ne možeš ništa da uradiš tamo na šalteru, već u 1 ne radi. Oni ne rade, ali do 2 radi. Nema veze. Oni ne primaju više stranke. Pa ima toga, tu je samo jedna služba. Zato sam rekao, nije im čudo kako, kažem, kad mi Vlada je to rekao, sam. Po zonu, ne radi mu se taj dan, mu se ne ide na posao, on, ne znam, javi na posao i ono kao neće doći, to je to. Izio Vuk Magarca. Kao po zonu ne moraš da dođeš. Tom stilu sam shvatio da mu je tako. Isto tako i kod lekara, odeš kod lekara u 7 sati, 8.
Bravo. Ajde, veš.
U 10.
And?
U 10. Nisi me čuo prvi put kad sam rekao 10, ali? Rekla je majka kad sunce izađe oko 10 sati.
Sad?
Ja sam mogao u 6, ja sam ustao u 6. Mogao sam u 6 to doraditi. U 6 sam mogao to doraditi.
Raši.
Evo za 10 minuta.
Odmah, mačke će da piša napolje sa sebi.
A što si ga iznio napolje? Udeću ga, uneću.
Ajde.
Za 10 minuta.
Ajde, izbači.
Gaša.
Raširimo.
Ma u redu.
Ajde, izlazi.
Hoću. Samo čim ti izađeš napolje.
Ajde, izlazi ti.
Kreni prvi.
Neću, no ti.
Onda ne moraš. Ako ti je ladno. Ti je ladno?
Ne, vruće.
Pa onda.
Vruće mi, sam je vruće. Do malo prije kad sam se živo, ti češeš muda.
Ne češem ja ništa, rekao ste stao se u 5.
Ajde.
A oni su otišli na posao pola 6. Ja. Mogao sam u 5 sati da raširim veš. Ja znaš? Mogao sam. Moment.
Prepare to exterminate.
MRWRQ. Welcome to my channel.
Se ove nove radelke već pojavile u prodaji.
Koliko pare?
Mnogo. To 10.000 u BT grupu, brate. A kao $600 na ovim preporučena malo prodajna cena. Baš i nije odlično. kontaš?
Ništa ne kontam. Koliko pare, čoveče?
110.000, kažem, preporučena maloprodajna u svetu $600, što baš i nije logično, znači, opet duplo više kod nas.
Pa dobro, lepo, lepo. Šta da kažem?
Jest.
Very nice catch.
Vrlo, vrlo.
GG.
Meni ne trebaju ti, kako se zovu, super samplovi, ali ako igram sa ljudima, gledam da im pomognem da naći.
Pa naravno.
Volio bi da je neko meni pomogao. Kad sam ja igrao, nego x puta gledam, razumeš, mečeve da ljudi ono daju gas. Čim su radi glavni objektiv, ono kao izlazi se odmah smrta. Ma kakvi sporedni objektivi, point of interest, ništa.
To je debilno skroz.
Pa mislim, ako ćemo to da radimo, mogu tako da završim svaki meč. Prvi se ja fokusiram na glavnu misiju, mogu da radim glavni objektiv za ispod 10 minuta. Za 5 minuta mi je rekord bio da sam to uradio. I to su ti oni kompleksni objektivi da ti treba da Da pokupiš nešto i dođeš na drugi kraj mape. Eto, taj mi neka treba 5 minuta. Nikakav nije problem speedrunovati igru. Problem je kad hoćeš zapravo ili da pokupiš samplove, ako ti trebaju samplovi. Meni ne, ali novim igračima da. I onda mi nije jasno, kažem ti vidim ih 15. i 20. level sve razumeš i gledaš što pre izađu s mape. A upgrade-ovi koštaju boga oca za brod. Odeš na brod, nema ništa napravljeno. Kukurac.
Retardirano.
Mislim, ono, kad se završi misija, dovučete kod njega, znaš, u lobby. I... ništa, razumeš. Ono što kažeš ti, ono dek, razumeš kako mu izgleda, dek prazan. Ništa nije unapređeno, ni onaj deo za one, kako se zovu, ni za amuniciju, ni ono za bombe, ni za... ništa nije predano.
Svašta je, evo.
Pa bilo je tako, razumeš, ono... Ako se ja potrudim da mu nađem ono, samplove, ono, uzme samplove, ako, ono, uopšte niko...
Niđe veze.
Pa nisam ja host je neko drugi i onda, razumeš, odlučujem ja, hoće se ostati na mapi ili ne.
Zato je gospodin Jovanović host.
To ti ako hoće da odigram meča, ne igram se sam. Onda kao joinujem se kod njih, a ako hoću da uradim konkretno sam nešto, onda sam hostujem, da.
Deploying, kaže, deploying YAZS minefield.
Svaki 100 sekundi, ako si unapredio cooldown.
Jesam, sve meni u full unapređeno. Nema više gde.
Pa ima ako daju novu turu upgrade-u. Ne mora da bude ništa ni posebno jako. Može, na primjer, ono lični radar da ima plus 10 metara ili recimo da ti pokaže patrole gde će da se spomenu. Sitne stvari, ne mora ništa krupno. Recimo da ne moraju čak ni da nam daju trenutno prigušivače, kao što rekao će staviti prigušivače kao opciju za oružje. Mogu samo ti pokaže gde će se spomenu patrole, znaš da se neko pojavi patrola random ispred tebe i krenu da idu ka tebi, naravno.
Da.
Samo da imam taj neki finalni upgrade, recimo da mi pokaže, ne mora ni svaku patrolu, svaku treću patrolu da vidim gde će da bude, pa samo da zaobiđem, da nema se borim sa svima. Nije problem na level 3 difficulty 4, problem je na level 6, kad ta jedna patrola ima, ne znam, 2 hulka ili hulka i tank. Ako igraš, na primjer, onu Major Horde koju se ja igrao, onda su ti i na level 6 difficulty, na level 3, 4, svaki taj kao spawn ti ima jače jedinice nego što bi inače trebalo. Jer kao, invazija. Oho. Imam 3 kristala. Lepo.
To kad volim kad nađem radar u startu, sve se upiškam od treće.
Ja volim kad ga nađem na kraju. Pored ekstrakta.
To znam, da.
I ono, znaš, a već sam, ajde da sam ono radio glavni objektiv i kao ću samo od sampla da odnesem, pa kao okej, ajde, našao sam ga. Ne, nego sve istražim, ono što se može i otvorim radar kao wow, i dobijem još jedan POI. Bilo super korisno da sam ga našao odmah, znaš, ne na kraju.
Pa ja ti kažem da je meni sad super korisno.
Ako ga vidiš odmah, da. Bilo je puta kad sam pao na super samplove. Na metar od super samplova ili u kontejner, ono, kada smo ja i ti igrali. Pored 100 super kredita.
Ono je bilo epski.
Vrlo epski.
Session map updated. Okay.
Retko loš film sam gledao sinoć.
Ozbiljno.
Mislim, kapiram da Nicolas Cage je glumac i da njega boli kurac kako će film da uspe na kasi ili neće. Da je već ono došlo do toga nekog stadijuma. Kada ono mu je bitno koliko će da mu plati kinta, nego, razumeš. Ali... Postoji određena tačka kad ljudi neće ni tetri gledaju film, kada ono kao okej, ovo je Nicolas Cage, kaže on je bukvalno kežgare film i ono ološ. Čovjek je samo stavio svoje ime, razumeš, da su mu dali, ne znam, milionče. Ostatak filma je tipa ono B klasa. Takav ovaj bio film koji sam gledao sinoć. Da nije bilo njega kao toga nekakvog kvazi serijskog ubice, film bi bio trubadur. Njegov performans je malo pomogao filmu, ali ne puno. Što jako malo ima i pisanog dijaloga i taj karakter toga kao serijskog ubice uopšte nije ono, razrađen. Već više objašnjeno, on je kao đavolov kanal. Ne zove ga ni đavo, nego ga zove Mr. Downstairs ili gospodin ispod stepeništa. I kako on sebe naziva u tom filmu? I'm a friend of a friend of a friend. Ja sam prijatelj. Kad ga pitaju kao da li se poznajemo, on kaže ja sam kao prijatelj, kao, mislim, niko, ništa. Bukvalno. I 2 sata filma gledam, razumeš, ono kao krimi priču koja se odvija i ta glavna junakinja, taj kao detektiv FBI-a sa tim par psihološkim moćima ima nekakvu kao partnerski odnos sa tim svojim nekim šefom crncem i tu vidiš njegovu, ali osjećaš se da je sve, ja osjećam da je usiljeno, razumeš, bukvalno, ne znam, on nju od prvog momenta, razumeš, kao sedi kao u fazonu da pričaš mi o tome i onda oni pričaju, ne znam, slučaju i onda on se zapije u kafani i kao ja treba kao u fazonu ne mogu ovako da vozim i onda kao ja ću te voziti, bukvalno osjećaš da je ovo kao neko kao to mora se desi i onda on nju odvede kući i onda ona kao je dobro idem, kaže ona ne, kaže sad kad si došao kao sad možeš da upoznaš moju porodicu i oni se kao upoznaju i kao pričaju ovo ono, a vidiš da nema niđe veze. I onda, ne znam, njihova ćerka pozove ovu detektiva na rođendan i onda opet kao zašto je ovo bitno. Da bi na kraju filma skontao da, ne znam, taj neki vrhunac zaplata se desi, ne znam, u toj kući kao toga detektiva i njenog partnera, gde on, ne znam, poludi za posljednjeg đavo štali i onda ona, ni ne vidiš kad je ubio svoju ženu, nego kao čuješ iz kuhinje neko nože da seče meso. I onda on ulazi u dnevnu sobu sav krvavi i ona mu kaže stani i on kao krene prema njoj i prema kao detetu i ona ga bam, ubije. A mala sve vreme je ono katatonična. Ima ta neka porcelanska lutka koja kao ono širi zlo oko sebe. U njoj je kao esencija toga, kao serijskog ubice. I umjesto da uništi lutku, ona bukvalno, ne znam, ubije toga policajca kao njenog partnera i što znači taj isti koji je kao, pošto lutka po sami sebi nije zla, već je kao taj serijski ubica koji je kao ne znam, crnom magijom kao začara te lutke, a to ti inače lik Nicolasa Cagea. On je imao kao saučesnika koji je saučesnik majka od glavne junakinje. I onda ima neka glupa priča da je kao taj serijski ubica došao u njenu kuću kad je ona imala, ne znam, 10 godina i dao njenoj majci kao ponudu da mu kao pomogne ili će kao ubiti. I onda je ona bila saučesnik čitav niz godina tom kao dollmakeru, kao lutkaru. Nebulozna priča. A ona je kao mala potisnula kao pamćenje da uopšte poznaje njega.
Ajde mojega.
I onda kao, wow, znaš, kako se ono film razmotao, shvatiš da su sve gluplje i gluplje i gluplje i gluplje. A i gluma na kraju, razumeš, tačno se vidi da kao da su glumci, razumeš, isto bili ono smoreni samo kao da završe film, kao znaš da idu dalje. Bukvalno tako sam se osjećao. Toliko, razumeš, scenariju Nebulosa. Prvih sat vremena bilo gledivo, mislio sam da kao okej, ovo je nešto kao ono kad jaganjci utihnu, ma kakvi.
Nema ništa.
Ma jo. Nije ni objašnjeno ono kao Soto, kao objašnjeno u fazonu kao Soton je kao zaposeo toga lutkara i kao pod Sotoninom kao rukom on je kao te lutke zamađijao i ti koji kao dođu u kontakt s lutkama kao postanu ono ubice. S tim što počine to kao ubistvo i onda ubiju sami sebe. I on je to kao radio, ne znam, 15-20 godina unazad. I kao nikoga nikad nije hvatio. A lik je ono, apsolutno jeziv, razumeš? I ono izgleda kao pacijent, na prvi pogled izgleda kao pacijent za mentalnu instituciju. Šta god. Mislim, rekao mi je drugar jedan, da kažem nije nešto film. Kaže, iako Nicolas Cage glumi, kaže nije nešto film. Ja ono kao, nije onda toliko loš. Da, vrlo je loš. Mislim, ako hoćeš da pogledaš ga kao način da nekoga zajebeš, ono, da, to nije loše. Da nekom drugaru loše izreklamiraš film, da kažeš da je kako dobar film. I kao čekaj da vidiš kaj ima da se iznenadiš. I onda ga gleda do kraja iz konta, kao u fazonu, gde sam ja vreme. Dobro, ja sam ga gledao iz 2 puta. Gledao sam prvo sat vremena, za malo nisam zaspao prvih sat vremena. I onda sam pauzirao, rekao aj pogledat ću do kraja. I onda sam sinoć pogledao do kraja. Bolje da sam ostao na tome, ko zna šta se desilo, znaš. Bar bi mislio da sam propustio dobar film.
Propa živa, brate.
Pa, to mi je bilo manje više postalo jasno iz par filmova koji sam gledao prethodnih Nicolasa Cagea, da je on zapravo, on to radi mehanički, ono, razumeš, kao profesionalac. Oni su njemu platili da se on pojavi u filmu, on se pojavio u filmu.
Nebulozno, nema šta.
Ima kvalitetnih načina da se potroši vreme. Brat. Čime se najveći DPS uradio sa Turetom i sa Nitroganom.
Moje 1A.
Radiš C, ja? Imate li mjesto u tom lobiju?
Ja sam sam, brate.
Sad ću ući.
1B. Evo ga. Pa jebote. Sve sam oslepeo, motorao sam čovjek.
Oslepo sam. Oslepo sam. Slušaj, nije smešno kad čovjek ostara, znaš.
Ma gdje je smešno?
Kad postane zabran također.
To je tek?
Ja. Dobro. Kako imam fajna.
Ko vi?
Okay. Here I come, here I go.
Dogma 2 on the horizon. More.
Ovu igru sam vidio ranije. Ja, ovo je jedna od onih Souls-like. Ja. Dobro, šta god.
My lips. That game will be one of the best RPGs ever made. Frog Fractions is a browser-based edutainment game developed by Twinbeard Studios for the Adobe.
Super art, our home.
Allied coordinates locked. Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
Imao tebe da se ogrebem za taj zaprašivač za komarce. Samo da znaš.
Normalno.
Koliko je velika mapa. Mapa je...
Ma super bre, farmujem odlično je. Na trojku super je.
Relativno mala.
Ha, dobro.
Pa vidio sam radius, ono, pogledao sam koliko je velik.
Negdje mi je promakao i...
Ne pitaj zašto sam 99. level. Random sam ulećio u meče od ljudi, razumeš? I zato sam 99. level.
Šta si radio s levelom, izvini, to sam poziv.
Random sam ulećao u mečeve, daj mi toga bota svega. Hvala.
Negdje sam, a prošao sam bunker, ali nisam uzeo, moram poslije da vidim, sjetit ću se gdje je.
Evo ti ga ovdje, tu si bacio supply, aj za mnom.
Jeste, tu sam i supply i beacon.
I opet niko nije ušao. Bezveznjaković.
Ja kažem, pustim dete da si igru.
Kažem, cico lezi, ona nije htjela da lego jedno selo.
Ronimo. Ne vidim ništa.
Gledaj mapu, bar nemaš EMP da ti blokira mapu. Zapravo si za mene, da.
Evo, jedan mrtav je ušao. Dead.
I would suggest taking the armor with a gas resist if you don't want to choke. Nesretnik ne zna da još.
Ide gas.
Ako bude natrčao na gasne mine, ima baš da ide gas. Ali gasne mine mogu da se izbegnu, znaš. Dok kad legneš na nagaznu minu regularnu, tu već nema leda.
Evo.
Welcome, welcome.
Zato i uvijek ostavim ovako ovdje ovaj sample. Ne kupim ga i naš, i onda po tome mogu da se orijentišem.
Nije samo sample, baciš supply, jednostavno.
Pa ili supply, na primjer, je tako. Jel ima li šta?
Ma, popao sam se gore ko idiot.
Get some! Get some!
Čekaj sad, gdje smo ovdje, je sve očišćeno. Pa da, tamo gdje sam Markovo. Dobro, bar im je prošlo ovaj jebeno oluje.
Hello, Dr. Doom.
Marking location.
Yes.
Don't need it. Hold position. Affirmative.
Don't engaging, hold it, hold position.
Calling down a sentry.
Punpaj.
Calling down fortifications.
Calling down fortification.
Ne znam koliko si ti bacao mine, ali ne vjerujem da si manje nego ja.
Manje.
Da. Ti ideš onom umerenom teorijom.
Da.
Ja to agresivno radim, čak i ako
ne
sponuju patrole, a dobro, mislim nije da me to daje. Čak i ako se pojavi patrola, random nagaze na mine, tako da... Ono... Roger that.
Requesting supplies. Sending down equipment package. Supplies.
Greška što nisam uzeo auto. Ne bi uzeo machine gun center, nisam znao da je opet i velika mapa. Opet ima da se šipče.
Ma velika je bre, ja sam ti rekao, ti kažeš nije nešto.
Ja sam gledao kao na onom overview i rekao nije overview. Kurac moj.
To ti pričam. Gde su?
Sample.
Yes.
Ja se nadam da je bunker.
Ovo nije.
Ne.
Vi se nadajte, ali nemojte mnogo.
Tagging map. South. 100 meters.
Kad mi je ovako dao ovo sranje, ubio bi se.
Calling down fortification. Calling down a sentry.
Ovaj će da nas napusti uskoro, samo gledaj.
Misliš?
A, nešto ga merkam, sumnjičava.
Tagging map. Southeast. 100 meters. Bug tunnel breach. Requesting orbital strike. Yeah.
Watch for the gas, watch for the gas. Bum. Šta si to ovdje ostavio, pitam se. To bunker ovdje.
Ne znam.
Staje se sampla. I kontejner.
Marking location. Sample.
Medals.
Dropping a pin. South. 100 meters.
Au.
Support weapon inbound. Requesting sentry.
Support weapon.
Requesting orbital strike. Requesting fortifications.
Deploying minefield.
Calling in orbital strike.
Firing gas strike.
Thanks.
Ništa. U lejcu. Dok su mamljeni.
Goreš ja.
Affirmative.
Imamo li još šta? Nemamo mi više ništa.
Tagging map. West.
Yep.
100 meters.
Job done. Job done. Dobro.
Calling down a sentry.
Down.
Suvišan je ovaj centri. Oni ne mogu ni pored gasa da prođe, ne pored centri. Overkilli. Mislim, ne baciš prvo gasnu bombu pa centri pored. Znači, ne mogu ni da priđu centri zato što udaraju nasumično u stranu.
Ja sam srećen, ubacili su gasne mine i ja sam srećen.
Vrlo.
Yes. Super. Svirali su kurcu i onako do sad mogli su to da nam daju odmah.
A ucenjivali su nas, uradite ovo, uradite ono.
Kao drolje su nas pukli.
I onda su se igrači i kao uradili smo. Nisu očekivali da smo to kupali.
Nesrećnici, Southeast, you know...
Done.
Down fortification.
Call it. Glava sad. Ovo je katastrofu navi, gledaj. Sve jednu gasnu minus aktivirali.
Smrt. Lele.
Bugs, south. Requesting sentry. Say hello to the
Ovo je kasapnica dole.
Lele. Ne, ovo je odličan anti-stres, majke.
new mag.
Ilija, ja sam jednom nogom
This is not even a challenge.
Jel vidiš? Vidiš moj patavrljak od noge, pogledaj.
Hvala ovo je. 11. level. Izvoli sam Polislav.
Tagging location. Affirmative.
Razumnik patrol duty.
Calling down fortification.
Pelican 1 landing sequence initiated. Watch where you're standing.
Going in an orbital strike.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Requesting orbital strike.
Vidio sam šta bacaš. No to sam iskočio ustrano.
Yes, baby, yes. Odličan je da ti kažem, ova planeta za sada, brate, nije da je odličan, nego je fenomenalna za farming. Ja sam iz 2 partije 90 kredita izvukao krvu
Farming
jebe.
simulator.
Ne, fenomenalno. Taman malo da se refreshujem s kreditom.
Da. Znaš što se to troši u kredite, pitam se.
Kozmetikice?
Nema toliko kozmetike u storu koja imam kredit. Nema toliko dobre kozmetike, imaš 30 varijacija Explosive Armor. 20 ovi što imaju Reduce Recoil. Bukvalno 4 ista armora, sad isti pasivima.
Lele, vidi ovog lika, krv ti jebem, 123 level. Koji će kurac on s nama?
Ne znam. Welcome to the farm fest. Enjoy your ride.
Okay.
Pretty good.
Pretty big.
I joined in the middle of the drop-in.
Yeah, well, we couldn't wait for you anymore, sorry.
That's okay.
Mission coordinates locked. Engaging orbital.
So do you think we will succeed in any of the ammo?
Nope.
Yeah, me too.
Orbit
Me neither. Almost every Illuminati major order was failed, so no surprise.
Yeah.
What about here?
Oh, so you are a gas diver also.
I love the gas. It's so much fun to use. And I use a primary flamethrower just to turn off the heat a little.
Yeah, if they could make interaction that the gas is actually flammable.
It would be very fun explosions constantly.
Yep. Especially if you can trigger the mines at the same time.
Exactly.
To su ljudi predlagali da se napravi, da onaj zeleni gaz da može se zapali.
Je lik na PSN-u ili je lik na Steam?
Ne, teško je reći.
Da ga dodam ako je na Sony.
Ti mi reci.
Šta bre ovo čoveče, boži, baš u baru da padne. Ja to nisam zaslužio.
Calling in orbital strike. Calling down fortification. Requesting advanced weaponry.
I'll bring the canister into the extraction point.
Well, that was my idea, but okay. I have a free backpack slot.
Yeah, but I'm already holding it.
Okay.
Šta je rekao ili ja nisam ga čuo i on je...
Već je uzeo kanister sa bubom.
Aha, okej.
I can give you a lift.
I mean, that would be nice.
Yep. There are certain individuals that doubt my ability to drive in straight line.
I mean, you do have a tendency to run into walls.
Yes. Oh, we did play together, so you must know.
Yeah. Yes. I have pinged the extraction already.
200 meters. Affirmative.
To my defense, there is no like a clear way to stop the car completely.
Spacebar.
Yeah, but it slowly goes like, you know.
Znači PC, nek se jebe I ti on, tako da mu kažeš.
I now have a big fuck off gun.
Oh. So you didn't bring a support gun? Ah, I see.
No, I never do.
I see. So you scavenge.
I am a very good scavenger, yes.
Well, the only thing you cannot, like, how do I say this? Like, there is no guarantee you'll find is a backpack. You'll find the autocannon with no backpack, or a spear without a backpack, and you're fucked.
Yeah, but I always bring the gas god dog.
Oh.
Tagging map, south, 100
When
meters.
it chooses to land.
Requesting fortifications.
I'm going to go to that point afterwards.
Oh,
You
so
can
you
go
wanna
wherever.
go? Yeah, yeah. Okay,
Yep.
okay. Fair enough.
Requesting orbital strike.
So this is like every individual for himself. No, not really a challenge.
Yeah, it's not really a challenge.
Nope. What I find challenging is playing with like a full lobby of people like under level 30 that after doing like a mission objective they immediately go to exit, and challenge is like trying to convince them to stay and actually scavenge for, you know, like something useful. That's a challenge.
Yeah, I usually just go with them because they don't understand even if I tell them not to call stuff in.
It's fine to call evac, you know, for later, but you don't need to really like leave map immediately.
Calling in orbital strike.
There we go. I've now turned them on. Push to talk. So I can just talk now.
Yeah, this is fine.
Makes it a lot easier. Oh, cool. I found a bunker.
Oh, Slavko, man
Yes.
found a bunker.
Ja sam malo zauzet, jel ja, znaš?
I am just gonna put a ping on it.
Wait. I'll be there in a second with the car. Oh, I
Okay.
also turn on the open mic.
Yeah, makes it a lot easier.
Does it make like a lot of static noise from my side?
Nope, not at all.
Okay. I know there are like people that don't mind the open mic, but some people are like, oh, turn it off, and I was like always wondering, is it
Oh, it's
noise?
a lot of people. A lot of people are either picking up background noises and stuff like that.
Yeah,
and it can get quite
that's
annoying.
yeah, that's what I was wondering. Like, some people like have a television like set, TV set, and that makes you know feedback.
Or someone is talking to someone in the background.
Yep.
That's usually very annoying too. Medals and requisition slips.
Yeah. What we all like.
Yes. What is completely full in my bank.
Yep. Like the only good use of it would be
The DSS.
Yeah, the DSS if you care about the DSS.
Dropping a pin, northeast.
I see
300
a
meters.
small thing over there that's
Can
there's
you-
still like a buckle.
Can you pin it with the green? You
I did.
already did. Okay.
Yep.
Oh, it's right in front.
Oh, here's another.
Right about now. The front.
And then there's another one on the ping too.
Hmm.
Oh, there's also one there.
Yep, in front.
Okay, that was one of them. There's a whole other one still on the ping. Jesus Christ.
I would think that my friend actually speedrun it. Yes, you did.
Snake!
Yes,
To je to.
my codec is ringing in the background.
Yeah, I realize that.
Oh,
shit.
sorry for the gas.
Gas mines.
Yes. Well, we did kinda... Ah, I see. If you can cover me, I can pop my head and just do this.
Already done it.
Wait, why is this red still?
50 meters. That's just because of the area. There's just a lot of enemies here. But there's another one further ahead.
Wait, I can do something about it.
Oh shit.
Calling down fortifications!
Wait, how are you calling down fortifications from inside the vehicle? That's a thing we can do now?
Yeah, you can do that. You can, let me explain you like this. Every time, like, enemy, like, open a bridge, I would usually, like, type the orbital, what's it called, orbital napalm, and throw down the spot where they spawn, and just move away from the car and, you know, they're cooked. So, how it works, you go to like a driver's seat for normal, you know, and you press C on a keyboard, I don't know about the controller, and it would switch you to the, like, look, like this. And you don't have to actually exit. You can easily kill stalkers like that without them, you know, jumping on you. Yep.
Yeah. I see a big ass fucking red spot right there.
Okay.
Opening a pit, north, 300 meters.
So if you're using a car, you can, depending on difficulty, you can mop up a map really fast.
Yeah, depending on how good you are at driving too.
Yeah. Well, driving quick and driving safe are like two different topics. Usually the faster you drive, the easier it is to, you know, flip the car. And the flipping car isn't a problem, the problem is flipping it back on the wheels. And
Calling in orbital strike.
that, and
oh,
Requesting fortifications.
well, there is no driver inside, so.
Those gas mines.
Oh, mine. So I would usually throw the gas and get inside with either grenade launcher or a crossbow.
Yeah.
And no brain.
It's just gone after that, yeah. It's still showing up as red on the
Tagging map,
this
northeast,
thing over here.
100 meters.
So, give me a second.
Hello, Nena. Hello.
Dobro jutro, dobar dan. What's up, Nenare? Hey, bebe. Najjači sam ovdje Ilija Svegi bio.
Now here is the problem. When somebody jumps on a Discord that we are using, then it gets weird if I'm gonna talk to them, so I switch to push to talk again. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
A znam za ovaj nije to.
Oh! Oh! They open a hole.
Yeah, I realized that.
Requesting orbital.
why I'm sitting up here, sitting in the car.
Oh my god. They were maimed by the poison, but they still keep attacking randomly.
Yeah.
Can some of you drop me a, what's it called, drone?
Yeah.
Democracy has landed.
There you go.
Thank you.
Can someone give me a stim, because I only have one leg apparently.
Yeah, wait.
Thank you.
Oh.
Calling down supplies.
Yeah, recuperi hvala.
I'm way more used to being way more chaotic when sandstorms and stuff hits.
Oh yeah, depending on the level of difficulty, it can be super chaotic. Like a random patrol of like 5 heavies or something like that. Well, apparently all melee weapons bypassed any armor protection that enemy have. I didn't know that.
I did.
There was like a video breakdown of like a guy explaining how the armor work. Tesla. And the only thing that he said about the melee weapon was, oh yeah, there is no armor penetration or breaking points or durable damage. It just bypasses all the armor mechanics.
Šta ili provjeravaš da li sam rupe zatvorio?
There is one hole left.
Yeah.
Yeah, the area wouldn't be red.
Evo.
Provjeravam. Ne provjeravam. I know. And there is one more. No, okay, we're clear. Okay, you can take that car if you want to scout a bit more, and we'll take this
I just
separate.
wanted to go around to pick you guys up.
Well, thanks. Are you like?
I'm trained to drive.
Oh yeah. Then drive. We can cover more ground if you don't flip. Yeah, just drive randomly a bit and see if you can like spot any POI. But watch that you don't fall out of the map. It happens to me like tens of times.
Yeah.
Found something.
Oh, I found a POI.
Yep.
Extraction is available.
Slips and medals.
Found something.
Super credits.
Oh. Oh my lord. That's a find. Thank you.
Yep, and I pick up any sample I find too. Something over there.
Čovjek koji ne prevrne auto, nego ga uzme da samo da se vozi okolo. Palim te kurcu.
No, I did not need to get out.
100 meters.
100 kredita, brate. Ti kažem, bre, evo 200 kredita se naparam u sata, čovječe. 180, 90, sigurno.
Another fallen ship.
Oh, did you check on those like it's fairly new POI where there's like a broken ship with a cargo container?
Oh yeah, those usually come in on bigger maps.
Yeah, but I didn't pay attention on them, but I noticed them like after 300 hours of like me playing.
Yeah. Oh shit. Fall over car.
Yep. Do you want to pick up?
Precision slips and medals. Yay.
It would be cool if they had like an option to like at least, you know, approach a tire or whatever, like a back part of the car and just like push it, you know, front somehow.
Yeah. Turn it over. Oh, I found a sieve artillery.
Oh.
I can deal with that.
You can? Okay.
Yeah. I'm used to doing these alone on fucking level 10, so I should be able to do it. Difficulty.
Well, on level 10 Illuminati though.
I'm used to playing bugs and buds and Illuminati on level 10.
Bunker.
So this is basically a walk in the park.
Supplies.
The level 6 Illuminati, like a Sith, can be not impossible but challenging because of the sheer amount of zombies attacking.
Yeah.
Non-stop. Non-stop.
2 turrets, all you need. Not even turrets, 2 turrets and gas grenades.
Well, I guess the gas grenades... Well, wait, gas grenades without the armor, you know, like immunity?
Without the gas armor, yeah.
Oh. That's Volt. That's Volt.
Tagging map. Northeast. 100 meters.
What was it?
Gospodin Ilija Kosović. Netris. Da lobijem.
Static field or smoke? We'll do static field.
You decide.
Well, there's 1 mini nuke and 3 napalms.
Okay. It would be cool if we found it like the nuke earlier, but now it's, you know.
That should be
dropping a pin. West. 200 meters.
Za Sašu Popovića.
Saše više nema, tako da je taj vic loš ostario.
Pa jebi ga. Dobra, ajde onda. Za Grand.
Za Grand i Sašu Popovića. Hey!
Oh.
Archangel.
Yeah, you have a tendency to pump the tires if you do that though, so...
Well, better to have car without tires than don't have car at all.
Yeah.
Tagging map.
It also takes down the durability of the vehicle, so...
I see, I see.
Noga.
I keep telling my friend not to sit behind the machine gun because I like driving on a roof.
Yeah.
But we all know that.
Oh god, oh god. Come on. Nope.
You flipped again?
Yep.
This time terminal.
Yes, this time terminal.
Okay.
I shot my shot a little bit too close to the thing.
Oh.
Too close to the car.
Viš nisam znao, uzme granatni lancer da ga malo obrne, znaš. You might want to stay clear of that.
Nah.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, good morning.
I think we're about to extract, if I'm not mistaken.
Morning.
I just need 18 kills with the stalwart and my personal mission for the day is done.
Fair enough.
Yeah, whatever you can kill, go ahead. So we'll refrain from shooting. Slavko, puti čovjeka da puci. Slavko, stani! Prestani.
I'll just pick up the... you got 2 up here with us. 83.
Ej, jebem ti.
Jel ti čuješ mene? Slavko! I said stop shooting bugs! Did you not hear me? Yes.
83, there's 2 right there.
Calling in extraction.
I mean, we don't have to board. We can wait for your like 20 kills.
Yeah. There is a buckle on the other side, E3.
Really?
Yeah.
On your pin?
12 more.
Oh, the bug breach. Yeah, 3.
Yeah, I said bug hole. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Like no breach, but.
Breach holes. Either way, there's coming bugs out of it.
Yeah, whole breach maybe would be accurate.
Never die.
That's a mini nuke, by the way. A3, you might want to step back.
Oh no.
I think they're gone.
A warning would be nice.
You got one. I could have.
I didn't hear.
Yeah, as soon as you throw it.
Look for the red lines.
Yeah, but the red lines sometimes are okay.
Any bugs left?
Yeah, over here.
Yep. I think you just hit me with that. What the fuck?
One more. And I'm done.
Okay.
Okay, nice.
Thanks.
I have a feeling
Because it runs out in 9 minutes, so I have to do it fast.
Wait, did you do it just to clear the assignment, or do you really need medals?
Oh, I need medals. I'm just level 19, so.
Oh.
I think we found a shit ton of medals, so.
Oh.
Yeah.
Do
so
I
you
get
might-
them because I just joined though?
I think it should, yeah. Remember how many medals you got? Oh god, you Gastron just wanted me dead, okay. Jesus Christ. It should count, I'm pretty sure.
It does count in the end, but those are like bonus ones that you found in the containers.
Yeah, I think those should count. Pretty sure they should. I
Like
might be wrong though.
You do know that somebody, when he a late join, doesn't actually get your super credits?
Oh, okay, yeah.
I know you get samples, but I'm not sure about medals and stuff.
Yep.
Oh.
One way to
Well,
find out.
let's see.
Shuttle launch in 20 seconds.
Morali ste da mi uzmete, ja.
Yes.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Nice.
Yep. It's just some extra lift for,
Yes,
extra
cinematic
boost.
extra.
Extra boost for Pelican when you get off the ground.
I would ask you to at least go to level 4 difficulty. Maybe
Okay.
4.
Yeah. 4 would be
Okay.
nice.
Okay.
Thanks, so we can find at least, you know, rare ones.
That would be level 6.
No. The way that works, it's the Swedish guys, they made the game, so they fuck up the naming of the samples. The rare ones are actually super samples, and the rare ones I'm talking about are, you know, the yellow ones, not the purple, pink. So
You mean the orange ones, the green ones, the orange ones, are the pink ones.
the green ones are the ones that you have like a lot. Those are like common. The rare
Yeah.
would be the orange. The
Oh, you say rare, I heard it as red, so I was like,
no,
mean.
Rare.
I'm sorry about that.
It's not even you or me. It's just like it's the Arrowhead, the developers. They kind of fuck the name up.
Yeah.
Alright, gents, been real. Enjoy yourselves.
Yeah,
Oh.
you have a nice day.
No, thanks.
Take care, man.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
What are we killing? Botanist
Mission coordinates
and ball type.
locked.
Okay. That should be fun.
Engaging orbital thrusters.
Bringing,
Helpod prime.
I'm gonna bring something. It's gonna be very easy.
Orbit synchronized.
Any AT weapon gets the job done.
Actually, just the anti-tank emplacement can kill it in like 6 shots.
Yeah, the funny thing about the anti-tank placement, you get the thing out of cooldown before you actually spend the ammo.
Yeah, depending on the mission type you're playing.
Yeah, depending how fast you shoot, I guess.
Yeah, there's around 30 shots in one.
Which is more than enough to like level down the base.
Yep.
Yo, Sweet IO, do you play on Steam platform or
Steam?
Okay. I'm now on PSN, but I have game on Steam too.
Technically, we are all on PSN network, by the way.
Actually, no, I never signed up with the PSN account.
Well, I think the Arrowhead dropped, you know, the requirement for it after a while.
Yeah.
You know, with the whole thing, game being like bombarded negatively.
Yep. I was to stop playing for the whole last month with that whole debacle. Just said no, I'm not touching this game.
The funniest shit ever was like I actually linked the stuff, but I bomb reviewed it, you know, either way.
Fuck that sports viewer.
You are the best of the best. Live up to your name. Live up to freedom.
Oh shit.
My son, you are the strength.
Calling down supply.
Wait, I brought 500 kilo? Oh no.
That should be fine.
Calling down a support weapon.
I guess I'll have to throw it now.
Sending in a...
There we go.
Here comes the cavalry. Eagle 1 leaving combat zone with supplies.
I brought that by mistake, by the way.
Calling down a vehicle.
Lucky accident.
A happy little accident.
Now where did I throw my razor?
Come on, little ball titan. I know you felt that. Say hello to the camera.
Another
Did you
triumph of
already?
managed democracy.
Yeah.
May liberty guide your
What else was I supposed to do? Stand around and wait for you guys to get over here?
I mean,
There was also a charger in there.
he's not that, you know, like Quasar to the fucking mouth would just stop him immediately.
Yeah. Would you look at that? A bug
What
nest.
is the...
Why a bug nest?
What is
Ilya was missing.
Chain. I'm trying to look for it. Oh.
outpost destroyed.
Found it.
Calling down fortification.
Tagging map. Northwest, 100 meters.
I'm gonna taxi this shit to the exit.
Yeah, you do that. I'll do what I do best. Rip and tear through everything.
Back in action.
Somehow...
Ilya.
Listen, Slavko, listen. I keep shooting the crossbow and the arrows keep hitting to the right. I don't know if it's a bug.
It just kind of does that.
I just
You
aim
want your
straight
bullets.
and they like shoot like 30 degrees left. For I don't know why.
They kind of do that. You just kind of have to get used to it.
Yeah.
Point me to the enemy.
Well, the game is made upon like a really old, like a PS3 engine.
Yeah.
Tagging map. North. Far.
Ostavi me čovjek.
Yes.
Ilya!
Not taking any passengers. Bye bye. Slavko, I'll be back.
I'll be back.
Oh my god. This is more funny.
Sick bastard.
Actually, the car flipped on the roof and immediately blew up.
Ready to liberate.
Steam.
This is not a Hollywood.
Dropping a pin. South. 100 meters. Tagging map. North. Far.
I'm trying to find my Quasar slot.
Pa evo pomoći ću ti.
Support weapon.
Evo.
Yes.
Nešto riči i grdi.
I didn't know that the recoil stat is so high on the fucking like SMG, like a UMP SMG?
It is.
Yeah.
Well, it's
It is
like
very high.
horrendous. I try to
Yeah.
like shooting more than 2 bullets at a time will cause you to like
Čekaj da
miss the
vidim.
third one. Always.
Znači da procenimo sine.
I found a bunker.
Affirmative.
On my way.
Ovo je neka mešanka.
Oh yeah,
Ima azijske krvi u sebi.
I forgot to bring like a death sprint. It's actually really useful.
Pa ima azijske krvi u sebi.
It can be.
Well, if you have vitality, I think it negates most of the self damage.
Posle oči i
It
taj
does.
nos.
Is that bug reaching you guys? Must be.
Yep, it's moving.
Oh shit. Well, that bug has had a suicide
Requesting
mission.
fortifications.
Rumunska ciganka.
Yeah, would it be cool if you see like a bug that explodes like in a...
Ne znam ja,
in a poison, but you know, like a real explosion?
We kind of already have that with the spore bugs from the gloom. I kind of don't want to see it getting stronger.
Yeah, I forgot about them, but that's like a rare. That's like one time only we saw.
Yeah, except we're gonna probably go into the gloom the next few times too.
Yeah, I hope like for a bit longer than this. Like there was like a 1 week or something that we did it.
Huh. A stalwart. We can use that.
Oh, you forgot requisitions.
I legitimately don't look at them anymore.
Oh.
I keep forgetting they exist.
It has come up to that. What would you think if they give you like an offer to buy like a mini nuke for like 20,000 slips?
We kind of already have that with the portable hellbomb.
No. Like you need like a support in a mission. Then you brought like a little terminal, like down, and you type in like I don't know, like some kind of a power up, one time only for that mission for like a lot of credits.
I mean, that would be kind of fun, but...
So you can actually spend your, you know, money somewhere, anywhere. There is sometime a bunker around this area, but no.
Yeah, sometimes, and most times it isn't there. It's there on high difficulty, but not on all difficulties.
Oh no, we actually found it on level 3, but it's RNG, I think.
Gledaj bubu drugi rush, čoveče.
Requesting air support.
Supplies, north.
Terminate outpost destroyed.
Throwing supply beacon.
Deploying equipment package.
New man.
So what biome do you find cooler, the snow or the sand?
Snow or the sand, in what way?
You know, for what can I say, like you know, the clean map. Like when you play the Rocky Mountain area, it's kind of a fuck up to navigate and like to see stuff.
Well, I kind of just... I'm usually on foot, so it doesn't really matter to me. Oh shit, we definitely are stalkers.
Like, imagine... Okay. You know, like playing level 6 difficulty to 10. There's like a super samples to find, and there's like a lot of rocks.
Oh, you mean the... yeah, the...
Visibility. General visibility.
Visibility-wise, I usually find it no matter what.
Calling
Oh,
down
really?
support weapon.
Yeah.
Calling down fortification.
Okay. I think I found the, I think I found it.
Okay.
Dropping item.
I definitely hear stalkers now. Yeah, found a stalker there.
Do you mind me calling extra and actually leaving it to cover over the exfil?
We can do that.
I will do that. I'm just asking.
You're just asking in case I was very much against it. I really don't care. because I already cleared that bit, that part.
No, no, in case you wonder, like, if I'm gonna leave without anyone. No.
I wouldn't think so.
Snake, in that case, I'm gonna kill you by myself.
That's very understandable.
He's just encouraging me.
Rare sample acquired.
And it's actually fun to see like eagle. No, the pelican shooting stuff from far away.
Yeah.
But a lot of people don't know about that, and they like immediately like go to you and like they break the fucking thing.
They boarded yeah, right away.
Yep. Either that or like they see like a pelican and they feel like they have to get inside immediately. No, it doesn't look like that.
The only thing I don't like about these planets that has sandstorms is
Requesting air support.
Because of the sandstorms.
Yep, and my gastro doesn't know how to fucking shoot right now, so it's just gassing the shit out of me.
I actually nuked the exfil zone.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds, clear landing zone.
And
This is Pelican 1. I have visual on the extraction zone.
I think I did it.
Pelican 1 maintaining altitude until Helldivers are within the extraction zone. Affirmative.
The funniest shit was like when we played the Illuminati map, it like killed the fucking zombie hordes from a distance.
For democracy.
What am I missing here?
Oh yeah, that area is notoriously bugged out.
Tagging map. East, 100
This one?
meters.
Yeah. I've been there, found all the damn samples, and still it said there was something there.
I found one.
Yeah.
Tagging location. East. Bugs.
I have another bunker over here.
I'm coming.
I kinda set everything on fire.
Requesting fortification.
Oh, I thought it was a bunker. I'm stupid, it's not. It's just a bunch of ammo.
Oh, well, it does look like an area where the bunker spawns in your defense.
Yeah. Let's see.
Dropping a pin.
It's telling me there's still samples.
Yes. Yes, there it is.
Have any of you been at that point?
I think not, if you're talking about the south.
Yeah, I kinda am. There's also one literally right in front of us.
Yep. Yep. Building or whatever.
Found something.
Like a haunted fire.
How'd you like to taste some freedom?
Well, I'm gonna take care of that hole.
Container.
Calling down supplies. Got sample.
Can I get like toxic bot?
Toxic what?
Hell yeah.
You know, drone,
Dog bread.
whatever.
Oh, toxic dog
Toxic
breath, yeah.
bot.
Toxic dog.
Toxic dog. Yes.
Yeah, I think
That's a
that's
new insult. That's a new insult.
Dog. Okay, that's a new insult. Got it. Well, there's not two of them. Let's wait for the new guy to come in. Hello there, new guy. There's a toxic dog right there for you.
Yeah, toxic dog. Dog. You mean dog? If you watch the Snatch movie.
Oh, I don't.
The Brad Pitt is acting like Irish gypsy or something like that, and he keeps saying dog instead of dog.
So what you're telling me is that we can drive by fucking do shit now?
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what you can do.
Yeah, then don't be here. Don't be here. Don't go in there. Don't go in there.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough.
I think the area is clear now.
Yeah, you think. Samples.
No life signals.
All life size has been deleted. There's also one on the green one. Have we been on that one?
Wait up. We can check.
There's a turret
I
there.
I see two beacons.
I see a place there's definitely.
Yeah,
This right here is definitely
maybe
stuff.
Maybe.
No.
But no.
Not even any samples. What the hell?
It's a barren place. I mean, why are we even fighting for a piece of irradiated, like a bug-infested land?
Because of democracy.
Shit. My back.
Listen, this is very professional driving here. Until the, car durability goes to 0, then after that happens, usually will explode. Oh, the man uses a flamethrower as a primary. You gotta respect that.
Someone has to. Oh shit! Drop
Lie
the
down,
ground.
lie down, lie down!
Oh god! Oh god! Oh god!
Disaster!
I am so sorry about that. Here. I'll be standing right under the point. Land upon.
No.
Oh shit! The shuttle's decided to land. What?
Oh, look at this graveyard here. Oh no.
No.
Clear. Yeah, I would stay away from that. That's it. Clear.
I think it's cleared out now.
Yeah, most likely.
Oh. It was worth it. There was an arc thrower here. I mean, it had to be destroyed.
Yeah, there was a tiny spot infested with bugs.
Yep. Are we interested in an arc thrower? Of all the things they could be interested in.
Calling down a vehicle.
Do you wanna drive? I dropped the second car.
Sure, if I can find you the car.
Objective located. North. Vehicle.
There it is.
Dropping a pin. Southeast. 200 meters.
Slav, could you come with me? We'll split in two. Not that it's like a really danger, so...
I think we've gotten everything on the map, haven't we?
Maybe Sif, for the extra XP. If anybody needs that, anyway.
We have question mark.
Yep, we do. I wouldn't go out like that.
Found something.
What the fuck?
Canyon.
Can't even see shit.
Exactly. That was the point, I think.
Clear?
Clear.
That was fun.
I would rather drive a car during the sandstorm than go on foot.
I'd rather go on foot because I have been driven into, you know, those big deep
Canyons?
holes that sometimes
Yeah.
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 I have had someone drove full tilt into one of those.
We played automaton maps, the ice planet, and we drove the car off the cliff. Because we didn't see the cliff. Like everybody fell into that. No survivors. Oh, nice.
Calling down fortification!
Oh god, oh god.
Oh. There are even charges on this map, okay? That's a bit excitement.
Yeah, there's chargers on
Yeah,
level 4 and above.
There is the funniest shit ever. You can also tag a charger that's running behind you if you're in a car, even as a driver.
Affirmative. Warning, you are leaving the mission area.
That's a nuke. Shoot the nuke. Shoot the nuke.
Yeah, not when you're close though.
Oh.
Tagging map, west, 200 meters.
Found something.
Oh, you found something, okay.
Shoot the charger. Shoot the charger. I'll go around in circles around. You have to reload that thing.
Yeah, be sure
Press the reload button.
Yeah, be sure to reload twice to pull the bolt back.
Yeah.
Found something.
You got this. Just keep firing.
Dropping a pin, west,
We're
300
gonna check
meters.
the western part of the map to see if we missed something, but
Yeah. I think we got everything at this point.
yeah, most likely.
Warning, you are leaving the mission area.
Yeah, the only dangerous part of sitting up there.
Requesting fortification.
I think I'll bring a car for the next one.
You know, depending on the map that you're playing, bringing a car could be like either a really good idea or a really poor.
No, ovo je treba da...
O, gdje si?
Kako napreduje Kesmane?
Ma, ne igram ništa.
Yeah, I think you only get
Gledam
4
da se Street
reloads, so
Fighter
reloading that too
turnirima,
often can also be
kako?
detrimental to you.
Yeah, if you
What you
reload
lose,
the machine gun, it's just gonna drop the box.
Yeah.
Slavko, do
Da
you see what I
pogledamo
see,
kako se
Slavko?
zove.
Yeah.
Yeah, shoot it.
Pet Faxer.
Pogledaju su pikseli.
Well, not.
O, ja ti rekao, brate, igra radi stabilnije, nisam ulazio u nju 2 nedelje i ono...
Tagging map, north,
Yeah, I guess we'll
300
try
meters.
not.
Opa.
Wanna race? Wanna race?
Sure, go for it.
No, I'll let you drive first, go.
Iha!
Salvatore Ganacci.
Muka mi je ono, gauntlet, ovo...
Pa ga radiš toliko?
Nice.
Te koliko sam ušao, prva partija.
Oh.
Guess we got here first.
You wrecked the car. You wrecked the car.
I had to wreck it.
You won by all costs. Okay, fair enough.
Let's go inside, boys.
Stand by for takeoff. That's a gas cloud, by the way.
But this is not a glass cloud.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Yo, sweet, Iola, I send you a friend request later, okay? So we can play together sometime.
Yes.
Why are you talking so slowly? He clearly understands.
Kad su bili pečovi? Kad će da budu to jest?
Bio sinoć u 5.
Snake.
My friend speaks Guarani also.
Skinut ja nisam video.
100 nešto megabajta.
A, što su uradili?
A bug fix.
Aha.
Nema nikakvi imperial quality of life, ako to misliš.
No dobro, volim ja bug fixovi isto.
Maybe a level 5? Huh? No.
Either 4 or 6. Level 5 makes no sense.
Šta je Ilija igra?
Ništa kes.
Helldivera, pošto su onda
spomenu svaka. Vidio što sam okačio, što Amazon kuka kako je mnogo puta veći od Steama, a ne možemo ništa.
Pa ne možemo ništa, ali ne daje dobru uslugu.
Oh lord, I have like almost 1500 super credits. Oh fuck. Oh, that guy heard you. We're gonna like change the difficulty, so he bailed out.
The sea on
He said, fuck that!
Nudiš manje za iste pare, naravno da ljudi neće kupiti.
Mislim, sjebali
Okay, we stay on level 4 or...
Let's complete the
Znači, što je bilo sranje, čovječe da iznajmljuješ virtualni PC da igraš single player igre. Daj, brate, čemu ti pričaš?
Sjebali su Google Stadia, sjebali su Lune.
Pa nisu ga sjebali, nego mnogo traže, brate, mnogo traže.
Ne, naš je bio glavni problem. To što ti recimo imaš igru na Steamu, na Ubisoft launcheru, na EA launcheru,
ne znači ništa to.
To ne znači ništa, ti nemaš
igru
na njihovom launcheru.
Tako
I ono su ljudi rekli, stani čekaj, zašto bi ja prvo platio servis, kupio igru, kad tu istu igru već...
Alo, brate, koliko platiš? Platiš oko 10 evra za 100 sati igranja, mislim.
I'll bring my favorite toy.
Prvo je bio ono neograničeno, može kasnije radi.
No, listen, I'm a trade pro.
Nvidia je tu odradila opasan posao.
Well,
ja bih rekao, što bismo mi bili retarirani, glupi, i da nam sve bude malo.
Wise choice.
I ubace ono...
No, myself, I will completely forget that we have Detroit on and run myself.
Čak šta više, korisnike koji su prvi bili, ti imaš neki kao founder paket koji je dosta jeftiniji.
After this game, I'm going to sleep. Fuck it.
Fair enough.
I'm working all night, man.
Okay, I'm gonna switch it to the Deep Rock Galactic.
To ti je dobar projekat za one koji rade na nekim brodovima.
I can recommend that game to you if you didn't play it.
Ja sam koristio to.
It's been a long time since I played it last, so... And it wasn't
da, nema dobar PC, pa to ti kažem, znaš ono...
Nisam imao.
They added like some stuff in the game if you didn't check it out.
I igranu, kada dovedeš igranu, ti znaš ono kao... Ali problem u tome što, brate, ne možeš da igraš ti multiplayer igru na tome.
I did quit playing, like, because I thought that there was like no, like enough new content, but they actually surprised me.
Yeah.
Calling in orbital strike.
Oh, Stalker.
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 Oh, cool. Oh, I see that. Holy shit.
Oh, they open a bridge. I'm gonna stop them out. So I wouldn't go there.
Get into the car.
I wouldn't go there. Like, stay clear like 50 meters around it.
Yeah.
Reinforcing!
Thanks.
No problem.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Wait, stalkers on difficulty 4? Really?
Yeah. They show up at 4 and above.
I don't have problem with that, I'm kind of surprised.
Tagging map. East, 200 meters.
I can picture it like being a problem for the new guys.
Yeah.
Evo ga.
Nope.
Oh, apparently we discovered the stalker there.
Oh.
Finally.
I am just gonna...
If you just drive car around, you can easily like pinpoint them. Adesso non si sta
Stalker!
U redu recimo da stavljene billboarde na kola recimo autobusi i to. Ali ne da me oni forsuju da ja moram da gledam.
Tako je.
Boli mene kujo što recimo
I
nekom
discovered a lightness. I think the stalker is still near you guys.
It's right there.
Oh, okay.
Dropping a pin.
I mogu da se složim, ili kažem ljudi, brate, recimo oni pristup igraš kao neku free igru, pa znaš, ono, na taj način se održavaju. Zaista tu ne bih pokušao da pravdam bilo šta od toga. Ali, brate, kupim igru i ono kao platim da sad su 70
Ako je platim 50-100 evra.
Ne možeš si za 50.
Another stalker run faster, Slavko.
70 je, brate, Novi Sad.
Yeah, don't walk in there.
Razumiješ ono?
Oh.
I sad treba da gledam kao gledam sad, brate.
I survived it.
Što kaže, brate, Milan Fit.
That's how you deal with it, just drop a fucking nuke.
Radi ću dati 20 evra na njoj u tom slučaju.
I usually swim across the pond and just...
Pored toga, ide mi na kurac što se primjeram čak i na single-playerim igrama, da budeš ovisan od konekcije.
Da, to je jako teško igra.
To i dalje ne razumem, mislim, ono, šta ti treba da znači, ono, znaš.
Slavko, can I get your backpack? Thank you.
No, thank you.
Sad je...
Isn't thank you.
Evo, sad GTA 6.
Wait a minute.
Gura... minimalna cijena kao AAA igravač ide $100.
Stalkers, still stalkers around, I don't know
Šta
how.
pametno?
If there's...
Either one more or he's a
Prljava židovčina.
I'm thinking he might be a leftover because I don't
Prljava
see any
židovčina i to
stalkers.
malo, nego kupiš igru.
Either way, I'm gonna go deal
I
with
nakon toga... Nakon toga...
deal with that.
Da ti platiš po satu
Slavko,
koji
please,
igraš.
backpack, I beg of you. I have a crossbow and an axe. I need the fucking thing to poison.
Ja sam totalno za to, to je njihov proizvod i nemaju pravo da ga vrednuju kako god hoće. Ako neko hoće da ga kupi, brate, neka ga kupi.
Ne, ali problem je... Problem je što će... Što hoće da pogledaju to na streamu.
Pazi ovako, neće svi to pratiti, razumiješ? Ja uvijek gledam da imam izbor, evo na primjer, brate, ovi Space Marines, ja ga i dalje nisam kupio jer smatram da je čak i $30
Šta si toliko drogiran s igrica, boli te kurac i ako budeš...
Nije mnogo za tu igru, razumiješ ono? I kad bude pala na neko i ono...
Moje slobodno vreme još ima na to, znači...
Okej.
Plaće nešto što sam već
I mean, he didn't.
Niko nije sljogiran s igrica.
Nešto, to su ti pravila.
Na kraju krajeva, ako bude, nek bude, nećeš igrati, jednostavno je jebote.
To, vidiš, ja uopšte ne gledam na komunikaciju.
Ne zna šta je problem.
Ali...
Što je Rockstar gura taj novi profil da, mislim, ono, cene igara da budu, ne znam, po $100.
Pa da, prvi će ti biti GTA 6.
I da, ne samo to, nego da plaćaš ono da kupiš igru za $100 i još da uz nju dobiješ određeno vreme igranja, a sve preko moraš da platiš dodatno. Ja sam kažem nešto...
Nećeš kupiti uopšte vreme. Znači, cilj im je da ti plaćaš od početka da kupiš jebenu igru za $100 i da dobiješ 0 sati. Ja.
A to, dobiš 0, šta? Pa ne,
Čega nula?
Dobit ćeš kao free sate. Koji si platio, će to da zovu free sate.
A, misliš da dobiješ 3-4 dana igru napred, jel to?
Renski igranje.
Ne.
I'm guessing we can gas.
Yeah, we can guess.
On stvarno je da mu ti daš $100 ili ja. Da nakon toga, recimo, sad vremena ti pošće određenu sumu.
I mean, bringing a gas resistance would be a good idea, probably, with all of us running gas.
Yeah, probably.
Generalno svijet mora da zaustavi žirovsku neman i da se stane zavrat, znači će sve da sjebi.
Kažem, brate, te igre koje se prave na takav način, te igre nikad neće biti ono. Ja bi zašto novi Monster Hunter, ja sam isto prošli Monster Hunter, zaista sam uživao u njemu. Košta 70 €. Ja sam uzeo i DLC za stari Monster Hunter i sve, ja sam izvukao svoje pare igrajući to.
Ja sam uzeo Remnant 2 za $70, dobio sam 3 DLC-a.
To ti ga razumiješ ono. Ali smatram da 70 € brate mnogo da dam za igru i totalno mi u redu da sačekam 2 godine da ta cena padne ono na 10-20, razumiješ €. Kad bude izašao neki DLC i ono 2 DLC-a, znači ovo uzeš i možda onda cena bude pala. Znači meni je u redu da čekam, ne moram, znaš, nisam overhypovan da to mora da bude sad.
Kao Slavko misliš, kao Slavko misliš, jel? Uzet ću Hidden Floor 3 odmah uzimam, odmah.
Nije ga ni video, ni naš ono.
Probali smo demo svi.
Ljudi koji se ono lože na takve stvari, brate, ovce su uvijek za šišanje i u svakom poslu to važi. Znaš, čovječe, brate, imaš 5000 igara i gledaš i kažeš jebote, nemam šta da igram.
I opet si
Znaš, ono u svakoj igri imaš 2 sata, brate, ono kao progresa, a više si AFK-ovao u ta 2 sata nego što si stvarno igrao. Znači, zbog toga ja kažem, ja smatram da me te stvari ne dotiču, ono, samo odrediš koje je vreme što mi koliko želim.
Prvo klastera ne.
Jeste ono, loš način poslovanja kao prema kupu, razumiješ ako gledaš sve strane kontekstu, ne znam, ono, doneseš odluku da ne želiš da poslužiš njih, da ne želiš da kupiš njihov proizvod. Tako ja.
Refrain yourself from team killing, thank you.
Kako se zove ova igra?
Keep trying to team kill us?
Drugi deo su rekli da je, ali generalno remake prvog. Nešo? Dragon Dogma, to. Napravili su da bude nešto isto tako agresivno, da i kao ona Yakuza. Da si mora kao da doplaćuješ taj neki content koji treba da je u igri sastavni deo i znaš, igrači su pobunili, brate, i znaš, kao fazonu prodaje
Yakuza, New Game Plus se plaća. Ej.
Misliš da nas sabotira ovo ili ja?
Ne znam, vidjet ćemo. We shall see.
I samo su se ovi igrači na stoku pobunili i da su onda to izbacili.
I see a slug diver too.
I isto u Dragon Dogma je bila takva neka situacija. Isto su se igrači, brate, pobunili i krenuli da sejli, brate, to ga kažem, znaš, brate, ako znaš šta hoćeš, mislim da ne mogu da imaju toliko problem. Sve što jebi ga ono, jebi ga $10
If you're leaning out, yeah, you can.
You know, why not?
Body slam.
Calling down a support weapon!
Just look at what all of these guys... Shit. Just look at this area. It's littered with corpses of the dead.
I mean, they're not trained like us, you know. We are trained professionals.
We are?
Yes.
Yes, we are. That's not a question. Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing?
Because that's the first I hear it.
No. It's like a common thing that I always tell my friends. Luckily, we are trained professionals. And we are expendable because you get to go on ice every time you log out of game, remember? Because team packs you use are so strong that you'll probably scream non-stop. Like imagine like a medicine that you can inject that immediately lifts you up from like almost dead state. And withdrawal of that.
Attacking map. North. 300 meters.
Gdje si?
96.
Run, Forest, run.
Vidi ga Jovan, Nenade.
There's wolves.
I mean,
Sve već
invisible
90
wolves,
km
yes.
s ovim novim likom, a?
Sam ti rekao da sam napravio novog lika.
Da, brate, ako si ga krenuo kad jutra, prekjuče. Kako si ga... Kako dan 3, brate, 90 level? Šta čitaš na to? Kaj se čujem, ti vidiš šta radi ovi tvoji?
I ovaj here.
Kako se smiješ, Nedi? Kako se 90 level, brate?
Run! Run!
What did you do? What did you do?
Tebi treba za cijel 2 sata može ući. Još 2 sata.
Is this
Dobro,
a
brate,
bunker
razumijem to, ali kako si
here?
9
I'm not
mjeseca?
sure.
I think
Could be.
it might be.
Could be. It's
Malo
too
3
damn,
dana, nema
you
da šta
know.
radiš ti. Nemoj da laviš, znači, znaš neki jako skill farming, ti definitivno koristiti dok ne mogu to uradio još dok čujem.
No, it's just ammo.
Ili stvarno igraš sve u noć? Igraš sve u noć, onda?
Did anyone see any snips?
Here is a notice to like a guy who's like low level. Never use plaster. Unless you know what you're doing. Never.
Unless you're alone.
Yeah, unless you're alone and you wanna die.
Kako da ličuš one partije ili šta?
You might be right, gassing the shit out of that area is definitely...
Ili platiš nekome da gule samo tebe. Što sam ne uradio, platio sam radio da me odgule sa 70 na 86 i
gas. My own gas took me up.
Oh man.
I stepped just within it.
Well, you do carry like a different armor than your loadout.
Evo, bat ćeš sada vidiš kako ću da pojedem bossa.
I got your samples.
Čekaj, neću sad moći
I just kind of picked up someone's weapon. The heavy machine gun. I have no idea where that came from, by the way.
Čekaj ovaj boss.
Oh, Sif here, Sif.
U mapu sa bossom i imaju neki zajebane modifier.
Tactical acid nearby.
Mogu roći u Google čistim.
Da vidiš šta moja armija radi.
A, to si napravio onoga, aha.
That guy sure likes cluster.
Kako ti košta build?
200 divajnova.
He sure does.
Idi u kurac, ne radi.
Do you remember how strong the airburst was until they nerfed it?
The Everest is still pretty strong.
It is, but you know, it used to like team kill everybody.
Oh, that's sort of strong. Yeah.
Kipa je rokno njegov turen, brate
Koji ti sad bolji jači lik?
Ovo. Ovdje ne mogu da radim ništa. Samo kad je boss fight, pritisnem dugme da šetrujem 2 miliona.
I think he jumped in front of the...
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah. That's nothing to do with chaos diving, that's just poor positioning.
I know. Though he did throw the cluster airstrike on my feet.
Yeah. I think that's the 4th one, isn't it?
Yeah. Wait.
Nope.
1, 2, 3. All of them are here. You can.
No, I found a mini nuke.
Okay. Then load the order which you want.
Amateurs.
Yeah, sure.
Watch and learn.
I like these posters on the SIF, like encampments.
Yeah.
If you ever like paid attention to them.
Keep calm, don't die.
Report to Ministry of Truth if you see something.
Pa sad će ti restart, ne vredi praviti.
Kako restart?
You think you can figure it out?
I'm trying to see like you're pushing your head.
Pošto će pustiti 2 nova sentencija, vjerojatno će
samo će treskati, znači
Ne, resetovat će se komplet.
Nemaš ništa, od nule kreću.
Beacon, direction
I see beacon north.
28 degrees.
Čekaj, hoćeš da kažeš da će i stvari koje imamo...
Hoćeš da kažeš da će resetovat sad i opet kad bude zvanično igra.
Da.
Svaki put će resetovat kad ubaci nešto bitnije u igri.
Imaćeš lige, znači... Sezone.
Na primjer kad ti izađe 1-0, Kesiću, slušaj me, kad ti izađe 1-0 imat ćeš konstantnu ligu da neće ti ništa se resetovati. Ali za sad dok igre kao u tom early accessu...
Ma 1-0 kad bude isto startovat.
Ti...
I found an area that needs to be destroyed with the
Hoće, imat ćeš lige.
Ti možeš, stani, ti možeš da igraš, pazi sad. Možeš da igraš solo self-found. Solo self-found ti je, znači ti igraš ono, na svoj groš, ne trguješ s nikim, niko to ne može ti. Ali ono, nezavisan si. To što nađeš to...
Onda najbolje igra taj solo self-found.
Pa to igraju ljudi. Pogledaj samo ove youtubere, većina njih igra solo self-found, ne igraju uopšte pregled.
Ti nećeš izgubiti ništa. Ti nećeš ništa da izgubiš. Sad će ti taj karakter na tom Legacy serveru i tu će hoćeš da ga igraš i dalje. Ali bit ćeš ti i još 5 čovjeka.
I trgovat ćete ništa.
Pa nema potrebe za trgovinom, solo Legacy. Realno, znaš ono što si stekao da je tvoje, da ti neće niko dirati, jel? Šta će ti koji će ti kurac? Igraš, brate, solo, svakako solo igram igru.
Use a card to clean sweep map again. You can like easily drive like 2 or 3 minutes around the whole map.
Yeah.
This map at least. This map.
Tagging, never mind.
Maybe money, slips, medals. All of that. All of that.
Yeah. I already see a question mark, so that's good.
A big
of course, that's another bunker.
Really? Can you call the wasabi?
The W3. You are already on your way here. Nice.
Oh, he's a cooperative. Okay. I'm not a chaos diver, but I sometimes kill teammates like out of pure negligence, I think. Accidental chaos diver, you might call it.
Oh, mamut,
Yep. I have that same thing because I use a primary flamethrower.
No, that was accident. The thing that's not accident is throwing minefields around and expecting people to know where you throw them down.
Yeah, so they land on top of that shit.
Yeah, it would be cool if they would pop up like anything.
On the minimap?
Yeah, literally anything on the minimap. Like a small circle, whatever, so your friends know.
Found something!
Tagging map.
Extraction is available.
Mag's empty.
Slavko, you just run past the fucking beacon.
Bomb tunnel breach.
Tagging location, west. Calling in orbit. Requesting
I see the area where you gassed the shit out of everything.
Yeah, well,
Requesting air support.
yeah.
Marking location.
They could have like maybe triggered my mines, I'm not sure.
They did.
Requesting orbital strike.
Oh.
Marking location.
Beacon.
Idemo boss.
Oh god.
Sending in an eagle.
Well, the car just took a tumble.
Mission at 20 minutes remaining.
Those exploding little things are quite annoying.
Yeah, I tried to melee them with an axe, but I decided not to after a while. Medals!
Cool, another flamethrower.
Ne znam, u meni ne ligi
Frost
da resetuju bukvalno sve.
Jes, hoću.
Čovječe, brate, evo ne lede pa i ti, i Kesić, koliko ste igrali, koliko tih stvari, brate, imate, znaš, ono,
Nemam problem s tim. Nemam problem sa tim.
Ne, jer igra Early Access, to ono što ja već trubim već danima.
Uopšte nemam problem sa
sadržaj koji trenutno u igri nije finalan, znači.
Jebeni Diablo sam igrao.
Ali Ketvane, dolazi lepše vreme, gledat ću da nisam tu, razumiješ?
Pa onda to na tebe ne utiče nikako.
Pa ništa, da.
Ti si onda što se ono kaže dobar.
Evo, uđi sad.
Oh, you're probably on foot, right?
Lupi pauzu
so
tamo i uđi da vidiš
no way to scan the deep east.
Otkinem od...
I'm currently in a car.
Oh, can you check the south eastern part?
I already pinged a spot where I am assuming there's gonna be some stuff.
Okay.
Because it shows whenever you like go over the map, it can show you like place of minor interest and stuff like that.
Oh, you mean with
the actual? No, just in general. You just kind of see them on the map.
Tagging map, southeast, 100 meters.
If you look at the map, you can see the area I'm at. It will say place of minor interest. Okay. Which I just found that.
I know if you have like a passive armor, it actually scans the area.
Yeah, it will. I figured out it's just as easy just to literally just look at the map, and it will literally just tell you.
Pokupi ga da vidimo šta je, možda meni treba. Brate, nešto zajedno su mi.
Thank God. Ajde, vidimo da li ima još od ovog. Ja, ne.
A reci mi, jel ovaj bilo može da radi s ovim arsonistima?
Kaj, ovaj bio da bi radio potreban ti ovaj.
Damn. Just damn.
Sad ćeš i zbog čega je potreban.
That's because it is a
Ja
game.
ga ubijam ekstra 16 nivoa od njega na...
It's fun to use, and
yeah, it is.
I zbog toga je on toliko lud. Znači, ne možeš ti sve buildove da igraš s košuka. Može da napraviš nešto privržno, ali to nije to. Samo ovo govno je koštao 8 divajna. Da bi uzeo što je 20 kg, ima 5 toketi da ima ekstra.
Dig for my life!
Ekstra nivo korupcije.
Oh, you can actually lie on the ground.
Znači ti da napravi taj gem, moraš da uzmeš da ga ono kvaliti da mu nabiješ do kraja, da mu udariš 5 soketa i tek onda da ga koraptuješ.
I ako te ukenja da ti padne još jedan nivo. Može da ti se smanji soket, može da smanji nivo, može da izgubiš panati. To je mnogo duboko reći. I neki samo hoću se zezam za 2-3 divajna. I uzem i kupim nešto. Nema ništa nije dao.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna come over to you guys now.
Yeah, but watch that you don't come from the eastern side because it's full of mines.
Yeah, I guess I'll figure out the mine thing.
Or that.
Tagging location, northeast, heavy. Affirmative.
It was that already.
Da budu si nova klasa nešto.
Ako?
Oh god.
Nova klasa kad će doći.
To je nikad. To ne daje nikakav hint o tome, samo su dali hint za Taj novi osnovni.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Ubi me lik, brate.
No ti kažem ti novi ascendancy i ono, brate, zaista Witch Hunteru treba novi ascendancy. Definitivno Warrioru treba novi ascendancy.
Ilija, roknu me ovaj majmu.
I found all of the
Ilija,
mines.
kme.
I found all of the mines.
Sorry about mines.
That's great.
Dude, it's like super easy to kill your teammates with that, so please don't throw that shit. Brate, ubit ću ga. Sljedeći put ako baci cluster strike, znači se killan će zove.
How you guys doing?
I'm trying to think, should I decapitate the guy throwing down the clusters or not? Ma igramo, ja i Slavko. Igramo svojim likom, moj lik je normalan. A ovaj što je ušao, ovaj nam baca cluster strike. Yeah, that's gonna work. The static kill.
Brate, šta je ovaj dečko, normalno?
Wait. There is a cure. Slavko, sad kad ga ubijem, nemoj ga zvati.
I found the cure.
Okay, don't reinforce him. Yeah, you just stay put. We'll exfil for you, no worries. Yeah, I was running around to the capital.
Yeah, the car should have more ammo in it, if anyone wants to use that.
Yeah, sure.
Calling in orbital strike.
Behind us.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll call him just to see if he's gonna be big.
He's probably gonna try and land on me. Because I was the one who killed him.
No problem. I'll drop him. Yeah.
Oh, okay, you just killed me.
Slavko, kick him out. Thank you. You're the host. Just kick him. No, it's fine. We'll get dropped if the host kicks him. Yeah, problem solved.
Yeah. I got just inside the extraction radius. Should be good.
Welcome to my channel.
Mamu mu jebem da mu jebem krvavu.
All good.
Kako ste se zamerili sa njim?
Now listen, what happens now? He's alone in a solo session with no lives at all. So that's gonna be fun for him. Really fun. Okay, so we exfil.
I think we got everything. Yep.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds.
So I don't know, maybe he was, as I said, maybe he was a Chaos Diver, not sure.
Yeah. And the first thing he did was trying to kill you. When he got back.
I literally didn't want to like kill him with an axe. I was just running around and he immediately went for a kill.
Yeah. The worst part is my gun ran out of ammo the second.
Yeah, I saw that.
It went click, fuck. I tried to get out and died.
Yo guys, I'm gonna make the pause here. I'm must rest.
That's okay.
Yeah, that's okay. That's, you know, that's it for me also. We can play later, man, if you are still around.
Probably.
Kakav seranje. Znači...
A šta je bilo što, mislim, kako sam se
bacio
zakačio?
2-3 puta kluster bez veze, znači pobio se ko zečeve. Okej, aj kao možda slučajno. Ubije Slavka. Okej, Slavko ga je koknuo. Bio je mrtav jedno minut. I kao ajde da ga zovnem da ima šta sad uradi. Ja ga zovnem, on izađe iz poda, počne pucu u nas. Samo kick.
That should help keep the bug population in check. Always good to have another hero on.
Yeah, this is good. Okay, people, peace. Vidimo se. Bye bye. Budaletine. Blok. Da, blok. Ljudima je dosadno čitali, nemam pojma. Radi gluposti. Zanima me mapa.
The siege upon managed democracy continues. Let us rally to her defense.
Uzeli smo Klorel. I to je sve što smo radili, bojim se. Nazdravlje, ovdje je još jedna planeta. Bari se opet s nekim pornićima.
O!
Bari se.
Ako se nek vidiš da je neka streamerka u pitanju, brate, nemo šta te ne osudiš.
Streamer vagin.
Mislim, ono, brate.
Znam. Sve mi jasno.
Kako kažu, grlak je gata eat.
Je, znam. Možeš isto tako da radiš u samoposluzi. McDonald'su, znam. Pa dobro, znam, to je teško raditi. To sam siguran.
Tu trebaš da radiš, ili ja?
Znam, lakše je prodavati, da ne kažem šta, nego raditi.
Ovo to.
Sve mi jasno. Otičao sam novu klasu u onome Yet Another Zombie Survivor, znaš?
Opa.
Da, dobar je. A vi igrate Petfexel 2?
Sad sam izašao, mislim da pogledam opet nešto i turnir.
Turnir? U čemu?
Street Fighter 6.
Sekundu samo.
Ajmo starac.
Ne može. Zadnji put kad sam ga pustio da uđe u sobu...
Mačak, a?
Šeta se kroz sobu do mog ormana i vjerojatno je namirisao drugu malu mačku i obeležio automatski taj ćošak gde ja sam samo rekao napolje.
Napolje.
Mislim... ne fala.
Pa dobro obeležava teritoriju čovjek.
Jeste, nema pa to obeležavaš sobu koja pripada meni. Znači, ja sam glavni, tu možeš samo da izađeš napolje.
U protivnom vidiš.
Da, ideš napolje.
To ti tako vidiš.
To ja tako vidim, da. Marta 18. kad sezona 20 i budeš live, you will be able to turn into ghoul. Really? How original. Fallout 1 i 2 su imali opciju da igraš kao radioaktivni. Dobro, ne baš da se pretvoriš u gula, ali da uzmeš radioaktivne trajte da budeš radioaktivno govedo.
Gul.
Glujte mi.
76, to je onaj online kao.
Ma... Dalje igra ima probleme. Kao sam rekao...
Ja sam čuo da je bilo užasno bagovito i...
Ne gameplay bugovi, već konceptualni bugovi.
Kako ne bi bugovi, imali su stvari, vrate, u stešu koji su odlučili da nestanu samo i kao naš nema veze.
Ma ne samo to, pa i steš ti je mali.
Da, nije mali, možda dokupiš povećanje za
ja se izvinjavam, možeš da dokupiš, to je ključna reč.
To o čemu si sad ti pričao, baš sam čuo i onda su dali to objašnjenje, zbog toga sam ponovio to. Znam da su se drugi igrači isto žalili i ono u fazonu, znaš kao, možete da dokupite.
Da ne dokupim. Ne želim da kupim.
Ja ne znam da li on imao plan kad je tako nešto izjavio to.
Besede igre su postale tako govno, brate, jednostavno bez modding community-a te igre ne valjaju u kurcu, ono.
Uvek izgleda računaju da će moderi da se rade stvarali.
Bukvalno to, moderi će doneti ono, ambijent, dodat će i content, doneće i estetike i to je to, a ti samo trebaš tamo da platiš, a, znaš. Sve jedan Elder Scroll ti je bukvalno ono neigrivo bez modera.
To ne zna najbolje.
Ja te kad sam čuo da ljudi skidaju po nekoliko gigabajta tih modova, ono kao, znaš, rekao...
Da nešto ne rade serveri za hunt ili buguju. Ovo je stari post. Zašto mi sad izbacio? Whatever. Under the sea.
Flash and released worldwide on October 25th, 2012. It was lauded for its wide range of gameplay mechanics, atmosphere, and intense on-the-fly mathematical equations, rewarding a methodical playstyle which was uncommon for its genre at the time. Described as the greatest game of all time by Rock Paper Shotgun, players take control of the titular frog, named Hop, with the goal of stopping an onslaught of bug-adjacent creatures from taking her stash of fruit-adjacent consumables, all whilst teaching you, the player, basic to advanced numerical fractions. A sequel was announced via Kickstarter in March 2014, but was seemingly never released.
A little over a while ago, I made a video on Dragon's Dogma Dark Arisen. When I first bought the game on Switch, I never intended to make a video on it. I found it annoying, a chore to play, and just overall kind of boring. Seeing everyone praise it to hell and back had me feeling like a crazy person. I felt like I was missing something, like what was everyone else seeing in this that I just wasn't? Despite everything, I kept trudging along until I beat the dragon and reached what I like to call the third act. And that's where I finally saw Dragon's Dogma for what it was. A super ambitious, fresh take on action RPGs, brimming with new ideas, ambition, utterly deranged unique systems, and this incredible meta-narrative on the hero's journey. Over time, it's become one of my favorite games. Not to necessarily play, but I think about it constantly. The director, Hideaki Itsuno, clearly poured his entire Itsunosi into this project, and you can tell that he wanted to do so much more. There was a foundation built here for possibly one of the greatest RPGs ever made that came just short of being realized, either due to budget constraints or time constraints or fucking whatever. There was constraints sprinkled all over this. The years went by, and the series, if you could even call it one, went into limbo. Itsuno went on to work on DMC4 Special Edition and Devil May Cry 5. You know, one of the greatest video games ever made. It was at this point that Kenzo Tsujimoto, the founder of Capcom, told Itsuno that he could now make whatever the fuck he wanted. And it was on June 17th, 2022, exactly 10 years after the release of Dragon's Dogma, that the sequel was finally announced. And I was there. Backed by the merit that he earned off of DMC5, Itsuno could finally bring his true vision to light, without any of the constraints that he faced in 2012. But the more we saw of the game on the lead up to its release, the more apparent it was that this wasn't just going to be a sequel. It was going to be a redo. Not a remake, but like a mulligan. And still, I was there for it. Maybe that's what this game needs. I mean, fucking Capcom is no stranger to remakes in the first place, and maybe marketing it as one would be a good way to onboard people that hadn't played the first game. It was actually the perfect approach. 2 years later, on March 21st, 2024, Dragon's Dogma 2 was released. 300 hours and 5 playthroughs later, I can confidently say Dragon's Dogma 2 is not Dragon's Dogma 2. It's Dragon's Dogma 1. Again.
Oh.
Literally, I'm not being a prick. This is the title screen. Your eyes see true. This is not a redo.
Salvatore Ganacci.
Fucking oopsie poopsie. It's the same fucking game again. I waited 12 years for the same fucking game again.
Ne seri da baca ključeve na njih.
A vidi si gameplay, no?
Pa sad gledam kod tebe.
Pa to je prvi kao.
Da. Sad sam se setio onog filma. If you can dodge the range, you can dodge the ball.
To je to.
With fucking ray tracing. I don't know if I should call it stupid, insane, stupid.
Ali oružje je fino, gledaj.
All of the above? Fuck it. Why make a new thing? Fucking turn this shit off.
Ja, to ti kao onaj Gears of War oružje.
Aha, pa to zato da kažem da šta, puca i seče ili sam...
Gledaj, kada te priđe.
Ajde seri. Ujebat još radi ave on. A, kao burst fire, jel tako? To je interesantno klasično.
Ali će da uzmem zadnje oružje da bi uzeo Survivora.
A, tako je isto.
Uzmem prvo oružje, finalno, i onda uzmem Survivora.
Zato ja obično volim da koristim banish na početku, uvijek ima jedan skill makar koji mogu ono da...
Ajme još jedan level, ajmo. Znaš kako fino radi za clear mase.
Da.
Mislim, taj wrench je ono prilično kao ono kao wow, ima ključ, pa da, ali... Isto kao što Medic ima... sad.
Oho, nitro jump chance.
There is a little cutscene, there is a little boulder. Tutorial, gaming, kill! Now, you play as a pawn, I think, and with the help of your defense, you don't really do much. Jump off a cliff, none of that mattered. Grow up, move on,
Syringer. Auto Syringer.
Move on. Now the game can properly start. Grow up. If this sounds different and scary, trust me, it won't be for long. This time around, the dragon's introduction is done through a flashback.
Maksimum što sam imao bio je 280% experience. Bio sam 110. level, čini mi se.
gonna see him. You know how it goes. Dragon pulls
Jel
up,
to
nukes
u
your
ovom...
character's hometown,
Endless,
and your
da.
character's home skin, fingers
Sigurno ne na
chest,
normalu.
steals your
O,
heart,
to,
pearl necklace, eats your heart,
Sigurno ne
etc.,
na
etc.
normalu.
You get it. You play as the Arisen, and with the help of your pawns, you set off on your journey of adventure and vengeance, where, would you believe it, you don't really do much.
A ovo ti je jedan od boljih artefakta.
Again, it's from
Kad
this
se krećeš
example
dobiješ
forward that the
15
game
helta po
drops all
sekundi. Buff.
pretenses of being a sequel and has you do the exact same shit you
Je,
did
doći ti
12
padne na
years
nulu,
ago.
ali u
No,
suštini
really, go to the encampment,
kretanje ti je
soldiers
doći.
out your
Tako
abilities,
da,
find the pawn,
ono,
make
ne
your
bi.
free, meet a master of the fighter vocation, find a cyclops to prove your work, travel to the capital, and yes, there is a fucking ox cart involved.
Dron sam čini mi se bio na buffovo, radio 900 damage svakih 0,1 sekundu.
Znači si uzmi ono kao unapređenje da ti ponudi. Ja nemam pojma, ja ga imam samo na 5. levelu i znaš ono kao nemam to unapređenje za njega.
Imaš, nisi platio.
Ne, pa nisam kao probao sam, znaš, jer ovako i puca i malo te healuje.
Healujete kad stojiš. Healujete samo kad stojiš. Ne healujete, možeš da staneš da bi radio regeneraciju. A regeneracija je nebitna ako može da radi 1000 damage. Regeneracija ne postaje bolja, regeneracija je fiksna. A damage mu se scaluje, znaš. Scaluje mu se kao što se sve scaluje, regeneracija se ne scaluje ništa.
Might as well look while you're here, eh? This domain, known only to us as the ASUS Republic of Gamers, features all of the details you'd ever need on the ROG Strix SCAR 16, such as the Intel Core Ultra 9275HX processor, up to the 64GB of DDR5 RAM, and also up to the NVIDIA GeForce RTX 5090, powered by the latest in computing magic.
Gledajmo attack delay i gledajmo damage. Ali to ti je samo tako. A zapravo je mnogo bolji nego što misliš. Da ti gledaj sad. 0,9 sekundi mu je kao taj cooldown za napad i 400 damage rati.
If your memory evades you, the gracious link shall be found in the description. Fare thee well.
To ti sasvim dovoljno nadoknađuje to što je zapravo medic dosta pasivan po pitanju DPS. Osim što truje.
A ti ga koristiš za trovanje, ja ga koristim više za let.
Medic?
Da. Čini mi se da mnogo bolje radi.
Otrov zna da radi dobro kasnije. Bolje nego led, a led imam ovaj Nitro Gun.
Znam da još bolje led, brate, možeš da ih zajedno da scaluješ.
Pa možeš, i ako uzmeš ovaj Huntress ima ledene strele.
Looks incredible, feels incredible. You can now stand on monsters that you're climbing, so you have access to your full
Zaboravim da uzmem inženjera. Inženjer ima sinergiju sa njom. Baš čudno, da. Inženjer mehaničar. Ko bi rekao? Ko bi rekao?
No dobit ćeš ga, drugo možeš i to da reroluješ.
Znam, to sam vidio. Imaš novi kristal, YAZS, tako se zove. Znaš da imaš 3 kristala koji ti ono buđe statistike. U zavisnosti toga koliko imaš tegova na skillove.
Da.
Idu dosta visoko, znaš.
Ali treći, znam da imaš za ability, imaš ovako za damage,
za novac imaš i za experience. Imaš i za attack speed. 3 imaš. 3 imaš 4. koji duplira. Ako imaš 4. duplira statistike prethodnoj dvojici. Da. Još uvijek ne moram da guzim. Kad postane čupav onda moram. YAZS će biti na malom levelu, ali... Ne znam tačno šta radi lak. Ovo ti opis koji iz Fallout. Does so many different things, we're not sure which. Poboljšao rarity kartica.
I to i da ćeš da dobiješ ove dropove po mapi, mislim, sve to. Ja bi uzeo Torch, brate, završen da svi više...
Ne, gledam da imam minimum 3 na svaki tag, znaš?
Ne.
Da.
Da, ali ovako bi ga sklonio iz...
Ne, vidjet ćeš kad nađem, kako se zove... Vidjet ćeš kad nađem taj kristal.
Mozim ti što je čovječe.
Ma kak je, njen DPS na početku ne biti.
Da, ali čisto da ga ono...
Evo ga. Ovo ti je jedan kristal, imaš još 2. I imaš geod. Geod je...
Da. Po to ti treba zabiliti crveni je ono kao...
Vidiš zašto sam ti rekao, da ti treba ti što više da imaš ovih, bar na 3 na svaki tag moraš da imaš. Onda imaš, ja mislim, 7% imaš na ability damage, na ability area 14% i na duration imaš 21%. Imaš za XP i za cash isto.
Majku ti jebem.
Rešo!
Da. What ails you? Šta je problem?
Ništa.
Pa nešto je sigurno.
Škraba, odmah.
Te nije neko zajebao za Divine Orb?
Ma...
Neće njega neko zajebati za to.
Lupa i gej, kockaju.
Upgrade'o si amulete i zajebao si.
Pojas nekih što sam nabio.
Probao si da ga Val Orbuješ, no?
No ne, dobio sam ga na mnogo manu postotak.
I radio si Divine Orb.
10 pa da ga vrati, inače 50 pa ovdje pa ondje
I? Da mene zanima koliko to zapravo radi DPS. 36 damage. Nije opasno kad se njima poveća health, njima se poveća health, ja uzem više ovih tagova za damage, nije to problem. Problem je, nije problem njihov health, problem je njihov DPS. Kasnije, kad te samo malo taguje, razumiješ, skinuti više od pola health.
Weapon damage, max pain, Snake, šta radiš to?
Ma tako.
Ovdje dobio si maksimalnu vrednost, 20% je.
Ne, legendary ti je maksimalna vrednost, tu grešiš.
Ma, to nećeš vidjeti, bre.
Neću vidjeti. Ha. Tam je žinjer.
A o majku ti jebem, brate, ajde.
Da, iz trećeg puta.
A to kažem, znači 2 puta ti samo rerollovo da ostavio ti onog jebenog Fire-a.
Ne želim da igram s Fire-om, trenutno ne.
Da, zato kažem, nije ga rerollovo u drugom, znači bukvalno ti samo jednog lika zamenio. šugaraš možda noš, mada znaš inženjera ti koristi na jednom skillu to. Pa mislim, defeating boss. Posle ćeš imati mnogo bosseva, Snake. Mislim da šugaraš možda izvučeš. Dobiješ taj burst of speed, znači attack speed svima, brate, znači to dobar. Da li 30% mislim. Ja mislim da je to ono, šugaraš možda bude mnogo dobar.
Kad pokupiš health, šta?
Ne, kad ubiješ bossa dobit ćeš 30% attack speeda na 5 sekundi, ja mislim da traje.
Aha. Vidim.
Sad kada pokupiš onaj attack speed kao na mapi, ono, samo ćeš ga dobiti. S tim što ćeš posle imati mnogo više bosseva, pa ja kapiram da se to mnogo lakše održi.
Ako ubiješ jednog pa drugu.
Brate, nećeš moći drugačije, jer ćeš ih toliko imati, ono. A s druge strane, znaš kako, ako budeš dobio nešto što ti se čini pametnije, uvijek možda ga zameniš.
To tako više je.
Mislim, malo traje ovo više od 5 sekundi, brate, vidio?
Dobro, imaš ono duration da naprediš, znaš?
Da. Zbog toga mislim da šugaraš može da izvuče, ono, neku korist.
Ne. Valhalla će. Tako ta pogine.
Valhalla te viče, ja?
Sam ja uzao mleko, mislim da mi je to bio prvi artefakt, jeste?
U pogled.
Viš koliko health ima?
Jesi, imaš da.
No, on nije normalan health pool uopšte. Normalno imaš 1800 healtha, 1600, kako kada zavisi od napređenja.
Što pravi Valhalla?
Gledaj. Pogledaj mi samo weapon damage 120% i ability damage 120%. Gledaj sad kad pogineš sa Valhalla. Valhalla te 5 puta ti daje damage buff. Možeš 5 puta.
Na određeno vreme ili?
Moraš da pogineš do kraja meča. Moram da poginem, to jest prvo. Da li biste umrli? Gledaj modifiere, viš? 130%, 130%. To svako dobi, po 10%. Ide do 50% bonus. Moraš sačekaš cooldown naravno, možeš sad poginut odmah. Nema point.
Da, koliko je cooldown?
Pa evo ga dole, skroz dole levo, vidiš?
Aha.
Otprilike, jednom sam se zajebao pa sam ga prerano, sam išao na to. Mislio sam da je puno, ali... Surprise. 5%.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Uopšte nije bilo puno. Bilo je za malo pa puno. Znaš, kao greška u kalkulaciji. I izgubiš health. Izgubiš 10% healtha. Ili samo kako ide ono. Izgubiš, da, 10% od maksimalnog healtha, ali dobiš 10% na damage. Što nije neki ogroman problem ako imaš, kao što rekoh, mleko. Ja sam pokupio mleko rano dosta. I mleko ti daje na svaki boss kill, na svaki, ne znam, 100 običnih mogova i na svaki boss kill daje ti health. Dok mi se refreshuje, kako se zove, opet ću imati healtha dosta. Malo bas poginuo. Vidio sam i upgrade za steampack, svaki put kad uzmeš steampack nahilujete još. Mislim, po defaultu ti sad ne healuje, nego ti samo kao buffuje statistike. Da, to ti je jedan od dva upgrade, drugi ti je 100 armor. 100 armor je dosta dobro, ali mi se čini da je možda bolje za kasnije stadijume da imaš taj neki heal. Turret. Šta je njihova sinergija? Transmitter creates expanding ring of energy when spawn dealing electric damage. Aligator, ja? Krokodil. I ovo je dobro, Ring of Power, ovo je relativno skoro. Svaki put kad uzmeš Survivora dobiš 10% na damage, global damage. To ti se kapuje na 40%, što je opet solidno za običan prst. Možda ima boljih stvari kasnije, ali nisam naišao na njih, razumeš.
Uvijek gineš polako.
Ja? Nisam siguran za cooldown. Možda.
Meni se čini da je.
Mora da zasvetli. Možda.
Idu ljudi.
Neće jasno.
Nema ljudi, bori se, nema.
Nema čovjeka.
Počinje trajanje.
Kako se?
Evo, tu.
Nek se pokolju govno, da ih jebem.
Ja sam za to da ih sve šutire nogom iz skupštine.
Ja sam za to da mi idemo da lutamo.
Ti bi da lutaš, to je sigurno. Kad kažeš mi, misliš na sebe.
Na nas.
Kako misliš ja i Ketman da ih zamajavamo da ti radiš?
Pa vi ćete sa mnom zajedno. Dijelimo se.
Idemo da se bijete, ja. Jel to?
To.
Idemo da se bijete. Genijalno. Mislim da bi trebao da izginem, a? Evo više, ovako nisam siguran da li mi je ovo na cooldown ili nije, znaš. Malo me buni.
Tesla.
Ne, uzeo sam ja Tesla, nego gledam samo će mi se aktivirati Valhalla. Ajde, gospođo, molim da. To je to, aktivira se. Izgubio sam sav kill bio.
To.
Izgubio sam 280 health sigurno, 10% damage. What a trade-off. Ali to je ono, global modifier, tako da je... Prvo ti ide to pa sve ostalo.
Ne, to je bukvalno za endless. Duct tape.
Da. I to ti diže critical na 40%.
Dobro, ćem na špricu.
Ne znaš šta je drugi upgrade za ovo? Sećaš za ovaj električni turret?
Ne, brate, nisam ga koristio.
Više da sad tauntuje. Taunt radi odlično na većini stvari. Bukvalno idu na to, razumeš, stavio mesto. I na bossove radi, ne na sve, na dobar deo. Hoće se onda maksimum broj killova, mi se čini da ti experience koji dobiješ na kraju meča ide po broju killova individualno.
Jeste, tako.
To što sam imao.
Opet zajebano zbog ovih crva, tačno te zoniraju da ne možeš nigdje otići. O. Sad, da li mi se napunilo Samo da vidim...
Meni se čini da je.
Ja mislim da je, samo da vidim cooldown. Ne znam koliki je, ne piše, konkretno njemu ne piše koliko je cooldown. Samo vidiš kao. Tako obično malo sačekam, nije frka zato što igraš endless pa Mada mislim jednom kad pogineš, kad dođeš do maksimuma više ne gubiš health, ni ne dobiješ damage. Revive-uje ti, to je to, na cooldownu si. Sad imamo varijanta Reckless. Ja bi volao da mogu da poginem, znaš.
Pa treba si to išlo onom otrovu, on te poprilično cepa.
To sam već radio danas, dosta dobro. Možda dati da biraš dva itema, ne uvijek, ali mislim imaš 50% šansa da dobiješ drugi item da biraš. Pokušavam. Impact na kilo, 300 health. To je to. Eto i šotino. Plazma.
Oho.
To ti kao upgrade on test. Sad sa onim prstenom i sa onim par puta što sam izgibao, sad mi je porastao, ima plus 6% buff na weapon i na ability damage. Što će reći da medic, onaj dron, radi 656 DPS. Što nije nešto. Kad prošli put sam došao meč ima 950 damage, mislim da ima mali dron. To ti support skill, znaš, ništa posebno. Ko ja znam može i da kritu isto. Imaš critical modifier za skilla, tek ability koji se aktivira. Zasija skill na hotkiju kad se napuni ovaj... Aha, još malo pa će biti pun. Mislim da je sad pun. Ne, sad je pun. Procenu. Samo da im 180%. Dobro. 190%, ne znam da li imam još jednu, to da uredim.
Da. Dole ovo jebate.
Četvrti ili pet, a tu izgubiš ono, ali otprilike poslije ni ne gubiš ni dobiješ health. Ne isto stojiš. Ništa.
Ali može sinergiju sa onim da ti napravi sa Blood Sugarom.
Šta to?
Sugar Rushu.
Možda. Misliš onaj item koji si sad preskočio?
Ne, ono kad ubiješ elita ili bossa da dobiješ attack speed.
Dobro.
To je bijeli skill, a Pocket Watch ti
Evo ti gledam.
40% za rečima.
Ovo se traži isto.
Dodge Cash XP.
Dobro. Evo viš, 2 put mi da odabiramo. Dobro, za sad je ovo dobro. Koliko daje na Toxic? 9.
A preko ti radi Toxic ovdje?
Medic. Baca otvorene bombe i kasnije imaš... I kasnije ideš na... Imaš kao taj SMG koji spalja otvorene strelice. A bukvalno na SMG liči. Ne onaj pištolj što ona ima sa onaj kao Syringer, već kao...
Nego SMG.
Da, SMG. Taguje sve sa otvorom. Fino umjeru. Evo. Koliko je 190%, da sam ovdje ispucao taj bonus. I sad, opet sam dobio 10%. Viš. Ne piše tačno na prstenu. A piše sad. Sad piše level 4. Dole. Weapon damage, ability damage. Piše. Napuca se. A kristal isto dobar, viš. Ali kad imaš onaj veliki kristal koji buffuje ova 3 mala, to je...
to je igra, a?
To je, pa imao sam to. I stvarno brzo, tu se dobije 100 nešto levela, samo na to. Me zanima da li dobijem više health od onoga mleka.
Šta sam teo?
Mogu slobodno da zamerim. Bonus caps after 300 activation piše dole. To je ista aktivacija, to je to. Mislim da ti ostaje bonus health ako skineš flash.
Mislim da ako disponujem te stvari da ćeš da izgubiš te bonus.
Zavisi šta. Mislim da ovo za health ti ostaje health.
Dobit health ili pa ne pojmi od prstena po 10 pono. Attack damage.
Što kaže there is only one way to find out. Misliš ovaj prsten zamenim? To bi stvarno bude dobar. Taj item. recimo da skupljam 3 kristala da vidim onaj četvrti. I onda bi vjerojatno škartirao prst. O da, rekoše za Diablo 4 da će da, čini mi se, vrati set iteme. Jej, to smo svi teli, jel tako? Jel da?
Zavisi šta će da donesu sa njima.
Evo, ti znaš šta je problem, gameplay problem tih setova, jel znaš?
To ti ubijaju buildove.
Ne postoji build kad imaš set item, jel tako? Postoji build.
Igraš ono što ti kaže set i to je to.
Da, i to je to. Nemaš recimo jedan generički stat, tipa ne znam, svi, ajmo nešto originalno. Recimo da Rogue ima aktivno konstantno klone, na primjer, tako nešto. Na 3-4 itema bonus. I to je taj kao set bonus. I item može da se roluje recimo 2 puta na kako se zove kod kovača, ono da mu dodaš 2 osobine. Onda imaš neki variety, da opet možeš nešto da uradiš. Ne pare. A kad ti igra da fiksno 4 statistike, nemaš puno prostora za ono kao, sad ću ja kreativno nešto smislim, nećeš. Nemaš prostora za razmišljanje. I to je bio ono problem ogroman u Diablo 3. Ako igraš set, onda si posvećen tom setu i to je to.
Ako ono što ti set kaže, brate, da igraš, to ćeš morati, to ti to.
Ili ćeš, ili ne radi. Ili jednostavno ne radi. Onda ga zaludnosiš. Viš, promeniti su malo izgled ovoga. Ovo je običan. Ovo je običan Syringer, a imaš taj kao bolji. A možeš ga dobiješ, naravno. Oho. Gdje je magnet? Čekaj jednu stvar da proverim. Fino. Ovdje ti je CC Mike. Bar po onome što ja mislim da ide. Igrao sam s par klasa, na primjer sa tankom. Tank ima dobar onaj DPS sa miniganom, ali nemaš neki CC. Baš, on je samo DPS, ono, solidan. Solidan, neću kažem jako solidan. Ali nemaš načina mnogo da usporiš neprijatelja kad igraš sa njim. Više se bazira na tome da ubije neprijatelje što pre. Što u Endlessu ne pomaže u kasnijim stadijima kad imaju ono scalovan health. Sad imaju scalovana 900% health, gledao sam na 1800% health. I sad ako zamenim čašu mleka za 800 mi health. To se misli će da se desi. To se računa kao bonus health koji si dobio s tim itemom i to ti to. Jer si morao prvo da ga aktiviraš, nije ti ono da ti piše u statu da ti dodaje toliko, nego morao si da ga bukvalno nosiš da bi dobio, da bi nagrindovao kill.
Ovu, evo nekoga sam našao, probati i mašavke zube.
Za?
Skrcao sam. A ne mogu ja, ne. Bez da bude.
Šta ima? Odošli svi, a?
Ne, tu sam.
Izbacio
Nego
sam...
nisam primetio da sam se vratio, znam da sve...
Da, isključi se mikrofon.
Ja.
Iz... Razlozi.
Naravno, zbog razlozi.
Zbog razlozi razni. Zabe, ja ne mogu da stojim ovdje, ne znam zašto je ovaj signal boost dobar, nije. Kad imaš ove neprijatelje koji imaju 1300% više KP i ne mogu da umru, razumeš? Od toga da ti stojiš umjesto i pucaš u njih. Možda se krećeš, da ih dotuješ ili da ih radi neki efekt da bi ih ubio. A da stojiš pored onoga signal boostera, piše 20-40% booster statistike. Žaba booster kad ne mogu da stojim, razumeš, ubi me onaj otpor. Ko oni eksplozivni neprijatelji radi. A vidiš imati, nisam znao, piše na 10. ranku Toxified enemies cause a chemical explosion dealing with range equal to 1.5. Isto i za vatru ima tag, za munju. Ima i za slash, za bleeding, znači treba biti svaki da doguraš 10 levela, to bi ti bilo ono kao optimalno. A vidio sam jedan item koji upravo to radi, duplira ti boostuje na statistikama koji imaju nekakav base, već dobar, kažemo dobar. Imao sam isto jedan koji ti ukrade, ako ti je jedan stat na levelu 30, ukrade svih ostalih bonusa i prebaci na njega. Ali nije baš toliko dobro ko što bi pomislio, zato što nemaš ti nikad ono čisto jedan modifier na nešto. Osim ako ne znam, ne igraš ninju na electrical, inženjera na electrical i ko još ima električne... ko još ima električno oružje.
Čekaj, ninja je kinetic bre, i slash.
Electrical.
Ne, nije electrical, nije kinetic. Da, on je slash, brate.
Ima
i bleeding.
Imaš električno odelo. I kunai možeš, i kunai možeš da specializiraš za electrical. Kunai ili throwing star, zaboravim se.
Zato nisu rade bleeding. Zbog toga ima ta bleed i ja mislim unapređenja na skill 3. Mislim, ne kažem da nije moguće, ono može da se uzme ono...
Da, kao što sam imao kod medika da uzmem...
Double dipuje, znaš, ono kao u 2 sorsa.
To da. Samo pitanje je koliko ti jedan scaling jače drugog.
Pa ja ne znam, ja zato kažem možda double dipuje, možda uzima vrednosti od jednog i od drugog, razumiješ? Nekog razloga niko od tih, brate, developera se ne trudi da ti objasni te informacije, nego bukvalno ako neko ono data minuje igru i onda ti oni kao, brate, ako nađu tim fajlovima kako se to funkcioniše, znaš, ono, naprave video i kažu.
Bili su zabranili moderima da minuju, data minuju Hildevere. I da to javno objavljaju takve podatke.
Da, postoji to.
Jer već je bilo postao da su likovali ljudi za ono oružje, za one attachmente, moguće upgrade-ove, placeholdere za ikonice.
Ne mogu da ih razumeš, ono kao spojluješ, brate, ono to nije u redu, neko kao gradi ceo hype, brate, oko svega toga i ti dođeš samo spojluješ ga, ne, sa to se slažem. Ali što se tiče ovako tih nekih vrednosti koji bi trebao da znaš kako funkcionišu, a ne da budu, ne znam, ono skrivene ili nevidljive, to mi je
da nisu ljudi data minovali, ne bi znali recimo da su skinuli health sa odela. Maxuti, ja mislim da ti ruke imaju 0 health. Znaš?
A?
Da.
Kako to funkcioniš onda?
Ne znam, ti mi reci.
Mislim, znam da mogu da ti dalje otkinu ruke, tako da znam da nisu neuništive.
Da. Valjda, ono što izaziva taj kritični kvar kod oružja, ako sam dobro shvatio. Sa oružje polami. %75% chemical. Evo ga. Sad su problemi. Ovo je daje weapon damage, attack speed i cooldown reduction. Oho.
Ajajaj, saobraćaj.
Samo da vidim damage, 379%, health i 200%. Da, ovdje negdje pogineš. Jer jedan od ovih corpse explosiona, kad ovi debeli zombi ti priđu na milimetar, te ono ubije samo. Toliko health radi. 1000 health mogu da te odvoju na eksploziju. Znači ne čak ni da te udare, nego eksplozija obično, lešine. Mislim, pomaže ako imaš, još 7 poginuo, razumeš, ono, koliko 5 puta i ono, izgubio sam health, ali ako imaš jedno 4-5 healtha, to pomaže da te ne ubiju, totalno.
Lekad, gubiš health kad zagineš, šta? Si to rekao?
Ne gubiš, ali ako si uzeo ovaj upgrade za ovaj resuscitation, za onaj kao, šta vam to dođe, za aparat za oživljavanje.
Oživljavanje, to
da. Gubiš health i dobiješ DPS. Dobro. Ide do 50% healtha, s maksimalnog healtha, zauzdu dobiš 50% damage. Što opet, kažem, nije puno, budući da opet imam 3.500 healtha sa svim tim penalom.
Znači ima trade-off.
Pa naravno, mora imati neki trade-off.
Da, bilo bi mi previše dobro.
No, bio bi, ono, čist damage. Čist bakar, gospodin. Sa stanovišta balansa bilo bi idiotski. Znaš, ono kao no brain, samo uzmeš. No, i sad sam dosta dobar level up. Ovo ti je legendary bio modifier. Mislim da ti ne igra attack speed oružje bitni ulogu, znaš?
Zavisi na nekim oružjima koji treba im dugo da izbaci to svoje. Naprimjer na minigun kod ovog tanka.
Da.
Kod njega isto, znaš, svi koji imaju te okvire.
Projektilsku municiju, šta?
Pa ne samo projektilsku, nego znaš koji imaju okvire.
Da.
Znaš, kod njih definitivno znači ili će brže da izbace taj okvir i jebi ga i onda mogu brže da pucaju. Znaš, da brže da ga zamene. Jel, naprimjer, tank sa minigunom, šta on ima? On ima jebate 400 metaka u tome.
100-200, mislim sigurno. Nije
više. A dobro, znaš, treba vremena to da se izbaci.
Treba. Nije nešto dugo, ali za to vreme ne radi ništa, razumeš? Onda ostali moraju da pucaju umjesto njega.
Znaš, zato što nema on veliki damage po metku i onda jebi ga želiš što više mečića da izbaciš.
Ne, ali imaš onaj auto shotgun sad kao upgrade.
O, pa 40 minuti idemo.
Stigao sam ja danas do 50. Ali sa karakterom koji su malo bili više levelovani, mehaničari manji leveli, nema toliko upgrade-ova. Koji su bili svi ono levelovani. I isto sam dobio sam mnogo rano onaj legendary, taj XP modifier, puš 40% na XP game. Sad mi je modifier za XP 270%, mislim sam imao 290%. Ima achievement i za ovo.
Da bi achievement da te zgrabi taj crno.
Pa da kao ono, izađi ispod tebe. Ne mora tu biti. Da preživiš samo. Nije problem preživjeti, ne neki posebno. Nadao sam se onome Geodu, ali nema ga još uvijek. Još nisam ni... Mislim da nisam iskoristio reinkarnaciju, nisam siguran. Imam je free ono na cooldown. Sa cooldown.
O, da, kažemo na cooldown ti tako da nisi.
Evo se začudio kako sam full health. A šta je ovi sprintere? Kaos, totalni kaos. Samo da vidim. Ice turret 11 sekundi cooldown. Transmit cooldown 15 i automobil 8 sekundi i po. Dobro. I medic winters opet. Da, 790. Imao sam bolji modifier ono. Mislim kad sam igrao sa svatom i medicom. Da sam nabuffao bio taj damage. Mislim da imaju sinergiju kao da ti meci od drona rikošetiraju. Pošto svat ima rikošet.
To nije loše, da.
Svat ima rikošet i onda ako imaš svata...
To je mnogo, rikošet je mnogo, ja.
O, jes, ako imaš više stvari da ono, profitiraju toga. Ako imaš svata koji po defaultu rikošetira, mislim da imaš upgrade za 100% rikošeta. I imaš drona koji već sam po sebi je solidan, razumiješ, ako to uzmeš kao da imaš još pola drona. Još jedno drona koji puca free. Koliko health-a ima? 3000% skoro. Jao. To čujem autić onaj kako ide okolo, čujem zzzz. Ne znam šta je, znaš. Ne vidim kako ima zombije. Ne. Fire, ice, electrical, push 4. I sad je tačno 4. A dobro, ovi su ostali dobili buff, ako se ne varam. Slash Miloš. Dobro. Izgleda dobro. Oh, 22% ability critical. Da. Uzeo sam health, ali nisam ni osjetio heal, vjerojatno me nešto puklo pored mene. Noći je da sad ovi dotovi, razumeš, kada ostanu na podu, kad ubiješ zombije pa ostane onak kiseline, to skida mnogo više healtha nego što ja mislim.
Pa naravno, rastim damage. Da li killing bonus ide, brate, i na regeneraciju?
Kako misliš healing bonus?
Ne, duct tape!
Ne. Pa si pročitaš šta radi golub?
Ne.
Pročitaj sad.
Da.
Svaki put kad tagovaš neprijatelja...
Čovječe, ako dobiješ drugi level duct tape-a, čovječe, bonusi su ono mnogo jaki.
Kako da nisi još vidio drugi level?
O, trebaš da dobiš 2 duct tape-a, jebik.
Ništa onda?
Pa ništa, onda ćeš imati i taj drugi level isto duct tape-a, onda ćeš dobiti sve 4 stvari.
Nisi još dobio 2 ista itema?
Jebik.
Nije to drugi level, nego piše ti kad imaš jednog survivora, 2 survivora i 3 survivora, to si video, da?
Onda su to promenili, vrati, bilo je to...
To piše. Kad je solo survivor imaš jedan bonus, kad su 2 drugi, kad su 3 imaš 15% critical chance. To je za 3 survivora. Ovo su već eksplozije prejake.
Ovdje baš bio.
Ne bio, nego svaki razumeš, svaki put kako trči nešto, pukne nešto pored tebe, onako skine ti pada jedno 100-200 HP sigurno. I to je nemoguće izregenerisati koliko razumeš, to dešava često. Jer sad sam prošao, znači pored ovoga zombi iskoči iz poda bukvalno. Možda je ovdje dobra Hunter zato što ima one mučiće rabaci koji rade tamo.
Dobro, ti imaš ovdje i turete kod inženjeru koji rade isto tamo.
Ja nisam primetio generalno da... Op. A mogu sam šta god uzmem, previše sitan bonus. Ne znam šta će mi pomoći plus 1 HP sekundi, ali dobro. gdje je ovaj pick-up? Ja sam prošao pored njega. Kaki. La krab. Ti plus 50%. Nije loš. Solid panel.
MRWRQ. Welcome to my channel.
MRWIQ. Nisam oko daleko stigao prošli put. Načet 1000% health i 500% njihov damage. Ali ovo je već... Da, gledaj corpse explosion koliko me skine. 1000 health minimum. Ja njih CC-ujem, vidim da se uspore stanu, razumeš, malo i to, ali teško mogu da dođem do bilo čega da pokupim. Vidim magnet, ali ne vidim magnet.
A gore.
Evo ga.
Oj, nisam mogu dobio.
2,5%, to je nebitno skroz.
Dobro, imaš jedan 4 healtha na mapu, to ono...
Moraš stići do njih.
Ovo, brate, ali su izdržljivi, majke mi.
Pa ti gledaj evoluciju sad. Vidiš?
Da, skoro 5000% healtha.
I ovo je sad 32 healtha po sekundi.
Nešto si nosit.
A ne.
Mislim, nije da nije.
Neka te udaraju non stop.
Ja volim ovaj buckshot rulet. Ponekad čoveče imaš sreću da znaš kako ispamuju napade.
Sad ću ti ja reći, znaš šta ti je također weapon cooldown? Weapon cooldown ti je ovo. Svakih 0,3 sekunde puca ovaj syringer i ja mislim da ti gleda cooldown na robota. Gledaj ovo.
0,15 sekundi, ja?
Ne, 0,08.
8, aha.
Znači u sekundi ima 10 napada. Mali robot. Viš puca ko minigun. Vidiš? A džaba kad ima 5000% više healtha, može da puca, razumeš, 100 u sekundi, razumeš, onih projektila. Džaba. Mislim da najviše ubijem ove sitne, a ovu elitu oni onako vratno od ovoga Dota umiru poslije, ne znam, 3 sekundi. Pošto su otrovani neko vreme. Viš, ja dosta treba vremena da ubijem i obične mobove, koliko health ima. Evo ga, viš. Bukvalno sam naišan i u zombi, ja gledam kad će umret. Ma kaki. Još nisam umro. Skoro da se ne isplati stajati pored onoga emitera. Nisam primetio su mi toliko jače statistike, pa makar pisalo 100%. 100% ih brže neće ubiti sigurno. Kristal je dobrodošao, ali nema. Ovo sam probao bio, znaš, ovo ti ako hoćeš da umreš. Koliko je 2% od 3000, koliko imam? 3000 nešto health, 3000 health. 1% je 35, jel da? 2% je 70 healtha po sekundi. Mislim da sam pravo. Ovo je, ne možeš ovo da vratiš toliko healtha, znaš. Probao sam jedno. Nemoguće, znaš. Bukvalno nemoguće. Nemaš toliko da natikuješ, jel? I XP je 275%. To je moj modifier, oni imaju bounty modifier 400% na XP. Kad imaš taj area damage bonus, a imao sam ga sa jednom od ovih kristala, koji je, samo ćete reći, ovaj, plavi. Imaš Sapphire Gem i imaš aktivan taj maksimalni bonus, čini mi 107 tegova po 3 i imaš taj Geode. Mislim da ti onda pustuje ability area na 28% i duration na 42%. I igrao sam bio sa Svatom, znaš kao ona staza kojom ide helikopter. Pa duplo već. Koliko duplo već? Mislim jest 40%, ali osjećaj kod duplo. Znači ne može ništa da prođe tu. Naravno, ni to ne pomaže kad je ovo ovako, razumiješ, kad su ovako tanki. Jesu se već jednom uradili evoluciju? Jesu. Sad si me...
Ne on samo PC. Ajde.
Šta kažeš, summon PC?
Zabud PC, ono na Twitchu.
Šta? Možda OBS overloaduo se, da nisam.
Ne, nego meni stranica ono kao zamrzla.
Možda ti izbaci reklame?
Moguće, vidim da su nešto tamo promijenili neki...
Da nemaš ad locker?
Imam, ne nego ono...
Uključiti reklamu pa ti se zabagalo, mogu da skladim.
Ne nego znaš ono cijelo browser mi je zabao.
Nije loše kad igraš ovo Endless dobiješ dosta ovih ne individualno survivor poena, već dobiješ ove poene za upgrade general.
To je sat vremena, ono.
10 poena mislim da nije loše.
Ovo je 4 generacija, 1%, da, ljudi.
Da, ja sad imam 32 kjel.
1, znači...
O, poginuo sam već. Poginuo sam. Aktiviralo mi se revive. Što znači da će i drugi put da poginem još brže nego što ti misliš. Nešto je puklo. Nešto je eksplodirao. Ne vidim šta je.
Daj mi sekund, moram brbo.
Ne, samo ti.
Nemoj da zagineš.
Nemoj da zagineš, pa. Night Organ, 42 miliona DPS. Electrical turret, electrocution, plasma, 12 miliona. No. Nice. Spanner? Spammer. Definition of insanity.
Jebi ga, nisi mogao da me ispuštiš, ja ti rekao nemoj da se gibavaš dok ne dođem.
Ovo sam jedno da pauziram, ma džaba, poginuo sam 2 puta zaredom, ono. Pogineš jednom, poginuo sam jednom.
Do kog minuta stigu?
53. 5. Tako neka glupost.
Lepo, lepo, lepo.
Moglo nam je biti lepo, da. Uključio sam ultimat oružje za nju. A neću ti reći šta je ako ne budeš tada
Welcome to my channel.
Ono malo iznenađenje. Vidjet ćeš.
Kako se to promotao na ovome? Zbog toga mi se YouTube stream više sviđa, brate. Odmah klikneš na nazad i to je to.
Klikneš na aktivan stream i onda vidiš kao trajanje čitavog streama i onda vratiš unazad. Vratiš pred kraj runde, kad sam pogledao kako sam dobio XP i ovoga i onoga i onda sam potrošio specijalizacije i vidio sam zadnji kao zadnje oružje. Nije zadnje oružje, to je ono kad ti ponudi 2 oružje, sad ti nudi 3 oružje kao alternativu. Ne mora znači da je bolje, jednostavno 3 opcija.
Spanner.
Spanner, spammer.
Spammer, da. Da li to znači će nam baca ključevi iz toga?
To zvuči. To zvuči kao upravo tako. Ovo. Pošto sam uzeo solo run, bez ikoga, pa ne tiče da ti ovo. O, 2 tureta. Znači cooldown radi tačno kako treba da radi. To. Baciš jedan turet, dobiš još jedan turet. To mi sviđa.
2-1, idemo.
Schrödingerova mačka. Ovo radi fino jako. Par puta sam dobio legendary, one upgrade-ove, znaš. Ako mi se svidi modifier, a neću odmah da ga uzmem, redo. Neću. I evo ga. Kuku. Šta da radim sad? Liberet. Htio sam da uzmem onu, kako se zove, Huntress i pomozi mi reći inženjer. Ludilo. Liči na raketni lancer, samo malo uvrnut. Mislim da ova 2 rade u sinergiji, ako se dobro sjećam. Da. Mislim da ovaj cooling mod pasiv daje svim oružjima cold.
Sad, pošto si ovako dosta igrao, kako ti je iskustvo s ovim helikopterom od SWAT-a?
Pa dobre, radi dobar crowd control, mislim da imaš sinergiju, znači ne usjetiš čim. Baš toliko solo da igram, nisam htio sam da izuzmem jednog, ali potrošio sam rerollove da uzmem oružje novo. Umjesto za karaktera. Pa ima samo jedan reroll. Kad sam igrao Fallout, uvijek sam se pitao da li se isplati uzimati XP modifier. Jer svaka 3 levela uzimaš jedan taj perk. I taj perk kaže ovako, sav XP koji zaradiš daje ti, kao ide, na sav XP koji zaradiš dobiješ 10%. Pa onda imaš 10, pa ne znam 15 i 20% ili 10, 20, 30%, nebitno. A onda sam staj na papir i skontao sam da svaka 3 levela gubim po jedan perk koji sam mogu da uzem, umjesto toga uzeo sam XP boost. I ako ćeš svejedno da budeš maksimalni level, bolje da ne uzimaš, razumeš, XP boost. Ako planiraš, mislim da je maksimalni level u Falloutu bio 50, znači kapovan se. Znači XP boost je čista glupost, ako nemaš živaca da kao čekaš, znaš. Ako hoćeš za što brže vremena jer između mimo tih perkova koje gubiš dobiješ skill poene. Ako hoćeš što pre da dobiješ skill poene, da, isplati se brže level, stoji. Što da ne. Zanimljivo, solo run, a? Među neki dobar item. Njega sam teo. Zaboravim da vidim koji je tag na ovo. Ovo je... šta je ovo? Metak? Kinetik? Može mi se to uzeti svata. XP, 185%, pa dobro. Solidno.
Čovjek je mnogo jaki kod SWAT. Ne znam zašto, ali ih mnogo volimo.
Kod inženjera?
Ne, kod SWAT.
3 tureta imaju i rade provoke. Ili ti tauntuju. Tu nema ništa loše.
Brate, ono da te udari... onaj crv, ja ne znam što ste dobili tamo achievement.
Aha?
Ja ne znam što ste dobili tamo achievement, ono te udari crv.
5 puta.
Ja mislim da to nije to.
5 puta te udari crv. To ti je prvi.
5 puta.
Što pitaš, nemaš šta achievement?
No, ja sam ih uvijek izbjegavao.
Dobro, ja nisam normalno uglavnom. Ako hoću da poginem, kad igram sa ovim Medic ima tu foru, razumeš da te u suštini buffuje. Deploy single RC card that protects boss enemy exactly deals slashing damage. Dobro. Ovo ti inače Horda level 2, znači da su u startu jači. U startu su jači od mene. Bar dok ne nabavim dobar gear, li se dobro.
Jeste 5 puta u singularanju to udari.
Si gledao achievement?
Evo sad sam potvorio. Šta kaže, automatic turret provocation, non spawns 3 turret, ujebote. A šta mu je drugo napređenje?
Za turret?
Da.
Pa svaki taj ima 2 napređenja, mogu sjetiti šta je.
Pa to da ne mogu sjetim ja isto drugo. Znam za ovaj provok, ja bih ga provok uvijek zapamtim, ali nekad ne zapamtim ove druge stvari.
Ne mogu dobijem Teslu, ne? Neće ni Ghost. Hoćeš Hunters. Ninja ima electrical synergy sa inženjerom. Shurikeni mogu da rade electrical damage. Ne slashing, već baš electrical. Kompas ti daje isto ability, daje ti za movement speed, a meni movement speed čini mi se... Koliko movement speed? 240%. Za svakih 5 movement speeda preko 100% daje ti ability damage, area i duration. I koliko ja ovo je sad od ovih tureta. Tako usput da ne zagibem, bilo bi dobro. A na 100 HP-a sam nema šanse da neću zaginuti.
Da ste mumije?
Postoji mumija.
Daju one bele kristale.
A šta s bele kristale?
O, više experience.
Aha, znači imaš obične one, kao što je to žuljskasti, imaš bele, plave, šta su? Ti igraš drugu mapu, šta?
Ma ne, igramo onu Wasteland koji ti.
Druga mapa.
Pa dobro, ti si sad vratio, ali igrao si malo pre Wasteland.
Ja, uzao sam zato što mi ovo nema toliko tih terenskih prepreka i crva, ali sam stavio difficulty level 2. Znaš, pa mi to dođe onako malo veći izazov nego level 1 tamo. Tamo u suštini level 1 ti je easy mod. Kad si se upgrade u easy mod, level 2 je ovo malo u startu te drži ono na opasnost, da kažemo. I gdje taj? SOS. Evo ga SOS, ali neću ući u tenka, ne tenka. Hoću Hunters.
Ne.
Ne bi još baš plan da igram s 2 karaktera, ali dobro. KPA i nema. Lele. 18 jelta! Raneri su zajebani. Između ostalo. Toliko brzo ulete u tebe, razumeš da ne možeš. Šta se desilo? Banish. Laser. Marš. Imao sam 18 kp, ne verujem. Banish. Banish 8 oba oružja od ovoga inženjera. I ostalo... Da?
Da bi dobio treći šta?
Pa da bi mi dao treći.
Au, brate, ne znam, čini mi se da je malo možda overkill. Kapiram što hoćeš, ali opet...
Što, ma imam Tesla Gun, on je solidan, ali ono... Više me nerfuje, nešto nisam izabrao ni jedno od tih level 3 upgrade-ova, već što nisam dobio trećeg survivora koji hoću. Više me to nerfuje.
A, to?
Evo dobio sam Plasma Gun. Koliko im je Electrical, 19. level. Dobar. To radim Electrical i Cold. U isto vreme. Moj svijet, magičan i lijep. Kako idem zaboraviti?
Ja ne mogu da prestanem misle kad se rekao ono SOS sending, bottle, ne kako? Sending message in the bottle, da, message in the bottle. Ali ne od Stinga, već od ovog Machine Head.
Message in a bottle?
To ti Stingova pesma, ali ovaj kao Machine Head je ono prepeo to na svoj način, dosta brže metal varijanti.
Dobio sam Hunters posle 15 minuta. 3-4 puta sam...
Jebote, ja mogu da već 4 dobijem level up i ne mogu da dobijem laser za inženjera.
Blaster ili
plazma? Dobijem onaj blaster, sad dobijem blaster, jebote. Hoću laser, jebote.
A nisi vidio novi upgrade, šta?
Ne, nisam uzeo betu.
Što nisi? Plašiš se da se te nešto eksplodi na kompjuteru?
Brate, to je kod mene uvijek mogućnost i ja bi cenio da se ti ne smrdaš s tim.
Boli me.
Developeri
su, ja to uvijek radim, developeri su minus. Ako polomiš svoju igru, razumeš da je meni ne igriva, naravno će ti napišem negativnu recenziju, razumeš. Ili kogod da me pita, ali ću da reći, nemoj to da igraš, to je bogovito, ono, polupa mi se save, tako to. Znači, antireklama čini čudo, kao u slučaju Helldivera. Nikad ne procenjujem moć antireklame. Vidi automobilčić što ide okolo, nosi na sebi cirkular testaru. Da, ide okolo i seče ih, znaš. Seče ih po nogama.
Ricochet. Shattering projectile will break into multiple objects dealing shattering damage. Aha, causing bleed, a ovdje 100% rikošeta. Čoveče. Sa 25% na 100. Dakle, idemo na 100% šanse rikošeta. Zanimljiv upgrade-ovi ima ta nova klasa. Šta, na koju foru radiš? Šta imam, kinetik ili elektro?
Za?
Pa nova klasa.
Nova klasa, misliš mehaničar?
Da, mehaničar,
ne,
šta je?
Cold.
A, Cold?
Da, Cold.
Čekaj, ozbiljno?
Da. Kada ste rekao instaliraj beta pa probaj. Ne, on neće. Dobro, ne moraš, to je plan. Prvo moraš da otključaš klasu. Da imaš 5000 ability activations. 5000. Šta sam radio? Igrao sam endless match i uzimao sam samo ono ability cooldown i reaction ability cooldown.
Već 5000.
Ne, a džaba moraš opet. Hvala. Žao mi je, moraš opet udraš. Da ste rekao instaliraj betu i to odradi. Znam šta si rekao, verujem mi, imam i ja 10.000 aktivacije, nije da problem. Ali se ne računa dok ne instaliraš update.
Je.
Znam da zvuči bez veze, ali zvuči bez veze.
No nije, šta brate, mislim, nije da je nemoguće čoveče, mislim, ali meni se više sviđa da imaš to, nešto da uradiš. Nema problema sa tim osjećajem napretka i progresije kad ideš te nečemu, ono. Bolje mi to nego da dobiješ sve ovako.
Na tacno.
Pa da. Na neki način imaš ljude koji se drže te neke komfort zone i ne kapiraju da su neke stvari možda zanimljivije.
Evo ga. Level 2 horde. Jebena level 2 horde. Ko mjauče? Mjau! 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 Šareni mačak ili ti mačak sa 3 šare. Čujem ga od napadi kako mjauče.
Ovo pa sad je lepo vreme, sad može da se baškari lepo ko čovjek.
Može. Samo taj ne voli puno da stoji umjesto, znaš, ovi ostali su malo pasivni, ovo je vrlo aktivan.
Aktivan.
Koliko imam, 1 poen, a? Super. Dobro, kad bi stavili tagove protiv skillova, da znaš tačno koji šta radim. Ovako moraš da nagađaš, ovo je led, ovo je slash, ovo je kinetik. Baseline, endless, level 1 horda. Kad igraš sa inženjerom, najbolje ti je, provjerio sam da stojiš blizu ispred njih. Onda ih udari ključem u glavu, znaš, ne gađi ih. Da, jer ako ti gađi, to radi manje štete. Kad ovako priđe ti, samo...
Ali meni se čini to prolazi kroz njih kada ih gađi.
Gledaj. Da, odbija se. No, nije to problem.
Zašto to nije ovdje unapredili sve ovo?
Kako misliš?
Po svojim skillovima i talentima, da nije bilo ono kako otvoriš te neke achievemente pa si imao kao neku generalnu samo stablo za dosta očigledne, da kažeš, ono unapređenje, kao dobiš više keša.
Misliš kad dobiš achievement dobiješ nešto od to?
Pa ne, da i ne.
Kako da i ne?
Pa ne, gledaš kao generalno stablo što imaš. Njega se unapređivo kao s tim nekim account XP-em, na primjer. I onda si imao, kao kažem ti, ono kao više keša dobiješ veće kao češće dropove ovih belih buffova da ti budu, da ti duže, ne znam, traju ti buffovi, da ti češće padaju i ne znam, health ili to. O, zdravo, pa gdje si, Miki? Evo, čekam u tebi. Nema ti pa smo se zabranuli. Da te suželimo. Ako. Ja isto kažem, baš ono ne mogu da verujem, čovječe, juče je bilo 20 stepeni i jutros bio, ne znam, ono, 1. Pa da, i opet ima da bude 1 ujutru. Ali ja sam svima pričao, brate, kada dođe mart, ljudi, brate, očekujte proleće, ja mislim da je tako i bilo. Sada ćemo napolje da se gušterišemo. A Sekil, praviš ti ove sinergije sa likovima ili uzmeš ovako čisto što hoćeš?
Pa da, već sam onda preisplanirao šta hoću da uzmem. Rekao sam već. Da uzmem Hunters i Inženjera. A po mogućstvu da uzmem oba ta karaktera pre levela 15, sam malo predobio na 15. levelu tek treći karakter. Već postalo malo ono zamorno, razumeš, ubijati korde neprijatelja sa 2 karaktera. Baš super zabavno. I sad neću da radim reroll da bi dobio drugo oružje, znaš. Možda ću opet da uradim banish. Mi da opet glupost.
Ja te baniše uložim u to pa skinem pojen iz toga.
To sam da. I...
Critical hit final damage.
I mogu bi da uzem i svat. Znaš šta on radi, kinetik. Znaš, on radi kinetik, a njeni ovi francuski ključevi koji sad, s kojima gađa, oni sad rade kinetik damage. I ona ima cold, dodatna kinetik, a on ima rikošet. Feed the undead worm with 500 zombies. Šta? Nosila su ti dobro ako ti da, znaš. To od 15 health po sekundi. Moj klep je tu lovi. Oh, here she comes, watch out for she'll chew you up. Oh, here she comes, she's a man-eater. I koliki mi je kinetik? 132%, dobro, fino. Ti mi ne trebaš.
Evo te, pa če vijez, neki si razmišljao o ovome. Znaš kako imaš na svotu rikošet napređenje, onda imaš ono kao evolution. Ako, na primjer, uzimaš evolution da imaš 100% rikošet šanse, onda ne možeš da uložiš onda poene u sam rikošet. Znaš što ćeš imati 100% preko evolutiona. Znaš, imat ćeš ti 25% više na napređenju ovako, ali...
Da ti kao da ušparaš poene, kapiram.
A da, bukvalno ušparaš poene, jedino ako
hoćeš... Ali već je... Sad bi ti pokazao, već meni karakter imaju mnogo poena. Ništa mi to ne pomaže, onako na bitniji.
Ušte bi leveli koji?
Sto i neki level. 110.
Ti si to baš dosta igrao.
A meni je onaj koji to je to generalni level kao naš, 250. Survivor level 250.
A meni je 146. O, pa ti si ovo dosta izmenio svaku igru nego ja.
Upalim, na primjer sad ne pričam ni s kim, upalim, pustim YouTube, gledam nešto i ovako samo ono malo levo, desno, vozi se kroz njih, kokam. Razbije briga, za mozak. Vrlo jednostavno. Grafički nije najružnija igra koja postoji, onako, kaže moj brat, čist dopamin hit.
Pa da, ove igre obično jesu, ono. S tim što ovdje imaš tu neku mogućnost kao napredovanja i pravljenja određenih buildova, to mi se to ne sviđa. Znaš, kao build nije samo šta ćeš dobiti na mapi, naprimjer kao drugim igrama.
Pa kako si unaprijed isplanirao tu sinergiju karaktera? Ima i toga.
U toga mi se možda više sviđa taj pristup. Ne mogu da verujem, brate, za ono što niste uzeti. Da li moguće će brišu, brate, Pet of Exile, jebote?
Koji, kec?
Nije običan.
Da će dvojku da resetuješ, šta?
Dvojku, da.
Pa ekonomija nije u redu skoro, znaš, to znate svi, jel da?
Da.
Ono, totalno je broken. Znači nije moguće da igrači koji ne igraju taj solo self-found ili hardcore ne mogu ništa da kupe, da traduju, nije realno, razumeš? Stvari nemaju vrednost kako bi trebalo možda imati. Koliki je toki voki bonus? Pa ne piše. Ability area and duration. Dobro, 114%, duration 106%. Znači, fora... Koliki je cooldown za ovo je? 2 put za... I treći. 3 put zaradu se aktivira. A ih ide non stop. Gore dole. Da, non stop se aktivira, ne znam kako radi. Ne znam kako radi, ali lude, brother.
A ti mi sviđa, a?
Da, ne znam kako radi, mi sviđa. Koliki je cooldown uopšte? Dejn sam. Nemoguće. SWAT. Ability cooldown reduction 40%. Helikopter se reloaduje svaki 25 sekundi. Nešto tu ne štima. To nije zabagano nešto. 2 helikoptera. 2 helikoptera. Šibe preko ekrana. Nešto bilo preludo. Tesla.
Ujo.
Ne znam kako ovo radi sa 2-3 helikoptera. Da je jedan helikopter. I?
Obično ne tako dobro.
Pa ne, gledao sam da se aktivira, 2 su malo previše. Ma ovo nije 20 sekundi cooldowna, ovo nešto nije u redu. Nego još jedan iz drugog pravca.
Dobro, zato što imaš ove.
Duration i cooldown i... Jedan, pa još jedan ide za njim. U istom pravcu. I treći ide za mnom. Dobro. Čuo da me nisu napravili da recimo možeš da ubiješ crva sa helikopterom.
Zato što ne možeš, oni su ti više kao ono taj neki environment.
Kapiram. Taj environment je cep opet. Gunner. Helicopter now also supports the squad by firing at enemy near their location. Ajde im to. Na što to liči? Kako li to radi? 60% cooldown reduction na ability. Šta bilo? To helikopter umro? Ili je ubio crva, ne znam, nešto se bio zapucao tačno na tragu kako izlazi crv, tako je helikopter pregazio preko njega, znaš? Ne znam šta je bilo. Samo znam da imam 3 turret. Imam gunner turret i SWAT turret, inženjer i mehaničar. 3 turret. Turret Paradise.
A tvoje je sada samo da stojiš i ne radiš ništa.
Pa...
Nema šanse da ti to uradiš, da?
Da stojim u mjestu i ne radim ništa. Ja idem okolo i skupljam moje power upove. That's my job. Možda kad maksimum sve, ne bude imao mjesta ni za jedan item. Neka provocation za turret. Svat baci turrete i svi ne pritoče na njih. Evo ga. Zove se Omni Geode. 1 tag to every damage. If the damage tags were at 0, it gives plus 3 tag instead. Daje na sve one druge gemove daje plus 3. Što neče ima sinergiju sa ovim drugim gemovima, zato što njima treba minimum 3 da bi radili, što znači da kad imaš sva 4 imaš taj maksimalni bonus. A imaš maksimalni bonus samo po sebi. Sad je area. Boga me dobar. Jebana li voda. Tesla, SMG. Nećemo sniper rifle. To sam jedno uzao sniper rifle ko slepac neki. Čak ne radi toliki, da radi bar ipak 1000 damage svakih, ne znam, 2 sekunde, tako neka nebuloza. Na base level, ma ne radi mi toliko. Sad su proletela 2 helikoptera, jedan kroz drugi, u 2 različite smere. Tamo se raziš levo i desno. Granate launcher. To se dobije maksimalni bonus na ovaj kamen. 7. Kad sam uzeo eksploziv. Uzeo sam grenade launcher svat.
Oho.
A sad je rock and stone, it never gets old.
Pogledat ću kad treba stignete već.
Stvarno ćeš čekati. Ali dobro, imaš to.
Evo, kako će da bude, znaš, ono komentirano u igru.
Može odmah da bude, samo zažmuri, pusti mene preko TeamViewera, ti to sredim. Nije kao da je ono, znaš, nedostupna beta skin. Ili ti misliš da ti resetuje progres i šta?
Ne, ništa.
Ništa.
Friends with the hero now guarantees injury status.
Šta gledam, slashing ili kinetic?
Mislim da je ovo kinetic. Ali ono, ili eksplozija, šta je da bolje bude da radi? Neću da bolje eksplozija.
Ko je to?
Ne, sad je znači Evolution Barbed Explosion, creates full explosion and successful penetration. Ovo ima injury. Možda ću iskusiti, čini se to možda pametno nas.
Stretcher! Yes!
Sad imam ovdje za medika, mislim da je taj SMG što će rekao kad dobije to treće unapređenje da mu je više nego potrebno.
Da, malo radi damage i sporo i onaj pištolj, onaj...
I nema ni domet dobar.
Needler, onaj, i imaš opciju da baca one ručne bombe. One kao provete.
Pa da.
Gluposti.
Nema veliki domet, s tim treba vremena da to sve padne.
Da se desi nešto.
Da.
Šta instalirati Shadowit?
Hoću.
Kakav imaš upload?
Nemam pojma koji mi treba, to treba da bude 100 sa 30.
Pa ti to dosta recimo na Discordu da streamaš.
Više nego dovoljno, što?
Pa da vidim kako se ti snalaziš ako budeš terror update. Zanima kako ćeš ti taktiku sad napraviš. To me zanima. Aha. Pa sad kad ćeš prvo da skineš, meni skina skoro gigabit, nešto je update bio.
Pa čekaj, tek sam na 12. minutu.
Nešto nisi poginuo?
Ne, ali ovo je ono kratka misija, 20
minuta.
No, znači još 8 minuta treba završiti.
Koliko rade francuski ključi? 36 damage. Scaling je užas. Užas. Više mislim da rade, po nekoj logici kontam da rade stan ili nešto.
Ja ne znam da ti stan znači u igri nešto.
Pa ne znam.
Ili preveliki broj, brate, ovdje neprijatelja da bi, znaš, ono stanovo dvojicu ili trojicu.
Više ga ubiješ ga i onda kao šta koji si kurcano kad si ga mogu ubiti. Toliko brzo dolazi da razumiješ da kao ok, stanovo si jednog i ono kao šta god.
Ovo nema dometa uopšte ove provete, uopšte ovo nema dometa.
Ne znam zašto si mislio da ima. Da li si mislio da ima uopšte?
Znaš, ono kao ne zbog čega, ja sam medika generalno igrao kad sam igrao kao neke, da kažeš, relativno melee buildove, tad sam igrao medika. Ali to mi je nešto imalo smisla, ja medika kao medika ono baš što ne igram, ali igram ga uz Pira i Ninju.
Znaš sam drugi kristal. Ovo što boostuje damage, attack speed. Cooldown.
Ali zjebao.
On 4200 hit puno. Sam lekcet.
A, na zadnjem levelu ovog bočica on dobije, da kaže što priželji da baca dve boločice i tu drugu baca malo dalje.
Ko medic?
Da. Samo 2 minuta.
Da, no.
Enemies can create. Imagine if I spoke like that. Wouldn't that be fucking obnoxious? Enemies can create post-mortem hitboxes, so you can take out two enemies at the same time by killing one so much that he flies into and kills one of his boys. You can impale a goblin on your greatsword and then throw him off a cliff, killing the griffin that ran away with 1 HP. You can do this!
Sam upgrade kao da ti se ovo, kako se zove, magneti sponuju 2 puta više, na primjer, 2 puta češće. Nisam ih vidio uopšte.
This is only the stuff I can remember. I have over 300 clips of this game. They're all combat. The vocations, while being incredibly similar, are also not that at all. They are, dare I say it, finally balanced. They're now designed to avoid redundancy, where one vocation would make half your choices completely pointless. Why play fighter, or strider, or ranger, or warrior, when assassin could do fucking everything? I loved assassin, and I'm glad it's gone. Meanwhile, there's 10 vocations in Dragon's Dogma 2, and only one of them can dodge. Everyone else has to work within their limitations. Thief can dodge, but folds upon the slightest breeze. Fighter is versatile, but doesn't really excel at anything. Mystic Spearhand is Virgil. Wizards can levitate, but are squishy as hell. Trickster is, and Trickster is...
Ne uzimaš ti dve iz olive trake, nego jednu.
Da, jednu, da. Jeste, to je promjen, Mislim da je ranije bilo ovako, kada si mogu kada ih leveluješ, da uzmeš dve i onda dobiješ drugi bonuse. A sad po članu, ti si bio pravo, po članu dobiješ, ja sam to napametno da pričao. Nego što daš ti bonusi za jednog čoveka 2 i 3.
Tu sam bio realno zbunjen, ne kažem kraljevski.
That's what you fucking deserve. This is my revenge. I'm a warrior main. I've been dealing with this shit my entire life. You fucking bougie-ass assassins and mystic knights and whatever the fuck else got to coax through life with 6 whole-ass skill slots while I slaved away in the pits, eating 3 slots for lunch from the trough like the good little pig I am. And now you're down in the dirt like the rest of us. You will eat from the trough and you're gonna fucking love it. And guess what? For you, it's 2 less skill slots. But for me, holy shit, a whole new skill slot! It's Christmas! So if I hear another unlovable, pathetic thought will tell me that it's a crime, that their overtuned wizard can only bring 4 stupidly busted fucking spells instead of 6, I say, fucking cry about it!
Različno ovim oruženim razređenjima, na primjer u klasi kad se to radiš.
Ne, samo treba level up dovoljno. I automatski imaš otključan na 3. Znaš kad ti ponudi, na primjer, ajmo kod svata. Kod svata ti...
Ne, to nego, znaš kako pojedinačno trebaš da ih napređuješ.
Slušaj me, na kraju ti da progresiju za 3 oružja. Tome se radi. Imaš na primjer kod svata imaš po defaultu, kao što sad imaš assault rifle i sniper, imaš i grenade launcher, ali moraš da, ili da banišuješ jedno od ta dva ako ti ne da, ili da rerolluješ, dok ti ne da. Znači na kraju imaš 3 kao evolucije, jeli, za oružje. Naravno moraš znati šta se, na primjer, Pyro ima bacač plamena i kako zove onaj sekiru, vatrogasnu sekiru, jaču, kako zove onaj Pyro X, a imaš kao treći upgrade ili side grade, kako hoćeš, ti je 2 sekire. S tim što si jednom udara, s drugom gađe. Mislim da se ta vraća u ruke. Tako nešto. Da. Šta da je eksploziv na 10. level? Explosion radius is increased by 19%. Dobro. Ovdje na jednoj gomeli stoje ledeni turet, 3 električna tureta i 3 ova sva tureta. I jedan transmitter koji buffuje. Evo ja stojim u sredini. Jevi ga, sad ćemo ono da se pomeni, što me crva ono. A ne, nego ono, bukvalno ispod mene se podi. Weapon critical chance 25%. Imaš zlatni ključ i srebrna brava, znaš. Padlock ti je ono kao katanac. Imaš da ih uzmeš zajedno. Ako imaš jednu i drugu u svom inventaru, imaš šansu da svaki put da biraš 2 itema umjesto jednog.
To može bude, ali... A brzo ti napuniš te iteme.
A to je muka. U suštini žrtvuješ, to je dobro da dobiješ kao prve iteme koje dobiješ, da to dobiješ. Znaš, na početku. A sad, da sam ja sad... Znaš, ne baš, nije baš ono... Bog zna šta. Evo, Ring of Power je bolji. Zamenit ću mačku za Ring of Power. Kad 4 u Team Survivora imati 40% bonus damage. To je bolje.
2 is a game that hates you, and that's the only warning you're gonna get. The systems that it carried over from the original have been reworked to be a little bit more fucked up, and the new systems are just completely fucked up. The health system is the same, where every iota of damage reduces your max HP, and now your maximum health cannot be recovered with healing items. Every time you die, you respawn with 10% less of it. Lest we forget, DD2 autosaves all the time. So if a boss is mashing you into soup, too fucking bad. You have no choice but to run and find the nearest camp to get your life back. See, resting at camps is the only way to recover your... Oh, wow, cool! Awesome! Welcome to Nazi Vermin! And you can't rely on your pawns either, because Dogma 2 introduces Dragon's Plague, a venereal disease your pawns can catch that, if left unchecked, will nuke the next city you rest at, killing every NPC. And the only way to get rid of it is to either kill your pawn or pass it to another one. This wasn't a joke! This game is not afraid to leave you behind. You can stumble into the credits and miss half the content. I know someone who allegedly 100%ed the game. They still think it only has 6 vocations. It's fucking brutal. It's a game that makes absolutely no concessions for the girl playing this. You have to meet it on its terms. At times it feels like the game is pranking you. It will slight you in ways that feel deeply personal. You will be the target of many instances of cosmic bullshit. Borderline, no, straight up cheating. This should suck, but you have the tools to cheat it right back. Early in the game, you get a quest to rescue a guy from jail. To do that, Grant gives you a key. The game has a skeleton key-style system where some chests are hidden inside cells all over the map. Those doors can only be opened with the makeshift jail key item that'll break after one use. So on normal person playthrough, your pockets are full of keys just in case. The only key that doesn't break is the one that Brant gives you. And to make sure the game doesn't break, he asks you to give it back once you've rescued the guy. Except, I remembered that before I break homie out of jail, I can take an ox cart to the checkpoint rest town, get ambushed because Adolf Hitler, find Ibrahim pawn shop, feed him the infinite jail key, wait a day, receive the infinite jail key and a duplicate of it that does fuck all, back to Third Ward, Adolf Hitler, prison break, talk to Brant, ask for the key back, give him the knockoff.
Reworkovali su dosta stvari, tipa, kažem ti, nekih, čini mi se neki modeli su onako malo detaljnije nacrtani, karakter portreti, itemi. Imaš po jedno oružje u selekciji za svakog karaktera, novu klasu. Ne, ima nova mapa, ili bar nisam vidio da piše da ima nova mapa. Bar nisam vidio. Slago. Dobro. Piše you succeed, yes. Ključio sam 4. rank za ovoga mehaničara. Nakovim sam otključio. All slowing effects applied to enemies are twice as strong. Burger. All healing effects are 3 times stronger. Dobro. To zvuči dobro. Tu ti pada i regeneracija. You can ban up to 20 of your items. Aha. Banovat ću ovo govedo. Skip rope. To mi ne treba. Šta je ovaj? Svaki 5 sekundi koje ne primaš damage, povećat se damage za 1%. Maksimum 25 stekova. Receiving damage reset stacks.
25% damage.
A?
Čekaj, rekao si 1% 25 puta.
Da.
Znači 25% damage do max.
Aha.
Lice in Borderland. Jesi gledao tu seriju korejansku?
Alice u Borderlandu? A.
Cyber thriller, dystopian sci-fi, psychological drama, survival, horror, sci-fi, thriller, mystery.
Imaš mnogo filler itema, znaš, koje uopšte ni ne skupljam.
Momčišće se radi.
Zdravo, tražio te Milan.
Zašto?
Počeo ovako da peva. Bolje da vodimo ljubav nego rat. Ne, nije to.
Bolje da se ratuje. I da se...
Ojoj, Nenade.
Ljubav je ljubav.
Seks je seks, da.
Šta će mi ljubav kad mogu naplatiti seks?
Ne možeš kupiti ljubav s novcem.
Ne treba mi ljubav, samo seks.
Bro.
Znao da možda baniš šajtime ovdje.
Aha, ja sam to odmah odradio. Ovo te neke iteme za koje sam mislio da baš neću...
Neki su, ba ne, nego zahteli specifičan način da builduješ nešto.
I odmah sam, kažem ti, uklonio te neke stvari, ostavio ono što mislim da, znaš, kao navodno može, čisto da smanjim taj, ono...
Randomness.
Pa, da. Nešo?
Ja?
Čuo sam da je neko izišao, rekao nije, vada čovjek već izašao, evo te tek je ušao. Malo falo se naljutim. Ilija također, evo sve me
da, ja sam minut isto. Jeste.
Čemo za te vidi generalno.
Gdje je Novački otišao?
Nije otišao je tamo u sobu za AFK. Nije mi jasno da će odjuti...
Šibno ga je bot sam.
Pa to. I još 400 megabita.
Šta skidaš?
Update.
Update za zombie survival.
Ujel.
Da. Eto, beniš sam radio.
Ili igraš ti Monster Hunter?
Ne, probao sam.
A, to mislim da si začinilo da mi je Steam rekao da ga imaš.
Imam ga, ali...
Mnogo je grandi.
Ne znam.
Znaš kako je gledam, to jednostavno gledam kao ono arena fajtove, boss fajtovi i to je to. Mene nervira kad moram da pratim priču i da ih slušam, ono, taj deo mi je da poludim, rekao, brate, da li zaista mislite da igram ovu igru, da bi radio bilo šta drugo umjesto onoga zbog čega sam uzao ovo da igram. Znači, ono, jebi koji Dark Souls, se razumiješ, znači, ono, oni rade svoje, ti radiš svoje, nađeš im te neke, ono, rupe u napadima, eksploituješ i samo udri. Mislim, naravno, možeš ono i samo da igraš reaktivno, znaš, ono, da vidiš nešto i da reaguješ i da probiš. Ono što znam, meni se dopao ovaj prvi. Nije nešto jače CPU, možda bi uzeo ovaj sad, ali rekao neću, brate, ne znam kako će mi to raditi.
Ne znam, da oduzem motorni tester da pronju.
Uzmi motornu testeru, šta ne znaš, uzmi.
Hoće li tičiš bilo na motornom testeru?
I da uzem ninja, isto, znaš.
Nemoj ili je...
Sad, jesi ninja ili ninja, šta?
Ja volim da ih igram u paru.
Kažem, nemoj da tičiš Milana sa motornom testerom.
Ali jel piše nešto o tom update-u?
Šta konkretno?
Nemam pojma šta su buffovali i to.
Pa imaš changelog kako to pitaš, postoji da.
The Eternal Survival, mrš. Če je pun kurac bilo tih vikinga čovječe, ali zaista ono...
Slušaj, se setim kako ima Ghost. Šta mu je slashing? Ovaj Windcutter ili Thousand Cuts?
Ja mislim da je jedno i drugo ko njemu slash.
Imaš i Soul River, to je novi.
Za to ne znam, ali mislim su ovo jedan i drugi slashes.
Piše strike deadly on a single enemy, either freezing their still living flesh or causing their soul to explode. Pa i zadnje oružje, no nema oružja, on ima istu katanu, ima tehnike. Zadnja tehnika mu je Soul River. Više da ledi protivnike ili ih eksplodira. On kill. Ono. Šta znam. Pojavno. Tačno bi za par melee karaktera, ono. Znaš, da ih razbuca. Možda Ghosta, Mehaničara i...
Jebate, njima je trebalo...
Fire, da.
Znam nešto da imate skoro godinu dana da tog lika ubace u igru.
Vidi, ja nisam očekivao ni u liku. Što se ono kaže?
Pa zato smo ti ja uzeli igru sad, pa smo ih našli kao hrabrili da update-uju.
To je sigurno to. Vidjeli ste da neko streama njihovu igru. Ujebot, imamo jednog lika koji streama igru.
Ujebot, sad ću isko da streamam onda na YouTube-u.
Hoćeš?
Naravno da neću.
Znam da nećeš.
A treba da namislim ovaj OBS.
Ćeš da ti ga ja namislim? OBS. OBS. Šala.
Nešo. Hoćeš reći nešto je ovo više Nešo?
Nijem čuo.
Ne.
Nijem čuo ništa.
Ne mešam se ja.
Previše alt-tabla, previše alt-tabla. Ne nego kao, znaš. Ništa nije čuo.
Ne mešam se ja u te vaše...
Perverzije.
U 4 zida radite
nismo te uključili, nismo te uključili.
Radite u 4 zida šta hoćete i ne mešajte me.
Samo ne prelazite me.
Da.
A dok smo mi u 4 zida ti bi da budeš
znaš kako kažu, guzicu za zidi i ne mrde. To ti kao ciganska svadba. Ne, ciganski grupni seks. Kaže, svi se poskidaju i kaže, čuvaju, onda odeći do ujutro. Staneš u ćošak i držiš odeći rukama, te ne bi ukrali. To ti je ciganski grupni seks.
Cigani, crno vam se piše. Ovaj put će završimo posao do tebe.
Kako misliš to?
Te svemirske vesle ćemo da... Induse će spustimo ispod 100 miliona.
Kako misliš da ih prebaciš malo u Srbiju?
Ma ne, spustit ćemo im brojku na 100 miliona i svaki put kad prebaci 100 miliona...
Jedino da...
Spustit ćemo neke viruse da preneše.
Jedino da mušku populaciju nekako muškopiš. Mene čudi kako imaju toliko jak natalitet kad žive s pacovima, kravama i ostalim živinom.
Možda su stekli imunitet na sve te bolesti
koje nose životinja.
I jebote jedu sa poda, jedu nogama.
Si vidio ono kad reklamirane čaj džinice koje su kod njih popularne, na što ono liči?
Ne bi jeo, da znam da ću umem odmah.
Ti ne bi, ako bi.
A napisu za njih izmislili čistoću.
Da bi rekao da su Arapi gospodazi. Ovi
beduini. Da moram da radim.
Evo ti dođe onako za vatru od krave pešačku i to pije. To kad sam vidio da radi moj, ja nisam mogu da verujem.
Ko radi?
Policajac u Indiji. Krava pešava, on dođe onako za vatru pije i umije se.
A da. Gratar se prospe voda.
Jebem ti život. Bože.
Ajaj.
Lepo postoje kaste kod njih. I dobro je što se te kaste ne mešaju.
Misliš da se ne naprave neki mutanti, šta?
A, jeste, neke su ovdje ikonice promenile kako izgledaju likovi.
Daleko si ti.
Ček, ide...
Ajde, streamuj na Discord. Ili ćeš izgubiti 5 frame-a ko Milan Belada, pa onda nemoj. Ako ti secka reci, ne moram po te ti mučimo.
A što bi mi seckalo?
A šta ja znam.
Možda nema toliko loš računar.
Pa nisam rekao da imaš loš, nego, ma nema ni Milan toliko loš računar, nego...
Pa se tepuje da...
Njemu secka, on gubi frame-ove. Radi sporije sve.
Dajmo to. Super shotgun.
Pa meni deluje da ima više DPS-a nego jebeni minigun. Opet zavisi kako napraviš karakter, ali ono... Minigun ti usko baca na jednu tačku, ovo ti rasipa svuda. Da, taj plazma ti je bukvalno upgrade na test. Isto to, samo jače. Koliko ja vidim. Ne radi eksplozije, nego ono. Rasipa munj.
Šta ću reći?
Aha, nije mi 60 level da bi otpičalo, važi nešto, aha.
Šta ti treba? Za? A piše ti, piše.
Vratit ću se ovdje.
Ha, cooling mode support. Cooling mode infinite, cooling mode support. Oho. Oh. Ghost. Hvala. Da, jesi vidio taj auto syringer ili kako se zove već?
Baš sam gledam ono i...
Da, izgleda mi nekako pouzdanije nego... Pa ne znam.
Da isprobam. Da, ja ga mekanika. U koga želim da vidim probaj, evo to.
A jebi ga, prvo razmisli ovako, da bi otičao mehaničara, treba ti 5000 ability activation, ko ima najmanji cooldown. Tako sam ja išao.
Aha, ti si to...
Pa nego kako?
Znači mogu SWAT, Huntress... Huntress, znači SWAT mogu da idem one grana, čekaj, onda bi trebao da idem neke survival. I ovdje isto granate.
Ti tako napred isplaniraš šta bi...
Evo ga, Green Hell, kako nema, imam treća mapa, Green Hell.
Pa to nije novo. To si otišao kad si odigrao, to ti je bilo ranije otišao. Nego nisi imao prekvizit za to. To sam otišao ima već nedelju dana.
Ja nisam da primetio, brate, ko mi veriš.
Evo otišao sam... Da? Idemo, go melee team, da imamo kako će ovo biti. Ninja sa mačem, ono s motorom testerom. Zabavi nema kraja. Aha, rikošet. To uzimaš ili?
Ne, uzim sam granatice da bi ono krenuo da
dobije XP, da. A, to, pa da, sva ti je relativno brzo spamuje sve. Relativno brzo. Znaš tako uzmeš, znaš kad te pita za level up, za military training, ono. Ja samo uzimam za njega onaj cooldown reduction ability. Mislim da ide do 60%, posle toga jako malo dobiješ. Ako se dobro vidi. A i to ti je ultra brzo. Lepo. A šta ninja ima tag i on ima slashing. I koliko ga guraš samog? Negdje 5. minuta, prepostavljam 10.
Ne, uzeo sam odmah level up, nije mi se dopalo šta sam dobio.
I niste oddali roluješ, onda kao...
Tako, i onda sam uzeo samo...
Tako sam i ja radio par.
Ništa se dobio, vidi, bleeding.
Bells and whistles. To ti je na duže staze dobra stvar, što ti leveluje te rarity, ajte, ti kroz ovog gleda. Mislim, to na početku neš imati dobro da se uzme rano, znaš, jer ranije imaš mnogo više izbora, kasnije onako.
Pare.
Ekipa mi je full melee, znaš.
Samo isto to dopada što sad možeš. Zakažete, zato sam ja nosio ovog, kako se zove? Medika, ono, zato što mi on bio s onim bočicama nekako više melee nego bilo što drugo. Evo ga grenade launcher.
Da.
Ovaj granit launcher radi mnogo bolje nego što sam ja zamišljao.
Pa da. Duše, ima taj explosive tag, razumiješ, a retko ko ima explosive.
Super. Da li ovo radi mnogo bolje. Ability, critical chance, ajde critical chance, mada.
Ako hoćeš da ideš tim putem eksploziva, onda uzmi raketni lancer sa ovim, kako se zove, tankom.
Pa već kako ću dobiti, ja.
Jer tank ti, ja mislim da on ima eksploziv tagove na taj skill za bazuku. Čaša mleka. Znači da je ekipa full melee i tek kako će utrati HP.
Aha. Magazine size 20, attack speed 3, 250 damage, cooldown 2 sekundi. To je maksimum što može.
Pa imaš ti bolji taj cooldown za atak ako si uzimao pasivne one statue, to ti samo base stat.
Jo, jesam zaboravio, šta je bilo tanku treće oružje?
Super shotgun. To ti kinetic, verovatno kinetic. Ili možda odeš putem onoga, ako hoćeš da maksuješ te eksplozije.
A ne, već sam stavio ono
Pa to i mene, znaš, ono, to je to.
To mi sebe, volio bi da znaš kao su napravili ta cijela treća klasa ono oružja.
Da sve maksujem.
Nego ovako pojedinačno.
To tako.
For each survival thing gain this most specialization point. Volim dozam tu motiku. Volim motiku, ja samo se nazivamo volim, znači da.
Ali nisi ti, to Nenadu treba dati zlatnu motiku. On je farmer. To je pun ekran tih oruba. Ti si to ne pomereš, a? To je neka taktika.
Da. Ja se pomerim svako ponekad, samo da izbjegram nešto, ali...
Dakle mi imaš spitera posle nekog vremena, ne znam je to...
Kako se, znaš, imaš ovi ability sa onim cirkularnim sečivima da, znaš, da ti se vrte. Kako se, i to ti je generalno non stop oko tebe, kako se to vodi?
Ne znam, to ti je slashing, moja pretpostavka, ako pitaš ko ima tag.
Ne, nego mislim za taj ability activation, razumiš? Za aktivaciju skillova, to kažem.
Ne, to se konstantno vrti ako se ja dobro shvatio.
A da,
Nema
znači
cooldown.
to je non stop aktivno.
Da, mislim da nema cooldown, bar gledao sam, uopšte u opisu ne piše da ima cooldown.
A da, jeste, vrti se non stop.
Konstantno. Možda je promenjeno. Mogu se zaklati da je bilo ono po zonu, kao da ga on svaki ne znam koliko sekundi kaste.
Ne, samo se vrti oko tebi i kad uzmeš napređenje ili imaš 2 kruga tih ili rade Fire and Ice. Ja da zašto više volim da imam ta 2 kruga zato što je malo veći domet onda. Rangers, kine, to ćemo. A pošto smo kao kinetik za sada, idemo na kinetik.
Imaš da napraviš trouga od ovih tureta. Napravi Bermuda Triangle se zove. Postavi 3 ice tureta u formaciji oko tebe i to ubije sve što priđe. Komedija.
Zato i stojim u mestu.
Ne, to ima inženjer. Inženjer postavi oko sebe 3 tureta. Jer ti katana splash drugi upgrade, jel tako, za oružje? I tek onda imaš treći, jel tako ide?
Da.
Tako ide, da. Smatram da je inače lošije, osim ako nisu fiksali attack speed, znam da je bio odvratno loš. Mislim da jesu.
Dobro, sad imaš napređenje pa je to dosta brže.
Inače znam da je bilo loše kada gledam jedan udarac, onaj kao single, taj udarac i taj kao splash, jer mi sunce pa ovaj brži. Jeste, ovo je kao splash koji udari 2-3 neprijatelja, džaba kad udarim 2-3 neprijatelja, ne ubijem ih i oni prilazi dalje. Ili onaj default kao jedan udarac, ali ubio bar to što ni šani. Znaš, logika. Šta si uzeo? Uzeo si medika, svata...
Tenka i svata.
I tenka. Mislim što oni tebi nišane sami svuda. Pa da, zato ti ni ne mrdaš. Ja moram ne moram nego hoću. Nemam manu nišan. Prvo sam probao da samo...
Ja kucam SMS.
A?
Ja kucam SMS sada.
A, to je to.
Šajs. Ali bi mogu. Evo ga Golden Key.
Mislim da je Golden Key jači od onoga, to jest zajedno ti daju 100% šansu da dobiš drugi item. Pa uzmi ga sad, kad ti je još prazan inventar, razumeš. Ti ćeš dobiti više itema da biraš, razumeš. Ti ćeš veći pool da izabrati.
Šukrabu.
A? Krabu. A nemoj zabaviti, sad ti to treba. Znaš koliko imaš tih itema za critical, bar 5. Ability chance, critical chance. Možeš samo time napuniti inventar, bez ništa drugo uzmeš. Explosions. I ti stvarno uzimaš drona da te healuješ, šta?
Da. Dok se...
Dobro, ako igraš 20 minuta rundu, mogu da razumem.
Da.
Ako igraš 20 minuta rundu.
Sad pokušavam se setim, znači vole bi da mogu da vidim, brate, talente koji mi imaju.
Nije ti, slušaj me sad, regen se ne scale-uje, znaš? Fiksan je. Bukvalno fiksan, znači taj regen toga drona. A damage, kad uzmeš ona offensive only dron, to se scale-uje. Ne scale-uje se neograničeno, koliko god imaš modifiere za damage. I zato mi mislim, radi šta hoćeš, a samo ti kažem, ja sam gledao i nema logike, razumeš. Kao da stoji mirno i da me healuje i to je neki, ne znam, 15 ili tako
sekundi. Super šardan. Ne, vidi, to je imalo logike na početku kad nemaš dovoljno poena, ili ja razumeš, znači ja sam to tad tako izabrao, jer sam kapirao da je bolje da ustim sad unapređenja za 5 levela na obično, misleći da će mi to dodati više stvari, da kažem tako. Nije to sada, ne znam, neki moj...
Fetiš?
Ne, ako ono finalno kao završeno, znaš, kao to je to zacrtano, ne, to je uzeto tada, za to sam imao poene i to sam izabrao. Jer to o čemu ti pričaš da bi to se isto tako scalovali, ti moraš da uzmeš i tih prethodnih 5 poena. Ability critical hit chance, ujevote.
To ti je legendary, vidiš? Ne, pogledaj, to ti je legendary.
Na kome to želim? Ajde na njemu. Ali čekaj, ja ne znam zbog čega sam uzeo, što tureti pucaju. I sad sam mislio u fazonu da će tureti imati veću našu pometku.
Pa to ti je bili. Sve što ne radiš ti, lično, to ti se...
Da. Znaš kao mislim, nadam se da će to tako da radi. Može, sladi. Često dođe ovaj projektor, to je 6-10. Ujebote ovo. Da, definitivno par glov.
Šta si uzeo, par gloves, a?
Da. Ponašno kao dajti na taj kinetik, na te physical, da kažeš, skillove. Kinetic slashing explosive.
A, to sam gledao.
Ali zato radiš kao minus fire.
Imaš i kontra, isto to sam.
Da, ima kontra.
Ako uzmeš oba...
Mogu da se dobije ovo.
0 i jedan drugu, razumeš, ako ti baš trebaju svi ti tegovi.
Znaš, 40 za minus 10.
Da, ovo je slashing. 2 sekire kod Pyre. Pa neko ima range napada od ekipa.
Naprimjer?
Pa više od pola metra. Dosta smo bili full melee. Motorna testa radi 630 dps. Da, definitivno možeš neke velike brojeve da izvučeš ako isplaniraš kako koji karakter taguje ti skillovi, kako se leveli. Pa najviše sam stigao i tako u onaj run, koliko 50 nešto minuta sam igrao, 55 minuta. Tako što sam baš uradio sam ne bio toga. Si ne pređivo drona?
Nisam ga još usao. Zato što mi je aktivacija, pa sam uzimao te neke druge stvari koje, znaš. Ti sam da bi radio ka tom nekom, evo ga Milo.
Mleko. Ne zaboravi da ga zameniš kad napucaš health.
Da. Ja ne!
Šta?
Ja sam prvo da uzmem level, pa tek onda da...
Znamo da benišeš super shotgun, šta?
Ne, prvo da uzmem level, zato što mislim... Manje će mi kristala trebati onda. Jer tamo dobiješ level i poveća ti cap za kristale koji ti treba za level onda. Mislim, nije bože moj sad koliko, nego eto ono.
Kad pokupiš survivora, šta?
Pa da. Poveća ti se cap za level i onda sam ti treba više. A gdje ćeš ti?
Ko ja?
Ne, ovo je jedan onaj lik sa sekirom što se zaleći.
Ma, ako imaš talent na nečem, on ide na to.
Ma, ne išta bre, znači ubio sam ga pre nego što stigao do mene. Syringer.
Jeste, ja kažem. A nisi još dobio ono automatski, ne?
Jesam, to je to.
A to je to.
Ability increase speed for pick-up range, ujebot.
Imaš bomb. Bomb je dobar, pročitaj sam šta radi.
Ujebot.
Gle sad kad...
Zbog toga kažem, sad na primjer, to bi mi moglo mnogo više smisla da više likova ima koristi od toga.
Sad imaš bazuku, umjesto imaš shotgun, sad bi letali cigani u nebo. Da se tako izrazim. To moj kum kaže. Fury Unleashed ima upgrade, znaš? Znaš? Onaj heroizam, konstantno me aktivan onaj bonus. Znaš to? Nema duration, onaj cooldown, nego je konstantno aktivan. To me aktiviraš. To ti je čisto ono buff koji ima konstantno poljen tank. Daje ti na, ne znam, na attack, speed i weapon, taj reload i bukvalno konstantan buff imaš kod njega, non stop upaljen. A drugi ti je da radi na čitavu ekipu, samo što ono, mislim malo slabije da radi, ali radi na čitavu ekipu. I dalje ima cooldown, a ovo ti je solo buff, mislim da ni solo buff nije loš. Jeste. Nadam se to što čitaš jako zabavno, pošto deluje jako creepy. Totalno lepo. Udri ekipa, udri. Udri dušmana. Zvuči kao da ima erotske snove na javi. Jel se čini da se malo prečesto aktivira taj helikopter ili samo ja tripujem nešto? Šta je Frozen Heart? When you receive damage again max. A?
HP i 5 armor. This effect triggers once in the 5 seconds.
To ti je koliko? To ti je jebote 150 armora. Jel' tako?
Da, ali znači kao jebik da...
Možda ga zameniš. Što uze to? Možda ga zameniš, nisi znao da imaš to.
Zašto se zajebati, zašto? Zato što se zajebati. Htio sam to da uzmem.
150 armora je to. To ti je flat damage reduction, mimo onoga healtha što daje. Health je tu bonus samo. I možda ga zameniš kad ga maksuješ, samo baciš inventar. Nešto drugo.
Ali smo se malo zajebali.
Pam.
Jel te prošlo s meni? Ne znam šta si čitao, ali dobro.
Nisam čitao ništa, pogledaj video što sam stavio.
A ne mogu gledam kecama na trenutno. Verovat ćete da je dobro. Moram onda da izađem i uđem u Discord, da smanjim prozor i povećam ga. Discord baš nije po tom pitanju.
Nam jednostavno reći o čemu se radi pa ćemo da pogledamo.
Može da kažeš pa ću razmisliti da li vredi
pogledati. Eto neku pali kecman koji je. Pogledajte zajedno.
Igra.
Ne znam, ako je nešto s nekim sponzorušama ili tako nešto, to nije zabavno. Pa to su neki gardinalačkog fazona.
Ali one male strano tu kubik u glavu.
Koje? Sponzoruš?
Ja, idemo na vape, na gelicu, koji kurac već.
A kako to utječe na tebe u bilo kom smislu?
Utječe me zato što će to imati pravo glasa jedan dan.
I?
Ti misliš da će to
da ima pravo glasa.
A ti misliš da će to zaista da ide da glasa?
Ma gdje neće ići da glasa?
A gdje će, brate?
Gdje neće ići da glasa? Još će biti glasana.
Glasana?
Biće na listi neko.
Ma kako ne? Ja ću odmah da glasam za njih. Trčeći.
Treba je ubiti. Ili bar hemijski kastrirati da se ne raznuši. Jebi ga, ja sam jako brutalno što se tiče takvih stvari. I mislim da osobe koje imaju taj nivo inteligencije ne...
Poginuo sam. Igra se nije pauzirala kad sam bio level up, zamisli to? Nije se igra pauzirala kad sam Ma da, zabogovao sam nešto. Ja uzimao level up i ono, brate, nije se igra pauzirala, samo se kao usporila. To što je sad tebi, ja birao, power up, brate, poginu. Šta? Šta mi to?
Evo sad imam each time react 10% damage.
Veruj mi, uzimaj te gemove. Ne slušaš. Uzimaj gemove. Ta 3 gemove skupiš i 4.
Reach damage type tag plus 3.
Ako imaš bar 3 na daje ti bonus. Maksimum ti je 7 bonus.
Ali nemam pojma, mislim da mi je...
Ring of Power, da. Da, ako ćeš samo damage, to da. S tim se slažem. Ako gledaš samo kao hoću brojeve, onda to da. Znajući tebe, to je vjerojatno presudno.
Da mi daje plus 4, plus 8, ability duration plus 12. Gdje vidim skillovi, gdje su mi skillovi ovdje sad?
Bolje da budemo zabavne gore.
Jašto.
Ješta.
Bolje jebat neku sisatu plavušu.
Ne znam. Znaš kako kažu?
Treba da uzem rikošet, ne znam kako će rikošet da radi s ovim.
Ne guraj u ludo. Da, ja sam uzimao rikošeta, nisi sigurno ko radi. Jest, i to je istina, verujem.
Znam.
Osim ako nećeš da ostaneš bez, ono.
Samo što su danas senu da usta ih jevem, da ih jevem.
Čekaj, brate, kako nisam dobio do sada napređenje za turete, za...
Na čemu, Kesmane? Je pričamo za... Deep Rock ili...
Ne. Ne pričamo za to.
Trebao sam dobio napređenje za turete i dalje ih ne dobijam, bre, šta se dešava ovdje?
Igrate možda bojkutuje?
Kako ne?
Inače, kad sam im pitao za helikopter, ali mi se čini da mnogo često dolazi ne.
Helikopter, helikopter. Helikopter,
To si gleda onu bosansku svadbu, a? Dačno znam odakle izvor te pesme njegove.
Kako dobro.
Jest.
Što najžešće krenuli su da ubacaju to u...
Da.
U neke rimove strane.
Jer toliko su popularni domaći idioti. Ovo si upravo.
Helikopter.
Bolji je ovaj, Elemental Badge, znaš? Elemental Damage Type Text plus 3, Elemental Damage plus 20%. Tu ima Pyro. Nije tako ne loše. To je. Evo sada zloupotrebim, a ne zloupotrebljam ako sam ti rekao. Mrzi me da igram trenutno i treba da se javim Kevi. Tako sam te prebacio na glavni ekran, jeste da je niske rezolucije. Ali...
Što znači na glavni ekran? Na tvoj stream?
Da. To je protiv zakona. Znam. A odmah znaš šta nije moj stream, jer vidim neke ljubičaste i plave i bele breve. To kod mene nema. Ja mislim da ti veći potencijal ima onaj mali dron da ga naprediš nego te mine, ali ajde, šta ja znam.
Ne, vremenom, razumeš, bit će.
A ti još nemaš poena? Pa što neče forani za donati ni ne trebaju, samo treba da baciš onaj, ne znam, 2-3 poena na evoluciju. I imaš onog ofenzivnog drona koji ima attack speed pada sa 0.5 na 0.1 i dobi 300 damage. 275 damage. Imaš i bolje od toga, ali ako ti baš toliko loše... Jesi mleku napredio maksimalno, čisto da ti pitam to?
Ja mislim da jes.
Pa koliko imaš health, se sećaš? Prebaci na desno, pisat će ti na mleku koliko imaš. Ne piše tako, moraš bukvalno uđeš u inventar da bi vidio.
A ne mogu sad iz ovog ekrana. Ali mislim da sam, brate, preko 20 minuta igram, znači ono, mislim igram 15 minuta.
Ako ga imaš toliko dugo, onda slobodno ga zameni.
Pa to.
3300, pa dosta ti je to. Default je 1600-1800. Bez nekih jačih bonusa. Tebi crit chance 10%, 15%, meni je default 20 ili 25, Boris. Ali sam uzeo taj, neko ima taj skill.
Uzeo sam za ability, ono, da to brže bacam.
A dobro, vidiš na tom baru levu koliko se brzo aktivira. To nije ability. To nije ability.
Nije mi treba. Hoću da ga završim da se skloni od ovdje.
Da ti ga ne da više, da. A to je, da, to baš liči na SMG, taj medic. Viš. Kakvi fina dot, sve fino. Tap, tap. To je što vidi. Mogu mi po 1000 damage skida taj ator. Gleda se. Kad ga pogodi, evo. Jel imaš onaj... imaš 10 tegova na poison? To me zanima. Možda imaš, nisam siguran. Ako imaš, imaš dodatni efekt kao da eksplodiraju u otrovu. Imaš 12, vidim ja. Odavde. 2 na fire, ice, electrical. Fire 0, ice 4, chemical 0, 12. Pa dobije bi samo 4 pojena na...
Na poison.
Da, i na late. A to se ne isplati. Pa imaš pola itema, bukvalno. Pa iskoristio taj lockdown. Verujem da nisi, jel tako?
Ja mislim da nisam i dalje.
Pa, mislim da moraš da se strpiš da ne uzmeš jednom, razumeš, o tome se radi. O tome se radi, znaš. Isčitao kako uopšte radi taj item. Znači moraš da lokuješ ability na onome military treningu i da bi ti sve ispudao ga kao 3 put jačak. Do 3 put jači može da bude. Naprimjer dati legendary onaj XP boon. 40% XP. Ne para. Ili 20% crit. Ili 20-25% ide critical chance. Da se sećam. SOS, si već maksao prsten. I na njemu...
Uzao sam ono drugo.
A nisi uzao Ring of Power. Ring of Power. Brzo ti da XP, mora si uzao neki od onih power upova za to.
Da, čekaj, ne može se vidjeti.
Piši ti XP modifier 190%. Piši ti kore. Ima, mislim da inženjer ima. Imaš kao rarity da povećaš od ovih XP GMO, znaš? Nisam probao bi. Znaš, da vidim kako radi. I što je dole što imaš ti modifiera. Odustao sam bio tih flat damage modifiera i boss damage modifiera. Na uštrb nekih statistika koje na početku su ono kao izgledaju ono nebitne. Recimo imaš ono 20% na elemental damage plus 3 na sve elemental tagove u startu. Lokuj XP, to ti je savjet. Da ga dobiješ na 40% sljedeći put. Sada biraš šta god. Max Payne. Dobre. Vas dole magnet za XP.
Da, ali ono, neću ga još.
Pustaš da se nakupi tih...
O, da. Znači, mislim da uzem sad i dobijem jedan level, to mi ono, ne vodi mi, uopšte me ne vodi.
Koliko ti radi eksploziv kod svata? To me zanima. Prevučeš samo mišan preko oružja, piši ti. 580, pa nije loše.
Nije ni jako.
Pa nije ni jako, može biti jače da ima sinergiju s njim, znaš. Jer imaš samo... Zapravo imaš dosta, imaš 23% više na eksploziv.
Da, znam, uzimao sam to i plus kinetika sada. Oni samo explosion, a ovo je samo kinetic, znači kinetic je za explosion i ovo je...
Šta ima?
I eto za 23 ja mislim da, znaš, ono, nije mnogo.
Pa nije mnogo, vjerojatno trebaš uzeti još par itema koji to rade. Vjerojatno ti je base taj damage mali, to je moja pretpostavka.
Vjerojatno.
Jesi vidio Ultra Instinct? To ti je da sve pare uložiš na jednu stvar.
Da.
Ali samo kaže njemu. Došao Kev. Uzeo si Endlessa.
MRWRQ. Welcome to my channel.
A, počeo si s drona da uzimaš. Okej.
Pa da, sad sam ga dobio. A čekaj bre, da li je moguće da nemam bre, pa imao sam ono pređenje za turete čoveče, znaš ono kao... Ne pojemljivo mi da do sad nisu lekli.
Misliš ne bacaj ih na pod?
Pa ne dobijam ih uopšte.
A možda si još sekirao taj power up? Ne daje ti evolucije? Jel to?
Da.
Pa ne odštekirao si. Moraš imati
Pa i
stavljanje.
sad to mene problem, zašto bi to uradio, ne razumijem ono.
Zašto bi antikao? Pa ti mi reci što si antikao. Ne znam, ili sačekaj level upove, ako poživiš dovoljno dugo, dobit ćeš sve upgrade-ove moguće evolucije, znaš.
O, jebem ti Gauntlet. Sam to baca, jebate. Evo, te Gauntleta za jedno, majko moja.
Šta beše Gauntlet? My Chemical Bromance.
A, moja da prelazim ono, zamke i to.
Dobro.
Nije to toliko teško koliko je dosadno.
Pa, ja smatram da taj trave dosta da uradim jednom, a ne da gradim svako malo, ko ti.
Radim ga zbog...
Znam ja zašto ga ti radiš, zato što te pohlepate goni. A, levelu je Snake Eater. Interesantno.
Za mene ću ono sranje. Mislim sad ću dobiti.
Ako već nisi ga za mene si ti ga ranije, a nisi?
Nisam.
Sad si, što si uzeo? Ključ, katanac? Silver lock.
Pigeon.
Kako?
Pigeon.
A, Pigeon je dobar, pa prvi udarac je garantovo critical, tako već.
Da.
Nešto kako groneš granatom u glavu. Šta je +2, a to je regeneracija? 2 hilta po sekunde regeneracije.
A to je prvi lav.
Ne.
Ovoj parti neće moći 50 minuta, ja ne verujem.
Što nisi drona napredio?
Ne, fali mi generalno napređenje.
Turete nisi evoluirao isto. Taj, kako se zove, tank može da uzme, heroiza može da uzmeš na maksimalni level, da ti je stalno aktivan. Brže puca.
Da.
To sad nije ništa posebno, može mnogo brže. Radi DPS.
Naravno, kad ga naprediš, ono kako ne vre.
Ako uzmeš ne bombing strike. Ne.
22 sekunde, kako ne.
A dobro, to ako hoćeš samo onu aktivaciju da odradiš.
Da, pa naravno, zbog aktivacije. Pa to i radi, mislim, sve ovo radi zbog aktivacije.
Naš ko ti ima brze ability. A zapravo ima ti, što se tiče tih cooldowna, mislim Ninja ima. Bacati šurikene, odelo. Da, on ima 2 skilla koje bukvalno spamuje, non stop. Pa zato što je melee. To mu je jedino što zapravo radi ono malo više dometa. Ima kao par, a i to je sve ono bez veze.
On ih baci 8 sekundi, čoveče.
Dobro, ako je default cooldown. Imaš ti ono...
Što kažeš, da, pa dobro, imaš i one talente u onome.
Ima, do 46% može se redukuje sve to. Dron.
Dron misliš, ajde.
Nisam ti to rekao da bi te healova, nego ono baš još jedna ruka koja drži pušku i puca. Makar bila i robotska.
Ne pali robotskim rukama ništa.
Ništa.
Ja bi volio da imam 4 ruke.
Misliš ono kao iz Warhammera, kao oni kako se zovu, nisu apotekari, nego Schrödingerovu mačku ili keš. Ćeš reroll, imaš reroll, zaboravio si. A?
Imaš i u Mortal Kombatu, mislim, onoga sa 4 ruke.
To ti nije loše ako nemaš ta pamet, taj rock'n'roll. Imaš džabe reroll. Bilo čega.
Da, ali nešto da izbacim, razumiješ, on nije mi sad.
Eksere?
Ne.
Šta su eksere?
Eksere, hoćeš da se drogiraš?
2 slotsa plus 4 kinetic tako.
Pa dobro. Ovo ti je 38. Kad pređeš određeni threshold, mislim da ti da ono kao diminishing, ono. Da je ono kao soft cap, ono, znaš.
Critical damage receive 37 for 6.
Na 10. level već imaš taj status, znaš.
Damage scaling 216.
Piše ti koliko si damage-a dilo, vidiš, sa tom ekipom, vidiš, tačno više to nisam znao, viš, piše damage dealt, 8 miliona. A ostalo, gdje eksploziv, koliko si radio? Piše ti tamo na eksploziv tagu, znaš? 4 miliona, 800.000. I to je dobro. Možda tebi ne dele tako, ali jesi. Ice. To onako baci bombu.
Da, kinetik mi generalno, kažu ti nije da nema, znači 190, da jebi ga.
Taj mali orb, on ti se skeluje, ja mislim, na kinetik. Znaš? Taj mali dron što ti leti, možeš pogledati.
Da, jest.
Da, jest. I koliko mu je boost? Pa boost mu je... Pa to koliko piše, 210% mu je boost. Ti ga nisi ni levelo. Možda bude mnogo jači.
Na drugom levelu.
Da. I ima critical isto. Ako imaš ability critical, on ti radi crit isto. Ćeš se levelovat. Aha, gledam koliko si, pa ne fali ti puno XP opet za level.
Ne, sad ću ovo.
I ako si uložio, nisam ti gledao level up stablo, ako si uložio poene, možeš da uzmeš ovaj buff.
Ja, katovija, medium...
Šta medium?
Sve mi baca neke kuće, ništa mi ne baca što mi treba, majku, jedan.
Pa zato se zove RNG, plot 3. Tačno znaš na šta si se pretplatio kad igraš takve igre. RNGs. Isto glupi životu nisam čuo. Ni RNG, već RNGs. Pa to ja radim, pustim ga da prođe malo i samo sklonim stranu i ćao.
Čekaj, tako idemo da uzmemo...
Magnet, dole.
Znači, stojim na tom jednom magnetu preko 10 minuta već.
Moće da nisi uzeo evoluciju za drona. Već bi ti dao.
To mamu ti jebem.
A, evo ih diskovi. Kako čiste fino okolo, no? A šta su ti oni? Oni su ti slashing, moja prepostavka, da?
Ja isto mislim da je.
Bilo bi logično da je to. Jeste.
Da.
Gem. Poslušaj me, gem. Verovo ti ili ne gem. Umjesto eksera, da. Da, nabaciš ti njima opet to. I koliko ti sad daje rubi? Budući da nemaš ga na full. 5%.
Nemam ništa, tek speed, weapon cooldown, dobra.
Je, ali zato što nemaš onaj veliki, onaj geod. Znaš, on ti duplira to. I nemaš aktivno sve tagove. Ta ti još 3 na, ja mislim, šta ti fali? 3 na cold. Na neke imaš 0 bukvalno tagova.
Da.
Ako imaš plus 3 na te, on ti dodaje još po 2%. Po tome. Samo ne možeš reći da ne pucaju brže. Tih 10%.
To uđi u taj otrov.
Ne, nema veze. Imaš regeneraciju, onih bonus 8 health po sekundi. Ti ih više ovako čekaš, ja sam non stop krećem, tako da meni ne bi ni radio taj dron za regeneraciju nikako. Zato što ti imaš auto, taj aim, i onda oni sami, kako šta priđe, mene runneri sjebu. Znaš, zato što mi dođu s leđa, ja obrnem mišo na njegovu stranu, već me izudara, znaš, po leđima. I zato se kreće non stop. A mi ovako izazovnije, znaš, za igranje. Nije da je ovako lakše. Što mogu da prioritizuju pogrešnu stvar, također. Imaš Soul Blade Enhancement. Dobit ćeš free tagove, vidiš? Dobit ćeš fire.
To sad gledamo, da li da guzim, ali ona ima veći domet, ništa neće kad samo zbog toga optičkom. Evo sad, pa nije dobro, i ovdje malo domet se pojača.
Viš koliko ih ima sad? Pogledaj. 5 ih ima. Weapon attack speed.
Mene cooldown reduction of weapon.
Pa pogledaj statistike na oružje.
Ne, evo vidim, suda je ono kao istor prilike, ali...
To. Imaš attack speed i imaš i cooldown.
Da, cooldown, znači gledam.
Za granatni lancer, pa kontam da je spori, da.
Dosta. Samo da vidimo i sad ovo. A nije mi se povećao damage.
Da ti još 2 na fire.
2 na fire ili electric?
Ne, 2 na fire i 3 na electric. Kako ćeš to da izvedeš, ne znam. Onaj geod, onaj omni geod, kako se zove, on ti daje 3 na sve. To se treba ti kažem ranije, ali da? Ma nije, viš da radi taj cirkular, taj elementalno, viš da radi on dobro. 3 elementa imaš oko sebe. Viš da cepa sve. Koliko imaš barijeru koja ih ono, ba ne pobije sve, ali bar jedan deo njih nacepa. A, Survivor. Sjeći 400 levela 100%. Samo da te taj rulet, da ti baci neki dobar item. A već početi fali skillova. Te fali evolucije, znaš. Činite da je 4. armor plating, fali ti...
Nema, zato što već imaju samo medic nema.
Da, nemaš evoluciju na mediku i nisi uz evoluciju na turretu isto. 100% nisi. Ne stoji ti zvezdica.
Ne, pa da, i mene sad to kažem ti, ono, baš me... Postaju bifi.
Pa pritisni escape pa pogledaj koliko imaju health.
A ne želim da vidim.
Pa pogledaj. 1500. To je već, ja kažem, problem zatući normalnog moba, razumeš, kamoli bossa. Imaš onaj, kako se zove...
Zato sam i uzao ono za 30% više damage-a na eliti i...
Je, ali doći ćeš do toga da ne možeš ubiti normalnog neprijatelja, znaš?
Znam.
To ti ono kao, ok, mogu da ubijem bossa, ali zašto ne mogu da ubijem ga zombija, što me i uvijek. Koji je očigledno slabiji od njega, razumeš? Zato što je tako je, razumeš, ono, kad radiš više damage bossu, a zato običan mob ima health koliko je boss. Mislim, bossa svejedno, ako imaš, razumeš, bleed ili poison ili šta god, razumeš, dotuješ ga. Duct tape, pretpostavljam, ne znam koliko je critical. Možeš umjesto toga, da. Tad ti je već kasno.
Bilo mi pametno.
Da, bilo mi pametno. Makni tu motiku, koji si lut.
Ali nosio sam je do sada.
Ma makni to, bre. Već si dosta dobio tih pojena. To se uzme rano u ranu, a ne na kraju.
Ne, pa uzeo sam ga, vidiš, nema drugog.
Pa rano si ga uzeo, znam. Ali nemoj da ga držiš to zadnje sekunde. Ne pušta. Tamo motiku da me šupa iz ruku.
Znači, kada završim papiju su motiku, ja nekako razočaran sam, izgubio sam volju.
Pa već imaš 9 pone, ja sam 9 ili 10 i nisam imao sigurno ko ti, znaš. A magneti ne treba onaj gore, a? Ne još.
Dobit ću samo jedan level, dobit ću samo jedan level.
Pa ne znam. Deal 90,000 damage within 1 second. Pretpostavljam da ideš ka nekim ofenzivnim. Već ti se aktivira sam od sebe taj steampack, znaš. Tako da ne možeš zato da toliko se pitaš.
Dakle, nema šanse s to treba da ovdje dozvam, znači počinju baš da...
Da ne umiru.
Počinju baš bio.
Misliš, klepite, skinete tipa 500 health?
Tako je.
Ako te ono...
Bacimo ispod pola.
Explosion skida mnogo. I udarci, ako stignu da te udare na policu.
Seči mi sve, brate, ne mogu da ga oborim. Idem da uzem čisto da bi uzeo
Možeš ti stići do toga magneta.
Kenjao me ovaj armor.
Da, vidim. Uzmi recitation, dobit ćeš, to ti je free revive.
Jeste, ali ja kapiram, ako mi budu oborili, nema šansi da se oživim, neće tu biti ništa.
Tačno, to je i moja neka logika.
Jer baš su postali dosta jaki, ja nemam upgrade.
Kao diskusija na onome Redditu za Han Shodan, da li je bolje imati 3 velika bara za health ili 4 manje?
Nije level 1, jedva.
Pa eto. Ne, to. Prvo napredi to za level. Jesi uzeo evoluciju, ako nisi, ne vredi ti. Za taj restitution.
Da, nisam.
Onda ne vredi, dosta ti jedan level.
Pravda sam ga samo što sam ga uzeo, znaš.
Evolucija vredi, znaš.
Ma ja, kako nemam ovdje da čistim.
Evolucija ti daje 50% HP-a debuff, ali ti daje 50% damage. Što bi ti sad dobro došlo da imaš to, ali nemaš. Evo, živio si se, znaš. Uf.
Ja sad bi otišao da smanjim sve jebene detalje u igri.
Isključi brojeve. Znaš,
ne, bilo mi smetaju ove boje, brate, to.
Ne smeta ti kako skaču brojevi.
Sad čekaj, imam ja dole dosta health-ova, čekaj, probam da... brate, pokupio sam ovaj health, ništa nisam primetio da me je ono napunio.
Da te nakilao, ništa. Jesi probao da pratiš helikopter, ono kako ide on?
Jesam, vidiš. Ja sam skrenuo zbog health-ova.
Gotovo.
Ali ovo je sad samo ono kupovanje vremena
da uzmeš koliko možeš maksimalno, da.
Da.
Dobro.
S obzirom da nisam dobio pop-up, ovo nisam uspio da aktiviram 5000.
Pa nisi, a piši ti koliko si uzeo. Dobro, uzeo si, vidim na pasivima, taj health regen. Ko ti nice damage radio, taj je SWAT, a boga mi i tank.
Prvo sve da 17.000 i 3 milijana porta.
Evo ti drugi kristal, viš, se otiču, dole. Onaj treći. A mislim da ti za geode treba neki poseban uslov, taj multi-geode. Evo šta je ti, taj cash i XP, taj zeleni, mali. Šta je trening? Garant nisi to da uradiš.
Jesam to ti za ovo napređenje, to.
To je bez da ideš u glavni meni.
Pa da, odmah baciš tu, znači da si otišao u glavni meni, došao bi ovdje, a kad odeš na trening samo te ovdje baci.
Ne vidim veliku razliku, ali dobro.
Pa to.
Da.
Ako skinem ovo, znači 28 poena.
A znaš šta ti je bolje? Ability crit. Pogledaj levo. Ne, desno. Taj red koji si.
Offensive abilities, čekaj, nisam sekund. Increase range and size of abilities.
Ne, levo. Dole. Ta treća, to.
Vidi, hoću, ali znaš, kao samo da vidim za prvo vreme se čini da krenem u kom pravcu, ono.
Pa ne znam. Armor imaš da uzmeš. Znaš to?
Da.
Armor ti je levo, tamo, u drugu.
Critical hits are made. But keep time is tied to their activation state.
To ti je cooldown za ability. Ali ne piše lepo cooldown, viš. To. Piše tu, ali u opisu je loše napisano. To ti je bukvalno cooldown. Jeti ti. Reroll i bench, pa dobro. I šta hoćeš i granat?
Ladno mi je bio skinuto. Zašto?
I to i...
Kako mi je bilo skinuto? Zašto?
I helikopter, isti helikopter ima evoluciju, to znaš. Ne znam. Da, još ćeš te ja pitaš što...
Neću ga uzimati, znači ne mogu da stignem to. Dobro, sad imamo ovdje ovo.
Aj se izmišlja da uzmeš bazuku, da viš koliko ti znači taj tag kad oboje koriste granate.
A to je slučaj da idem na to.
Pa, dobro.
Što imam 22 pojena, mislim da idemo.
Evoluciju uzmi. Viš da nisi ni tu uzeo evoluciju. Oj, mate. Pa nisi uzeo heroizam. To je heroizam ti daje, rekao sam ti. Konstantan buff.
Radi mine.
Mislim da napravi minsko polje čitavo. Ma svaka evolucija ti je dobra. Ako osnovni skill va evolucija još bolja. Što si tako težak čovjek. Znači ja kod svakog karaktera sam uzeo bukvalno jedan taj tag, znaš. A viš to je fino. To se dobro sjetio. I sad možda uzmeš ako ćeš tako da ideš. A što ti imaš uliko pojena? Ovo nije human.
Nisam stavio.
A što ne turet?
Zato ga neću koristiti, mislim, znaš kako vidio su mi neke stvari koje gledam da su to samo stvari za survival.
Ali više ti znači taj 5. level up nego sam damage na turetu, znaš. Jer ti nekad menja način na koji radi nešto.
Znam da je neću koristiti, razumiješ, jer želim da je uzmem, jer ono.
Pa dobro. A synergy bonus, to ne uzimaš? Ja sam to bukvalno svakom kupio, sve synergy bonus. Što ne znam s kojim ću karakterima da igram zajedno i onda uzmem svakom sve sinergije. Duše, ja sam 100. level sa svakim.
Tako da... U ovom momentu definitivno mi je ne.
A nisi probao taj Soul River? Kaže ti uzmi igre s ninjom, on ima aktivaciju, počitaj koliko ima cooldown, ne znam da piše lepo cooldown.
Čekaj, Merika sam dobio.
Resituation, kako se zove, uzmi to.
Da, znam, da li će to ili...
Pa to ti daje 50% damage-a. A to ni ne moraš za drona, znaš. Samo uzmi evoluciju za drona. Ništa od toga ne moraš. Možeš samo taj level 3 plus 10 damage.
Plus 10 damage-a i sad dobio 2 regeneracije.
Da.
Ali čekaj, uzmi ga makar za damage onda.
Samo za damage.
Pa da. Onda mogu da uzmem i ovo. Cooldown 0.1.
To ti je za gađanje, ja mislim. Tako se računa.
Da mogu i ovo da uzmem.
S tim pak te healuje, to znaš?
Da, nego...
Na evoluciju. To ako ćeš svata da uzmeš, da rikošetiram u meci, to može. To je dosta dobar kombo. Imaš medika i svatu ekipi.
Ovo mi uopšte ne dole kao dobre stvari. Ajde ove rikošete da kažem, ali ovo sa šurikenima ne.
Rikošet da, zato što kažem ti da taj dron već solidan DPS radi. Ja kad gađaš jednu metu mimo glavne. Koliko ti fali aktivacija za mekanik? Si gledao? Ne piše tu. Moraš da odiš na start i da pogledaš. Ja ti preporučujem da igraš sa Ghostom. Ti si aktivirao 700 puta, to je ništa. Ništa, samo si DPS radio. Igraj sa Ghostom i samo mu leveluje ability. Ništa drugo. On ima default napad i ono baca šurikene, bombe, ostala goma. I ne znam, ko ti još ima tih ability, inženjer, ja mislim da baca one zauture ti gluposti ko sebe.
Pazi, svo to ima granate sa niskim cooldownom.
Jeste, ima i turet.
Ima i turet, da kažem što je relativno...
Ima i helikopter.
I helikopter.
Jeste.
Medic, granate. Samo granate.
Pa i s tim pak ako ga naprediš. Ali ti si uzimao samo ofanzivne ability, kako sam te ja gledao.
Uzmano kraja što sam imao da uzmem, što ne baš. Kunaj, 2. Ali to poslije idem sad jedan.
Dobro. Bilo mi te zadovoljstvo gledati, ne volim da solim pamet, ali ono, drugačiji način igre. Ne znam kako sam ja za 50 minuta, čini mi se otključao pola tih aktivacija, 2000 nešto. A zato si imao sreće.
Ako si igrao s ovim klasom u kojima manje cooldownove bacuju i više, znaš ono...
Pa, mislim da ti ovaj Ninja ima bržu aktivaciju.
Da, Ninja najviše tih, da.
Zato što me to jedino oružje, ima mele oružje i ability. Što ti to? Nebitno.
Sad idem nešto da jedem i da... Gledam šta je ovaj Alice in Borderlands. Imaju dobre ocene.
Film?
No, serija. Da li japanska, mislim.
Time Survivors. Ovo sam gledao, kako postao? Time Survivors dosta ružno izgleda. Znači, izgleda čak lepo ni za ono pixel art. Time Survivors. Da.
Ne, brate, užasno.
Užas. Znaš šta je onaj što sam ja igrao, kako se zove, ja sam igrao onaj Death Must Die. Znaš šta je Death Must Die? Death Must Die je avion. Avion zove.
Ne, ali pazi, se razumemo, s obzirom da je ovo...
To ti je taj kao roguelite, shoot em up, bullet hell.
Da, ali nije originalni ili tako, znaš, on nes.
Neko je vidio kako izgleda koncept
Vampire. Piksele, ono... Mogu se napraviti, to izgleda nešto zanimljivo.
Znaš da gleda pixel art, kako kad se uradi kako izgleda odlično. Razumeš, ono fino, šareno, i ti pikseli ne moraju da budu ružni, razumeš. Kad napraviš nešto što je sprite, ne mora sprite da bude gaber, može bude jako lep. Ovo je baš... Jako lep.
Ovo srednje najbolje.
Ili su im screenshotovi ružni, ili je igra stvarno gadna. Ja nisam neki ljubitelj, ne znam kako lepe grafike, ali ono... Ili igra super ružna, ono kao simplifikovana, razumeš? Ili ne liči nešto, ovo ne liči nešto.
Ovo to. Onda sad gledam, brate, neki screenshot treba da izgleda na neki način bolje, ali...
Ma kaki? Nađi mi dobar screenshot. To su oni stari screenshota, niko od usera nije, razumeš to, screenshota. Ne znam šta će ti, ali mislim da ste čuo da ideš da pojediš nešto. Ja sam pregladan isto.
Ajde, prijatno ti bilo. Nešo, si tu, se javimo. Otišli smo mi. Zdravo.
ходила, песни заводила. А тамога полюбила, откачавши письма берегла, расцветали яблони круши.
And congratulations, you never need to worry about another jail cell.
Yeah. So yeah, probably something like that. I mean, the Illuminate could wield the bugs to fight the bots.
Yeah.
Now that'd be cool.
But the bots also, you know, because they blend up humans as like a fuel, maybe they would start doing that to the bugs.
Maybe.
Maybe we have bug farms.
And the bugs just want to be free.
Yeah.
I think they just want to. They just want to exist.
Like that fish from TikTok recently, the one that went up to the surface.
There was a fish.
One of those. What are they called? Anglerfish.
Oh, those things are weird, man.
Yeah.
I don't want to. The ocean's freaky.
It is. It is.
I don't like the ocean that much. Is that how we end it? I don't like the ocean. I'm from Florida. I should like the ocean. I mean, it's nice to look at from land.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shout out to your oceanic facts on a Arrowhead stream. Thank you.
Well, Australia's girt by sea, so you know we have to
That's
like
true.
it. So
Yeah, I mean you have to.
Yeah.
The Great Barrier Reef. I'm a big fan. Did you know that the direct translation of the Great Barrier Reef in Finnish is Big Barrier Reef? Because they don't have a word that necessarily means great. It just always directly translates to big. So it's Big Britain.
Okay.
That's a fun fact for everyone in the chat getting gloobed with language facts. I'm digging a hole. Are we ending?
Yeah, that's it. I think we're filibustering.
Oh no, killing time.
All right, well, thanks everybody, and thanks, Chris.
Of course, thanks for having me.
Thank you so much for tuning in, and thank you, Chris, for joining us. You did excellent job avoiding all of those mines and explosions.
Yes.
Stay glued, chat. Stay glued.
Yeah, thank you for gloobing the chat.
All right, well, yeah, thanks again, everybody, and we'll see you next time.
Catch y'all later. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thing just beats some full auto shotgunning. Okay.
Straight into it.
I don't. Most.
Ancient. I think those are most of my happy memories about being here for this game is the teamwork and just when great minds bonk together and come up with something incredible.
If something in the game killed you, it might be my fault.
Hear that? Everybody blame yourself.
Yeah, always.
Can maybe switch slides?
Yeah, we'll go next.
Yeah, my name is Elina Nitsan. I'm a senior technical level designer, and I also lead the
shots we see coming through as well. Your hand.
So enemies were, when that started, it kind of morphed into many things, because the Illuminates are kind of an old foe. People have some certain expectations of them, and we needed to make it really good. So it took a while to cook. It took a while to develop them into the shape they are in now, which we think turned out pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, they've been in some form of development for years at this point.
Yeah.
Various iterations at least.
Yes. Since I started here, I've been messing with them over and over again, and deleting everything and recreating everything, and we just kept going until we got to this point.
Where they're as annoying as possible.
Yeah.
But also very cool. I love the vote list. They're some of my favorite enemies, actually.
Super Earth needs an unreliable voting bloc. That's what they are.
And you know, losing your right to vote is the worst thing that can possibly happen to somebody, right?
Yes. So, we had to basically build the way we do encounters differently with the Illuminates. We had the Watchers that scan the world and walk around and call in the troops. And we ended up on that solution, which was how the old game worked. Mainly because doing it any other way would make them overwhelming immediately. We used to have them teleport in, we used to have them have big effects where they would pop out of portals and stuff, and if the player wasn't looking at the right direction, they would get steamrolled immediately. So we had to come up with a sequence, and that started with the Observer.
Well, I guess that's cool. It's kind of good point to have both of you here at the same time, because a lot of that stuff would cross the barrier between the worlds and the Illuminate enemy design, right?
Yeah. So you can see in the current screenshot, a lot of the Illuminates, like the latest iteration, was kind of developed with colonies at the same time. So they both were developed in tandem.
Yeah, it was an invasion. We had to make it feel like an invasion. Unlike the other factions, which feel more like a byproduct of Super Earth's behavior in the galaxy, these are a species that can affect Super Earth directly and independently, rather than these are here. This faction is here to exact revenge on Super Earth and everything it stands for. We had to make that feel like a threat. So we had to have a place that felt like home, that we could invade.
Yeah. Can't feel like they're attacking your home if you don't have a home.
Yeah.
If you're not showing it, at least. But yeah, it's been a great opportunity to kind of explore something that like people have been waiting for quite a lot and asking for, like more urban type environments. So
yeah,
it's been really, really interesting, especially seeing how the game plays with kind of more narrow sight lines and stuff like that.
Well, we also had to keep in mind the original gameplay of the game, where you still could choose what priorities you wanted, which objectives you want to tackle, in what order, in what sequence, and approach them from various angles. So that also had to be kept in mind for the colonies, right?
Yeah.
And did you play much? Because I loved, in Helldivers 1, I loved the city-based missions. Did you go back and look at that much, or did you sort of come in with a fresh perspective and you were like, this is what we want to do?
So we kind of landed on kind of a similar thing to Helldivers 1, almost unintentionally. I did play a bunch of Helldivers 1 before colonies, specifically the city missions, to look at how they were done and everything, because I haven't worked at their head at the time of Helldivers 1. But I think it's fair to say we ended up at a similar place. Yeah, almost.
Yeah.
Almost by accident.
Well, it looked cool. Like, you can't argue with the results, right?
So we just kept iterating. Oh, this is getting better. It's getting better. Oh, it's the same game again. No wonder. It worked the first time. So we, of course, had to introduce a lot more machinery. And part of the reason we ended up with a lot of machinery on the Illuminate side is because we wanted a superior feeling faction that also did not go below a certain level. So anything that did seem like something that would be below an Illuminate's rank would kind of be some kind of tool that they just used for their bidding. So we ended up having the Watches, we ended up having the Harvesters, we ended up having what else did we?
I mean, the Voteless.
Yeah, and the Voteless, and yeah, that's why they are basically enslaving the vote list because they're just using the vote list as another tool. And that kind of worked out. We have a funny bug there where the harvester started swimming from leaning forwards too much and its feet not really keeping up with it.
Well, I mean, the harvesters are already scary.
I think we should reuse that in the future.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should have a flying fish machine.
New stealth drop as well.
No.
But yeah, so this update was also the first one where we introduced urban combat. It was actually funny seeing how many of the stratagems we had got kind of recontextualized with the kind of new kind of play space it created. We also saw a lot of cases where squads got separated because someone called in a bombing, like a orbital bombardment directly in the middle of the street. So the two squads got separated in different streets and stuff like that. So there was a lot of new things, a lot of interesting things. We also had some issues. Oh yeah, that's on concept art.
Oh, nice.
From columns.
It's crazy to see, like we've seen a few of these concept arts today, and just seeing how the drawings come to life is beyond me to a degree. But yeah, really cool to see where it all began, you know?
This is also one of the first concept art pieces we saw when we started working on the colony side, so it's kind of eerie how close we got to that just by the nature of what we were looking to do with it. At one point it wasn't actually that obvious that we would have a big fence around the colony. It wasn't obvious that how we would, if you could leave the colony at all, and we ended up there anyways, just as we kept moving all the parts around to get them to work.
Here you can see some of the building concepts alongside some of what we ended up having in-game finished. It's been a really interesting opportunity seeing everything come to life, like one small art piece at a time.
Oh yeah, it used to be such a big forest of just gray buildings, and suddenly one of them would have color, and all the devs during playtests would just flock to that building and then see it get destroyed because everything else would follow them. It was kind of wild.
Speaking of which, in the next side we can see some.
For a long time, that's what we stared at.
Yeah, you can see some of the earlier versions of colonies. You can see some cars being destroyed. A lot of very pretty scenery. And it's crazy thinking how far we've come.
Yeah, no, well, it is definitely crazy to look at, especially when you consider all the other biomes that people can play through, and then this is sort of building something almost completely from scratch to add to the game. So, I mean, I think, yeah, it looks amazing. And
wasn't alleyways kind of a complicated part to put together when it came to these setups?
So in general, there's quite a lot of technical challenges in Fancy Colonies because it doesn't really work like any of the other level generation. So getting the alleyways, getting the roads in general, like we even had to write some specific new behaviors for enemies as well to to have them navigate in a way that feels better.
Yeah, they used to be like proper citizens and use the sidewalks, which was probably the wrong
commendable,
way.
but
yeah,
no.
commendable. But that also meant they tried to take the shortest route and would be like get stuck on a fire post or in an alley or whatever. So we ended up setting up some new shapes that just covered the roads where the enemies would patrol more primarily. They would still go into the sidewalk if they needed. And, you know, once they see you, all bets are off. They will be chasing you.
Can probably move on. What's a stream without technical difficulties?
Oh, the warp ships.
Yeah, the warp ships. So once you've been seen by a watcher, the warp ships come in, and at first they looked like teacups when we started working, and you can see up in the right corner, you can see them among the gray boxes, and at the bottom right, that's where we ended up.
Would you say you went through many iterations between those two pitches, or?
We went through quite a few shapes. We also needed something that had somewhat of a similar language to everything else we had in the game that players could pick up on pretty quickly, but we still wanted it to be different in terms of challenge. We ended up adding a shield on top of it that the players have to break down. We ended up making it much harder to destroy without using stratagems, just to get you to approach it more deliberately rather than just throw something and leave. And that's kind of how we went about it. They were mainly spawning corrupted and boatless enemies, and we kept it that way because anything bigger would basically just steamroll the player immediately.
And encounter flows.
Yeah, so this is what I spoke about at first. We ran into the issue of we needed to make sure the player knew that there was an encounter was about to happen, that they had a chance of stopping it, that they could do something about it, because they used to teleport in early on in development, and if that happened anywhere else than just in front of the player would not realize that they were there until they were dead. And this is kind of where we ended up. You have it first playing a little jingle and then shoot up a few flares, and then you see it come in from the sky.
Oh, that's awesome. What's that?
So
yeah, well, yeah, thank you so much for both coming on and talking about your respective pieces. Really cool to see, yeah, how it all came together, because, I mean, it got released at the TGAs, which was a huge moment for us. We had the kick-ass trailer, and then, you know, it was live. And I think it was a bit of a shock for everybody. Like, you know, there was rumors about the Illuminates coming out and whatnot, but I don't think anybody was
how
truly
many
ready.
questions did you get a day about the Illuminates up until release?
It was a few, I'm not gonna lie, but I mean, I think we still managed to, you know, surprise a fair few people, which was really cool. And I think that the work you two did and your teams as well really helped to execute on like an amazing beat. It was, yeah.
It's also thanks to all the players that keep supporting us and letting us do cool stuff and wanting us to do cool stuff so they can have a lot more fun.
Okay, awesome. Well, yeah, thanks for dropping by, and thanks everybody. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Is level design in Helldivers 2? This is a good question, Mitch. It's almost like I wrote this myself. So we do basically three things. We do the world generation. We do some bespoke mission locations. Bespoke is a great word.
It is a very like fancy word.
It is very fancy. I still don't fully know what it means, but people say it to me. I go, all right, that's a great word. And we do mission design?
Question mark?
What?
Question mark?
Well, there's more to that on the next slide. See, that was a very smooth transition, right? Whoa! It's almost like
level
we have
designers
people
on Helldivers
doing
2 are also mission designers?
Yes! It's insane, man. So, missions and levels are very intertwined in games overall. Dishonored and all of those
Great game.
gems, great game. So, yeah, but it's much more entwined on this game, because we really have to take into account the procedural nature of the game overall, and these missions have to kind of be like the playground for our systems to really knock it out of the park. Like, you know, you might recognize this hill when you play it, but it's going to be designed in a way with that mission where you don't really know if you can defend that hill, or if a charger is just going to knock you off and you're just going to have a bad time, or a fun time, because now you can emote while you ragdoll again.
What about, and then, you know, we just drop eagle airstrikes, completely destroy the
I
hill
mean, someone
altogether.
has to
Yeah.
do it. I'm a known team killer. So this basically means that we're prototyping missions and levels together at the same time to have that good marriage between them. We try to make it cohesively chaotic, and just really be the playground for our beautifully chaotic game. See, I was being poetic there.
Yeah, I like it. I like it.
So let's see. Does my magical like hand sign make us change slides? Let's see. Woo! Nice, it works. But you might be wondering, Mitch.
Yeah. Okay, but cool. What cool have you made?
That's a great question. That's on the next slide. Wow, wow, wow. The Terminated Control System.
I remember this nightmare.
The concept. Oh, well, I do too, but that's for making it. So this is from our concept artist Tore Veselovsky. Absolutely killed it. I would put this on my wall. But yeah, have some breakdowns of what I did and what the team did, and little sneak peek behind the scenes of work in progress stuff. Starting with the next slide. So, you might be going,
wow. Sorry, that's terrible.
Yeah, that was an Australian Owen Wilson, but yeah, I can take it. So, cool. What did I do? I was the feature owner, which basically means I was sort of like a creative team lead. That doesn't mean that all of the ideas came from me. It just meant that I had to sort of exactly get a huge raise, buy a Ferrari, but it basically meant that I had to do a lot of admin stuff and keep track of what other people were doing, and it was a lot of like facilitating conversations between the actual devs and the producers, the directors. So it was just like a lot of that facilitating and figuring out what the expectations are and what our goals were, what we would have to cut, what we would have to add on to it. And I also did some of the early level design for some of it that the others would go in, because we have a team of really, really good designers that were working on this, and also working with the mission design while we had our scripters going in and making all the cool defensive points and all that jazz.
And it's only really a small team as well, right? So you all had to wear sort of many hats in the development of it.
Oh yeah, because back then it was like, I think on the design end, it was about 4 of us, I guess 3 if you take me out of the equation, if I'm stuck in like meetings or trying to talk to people about all that fun stuff. Yeah. But yeah, so it was a pretty small team working on it, but I mean, the results...
It was really cool.
They really shocked me. Yeah, it was really great. And we'll find out more on the next slide. So this is one of my favorite images. This is my next tattoo. So this is the very first hand sketch done by level designer Vendela on our whiteboard when we were like brainstorming what will this look like. This is what we did before we had Tore with the great concept art there. This is what we had to really go off of. And with level design, this is all that you really need. This is a very quick sort of block out. We can kind of figure out what the metrics are. We don't need the finished pieces. We just basically need to know what's the rough shape and size so we can make gameplay around it. And it started with this wonderful sketch that I should put on my fridge. We actually should do that. Yeah, frame it, do something nice. We can get a Helostat to sign it maybe.
Yeah, well, I mean, we should deck out the stream.
Can we auction that if we get him to sign that, do you think?
Yeah, what do you think, chat?
Would you buy this if it was signed by you on Helostat? We'll see, but we have cooler images in the next slide. Okay, this isn't really that cool.
Yeah,
but so this, it might be kind of hard to see, but this is where we had so many different ideas and plans of how we would do the TCS, and this is all of the stuff that we had to shelve and go, okay, those plans, they're not gonna work. We had like plans A, B, C, and like C, A, C, B, and just like all of that we would have to go through. And these are the ones that we realized can't do because the team size, the time limit that we had to really do all of this. So some of it we just had to look at it and shelve and put over there and label red just because we ain't gonna do it.
So that's the thing, right, with game design. A lot of it is in a straight line. It's a giant circle, and you go through all the different waves and emotions.
Yeah. It's always very fun when you start off with like, okay, this is our simplest idea. Okay, now we can start there. Now we can be more complicated, more convoluted, and then we end up. Oh, turns out the real friends were the simplest idea that we had at the very beginning. So, yeah. But then we have other ideas in the next slide. So this was sort of our fallback plan. So okay, if the plan that we've committed to doesn't really work out, then here's all of our fallback options. So we were this makes us look like it was way more prep than it really was, but this probably comes from about half a week. Yeah, exactly. So we really tried to make sure that we would have fallback plans because we really viewed the TCS as being like the real big first post-launch update that let players know, like, we're not messing around. Like, we're going into live service, we're telling stories, we're letting players tell these stories too, and we are going to support this game going forward. So we wanted it to be something that said, hey, we're here and we're not going away. So we had all these plans set up, and the next slide. Remember what I said about simplicity?
Yeah, it looks a lot more straightforward this one. Yeah,
the current plan where more or less. This is basically how it ended up in game with our current plan like that, because it is kind of straightforward when you get down to it. You're defending points. You have waves of enemies. You can do them in what order you really want. Teamwork, solo. And a lot of that, it sounds so easy when you actually have that finished product, but getting there, because you always wonder, like, well, we've tried that before. Are we going to be like a one-trick pony if we keep trying that? And no, but you just find out what works, and sometimes it's not the most, convoluted, detailed thing. You just get a straight line of digital post-it notes.
Yeah, but it's like pushing that envelope still, right? Like, naturally, you always want to one-up yourself and make it as cool as possible.
Yeah, because what we also try to do is recycling different features and assets too. Because while we haven't used the actual like big-ass TCS props, the interior of all of the countless times. So like stuff that you don't really see from a player's end, we're reusing that stuff too. So that also takes time to plan out how do we make these systems modular and really say like, okay, now let's commit to thinking this way going forward. I think the biggest thing that the TCS showed us as a design team was, here's new ways of really thinking how we can make features going forward. And yeah, this was like 1 to 2 months of just constant learnings and trial by error, and it ended up with really, really cool that you will see more of on the next slide, which is Get Gloob. So this one, I had to add this because Gloob, this was something that I think the producer that we had on this feature was talking about, where you had to glue people where needed and lube them where needed. So that was gloobing people. So glue people together to get done and lube them up to work independently, if I recall what he was talking about. This was quite a while ago, but I just wanted to bring this phrase out to the world. Get glued, chat. Get glued.
Yeah, for PR reasons, we should move on from this one.
Exactly. Oh yeah, that's another image of the TCS there. I think that's a duplicate slide. Whoopsie. So we can continue on. So this is some of the early concept arts that we have.
Okay. Well, it is really cool though that you did have that slide again, because you can see how far it actually is down.
Yeah.
I cannot do it.
Yeah, I think all of this was done by Toro. Yeah, we had like the blueprint sketches and then like the more sort of polished concept art there, which was just so cool. When we started getting these the concepts in, I showed it to our animator on this, Eric, and he just started saying like, oh yeah, so this must work like that, and that part has to be hollow if that's gonna move this way. I'm like, if that helps you animate, sure, but I'm like, wow, like, I don't look at things and really think that deeply into what are the actual mechanics and all of that. But yeah, so we had a really great team working on all that stuff, and I believe on the next slide we have even more. Yeah, just more concepts, some very detailed stuff on how the like termicide spewers actually work and how they look like up close.
And how they led to the leakage of the Shriekers, right? That was the big reveal.
Allegedly.
Yeah, okay.
Allegedly. Okay. That's traitor talk.
Okay, I'm sorry.
we do nothing wrong, alright? Alright, and we should have some more coming up. Woohoo! Yeah, so here we have some earlier stuff when we get in-game, how the main tower was looking with the legs, or the batteries, as we also called them, with the antennas. And I think we even have some GIFs coming up. I don't know if that's the next slide.
Like
yes! Haha! So here we have some early animation tests of it.
From Eric?
Yeah, this is from Eric. Just really, really great work. I mean, it's insane what he managed to do. So fluid. You see the one on the right is a bit slower, but you see like it has the leg or the support beam kind of it just looks great. Like, I could really just watch this all day. It's really, really cool. I think we have some more fun stuff. Yeah, so this is more of some high poly stuff. The artist that worked on the actual asset is named Hannah, and she really, really killed it. I think she really pushed the boundaries of what she was capable of doing and what we can really put out there as a team, and what we can really put into the game. So we got like these really, really cool detailed tower pieces that just kick ass.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Let's see, what else do we have? Yeah, so we have some in-game stuff of just this is how it all, people saw this, but this is how it all turned out towards the end. I think we have some more stuff in-game. Yet the version 2, or the deactivate TCS as we called it, where it was it got corrupted. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Those darn definitely not Super Earth faults.
No, never.
Making it so corrupted. And then after this, the Shriekers.
Mysteriously appearing Shriekers.
Who would have thought? I don't know where they came from, I really don't know who left them there, but that was very fun. The TCS3, as we internally called it, when you would actually end up imploding Meridia. Whoopsie. That was I was still working on that, and it was me and Vendela from TCS1 just working on it, and it was 2 people doing this mission. So we were like, okay, what can we do? What's something fun and punchy that we can add? And we thought we can add. What about like a backpack that's like a jetpack and doesn't
Short
AoE
corners.
effect on enemies and
Welcome to my channel. Chappy viewers on stream.com remove the space JZDHYNMY.
Malo.
But we're imploding a plan. How can we make this just more epic?
To da ovežemo i ove moće.
Jest.
Gdje si?
Ručak, tako to.
Pozdrav Ilija.
Da, to mislim. Šta se, radi?
Ma ništa, ja igram malo Hanta. Upalio sad. Niš mi se ne da pretjerano igrat. Pet oficial, ne igram dok ne dojde ovo. Valjda bu došlo ubrzo.
Pa neće tako brzo, ne boj se.
A ne znam, neko mi je rekao da kroz mjesec, 2 dana bi
Ma jo, pa ko je?
Pa hoće, ne bi najavili toliko napred.
Tek su ubacili patch za bug fix, kakav će, nema od toga ništa. Oni tek to rešavaju na ovome, a ne.
Budemo vidjeli, možda bude.
Jep.
I oni su svjesni da ljudi su već došli do vrhunca igre i da, znaš.
A boli njih kurac, oni moraju igru završit pa onda...
Ja vraga i voli kurac, ali pa o igračima ovisi njihova budućnost.
Ako ne kupuju igrači...
No, boli kuna mora igru sredit pa da bi izbacili, ne mogu izbaciti.
Ne više svakog tako na...
Moraju fiksovat igru, pa onda kad srede sve, onda izbacit, ne može izbacit...
Pa igra je fiksovana, igra je dobra.
Ma ne to, nego...
Misliš da je izbalansiraš, šta?
Jet je zvanična igra, koliko...
A ono će 1.0.
Treba to sve istestirat, isprobat.
Pa sad testiraš.
Ti si tu da...
Ne testiraš ti, novo što ubace još nisi testirao.
Pa dobro, ali ko testira igru nego ti? Pa mi smo testeri.
Ako se ljudima ne svidi, sigurno neće nastaviti s tim. Ako uzmu pa promene nešto i to ne bude funkcionisalo, morat će to da, razumeš, reguliš.
Mi smo testeri igara, razumiješ?
Neplaćeni.
Mi smo testeri.
Jest, sve to što si rekao.
GG guys. Mi smo svi beta testeri, Kesiću.
Da.
A kupili smo igru.
Testeri.
Testera, da. Motorno.
Dobro, neki su testisi, recimo, ko Boris, ali mi smo testeri.
Ima da te čuje, ima da se povampiri.
I daj, vampir.
Nek me čuje, volimo kurac. Ja mu bar velim u lica da je mudonja.
Znam to. To znam. Make no
Borise, di si
mistake.
jučer, Borise? Pa rekao si da bu se javio, ali ne. Imao si koleginicu nekakvu i nemate. Pa tak si rekao. Da ćeš imat sutra nekakvu koleginicu. Šta, hoćeš da nisi rekao?
Je.
Imat na poslu novu koleginicu, ali koleginica nešto štrajkovala.
Pa dobro, ja znam da si rekao da ćeš imat koleginicu i da ćeš biti više slobodniji. Međutim, nisi se javio. A jeba. Dobro, nema veze.
Ja.
Koleginica je u pitanju, što ne radiš?
Da.
Pa ništa ne velim, pa. Ja razumijem to. Ja razumijem da je koleginica u pitanju i da nije mogla, ali... Bože moj.
Koleginica i učenik zdravo da se
Pa zar tako?
nije zdravo. I da opsuje. Tako, pitka mu materina.
Jebe mu oca učinjeg.
Sapo, kako to vezi?
Tebi u krilo pretpostavljam.
Che stati, a? A Nikšić je geniočki.
Je strog.
Sigurno da će trebati nešto potvrditi, pa ništa.
Potvrda, batku.
Tomo,
Reci.
srećan ti 6. mart.
Nabijem te na kurac.
A poslije njega ide 7, jel tako? Ej.
Sutra će da bude srećan ti 7. mart. Znaš šta? A ti ćeš opet da nešto nabijaš na kurac, jel?
Pa to je sjajno.
Ja.
To je sjajno. Hello guys, again. Šina. Biće to u redu, Boris.
Jednog dana.
Do koga si danas?
What if we did Shrieker spawn?
Yeah.
So, they made it very difficult to play test when we actually had them spawning in.
Boris.
It was very, very difficult
Pitam
to
do koliko
get
si danas?
Shriekers to get off our backs and let us extract, but it was still, I think, a very memorable moment. It was very fun watching the reactions from people that were dying quite a bit.
But it's crazy, I think we spoke about this before off stream, but the domino effect from, you know, the TCS all the way up to recently we had Angel's Venture blow up. Rest in peace.
RIP to a real one.
But it's, you know, do you think about these things in the long term that far ahead, or is it more of like a, you know, where do we go after this next step? Just one at a time?
It's a bit of both, because we're in constant contact with the narrative team and the elusive Joel to talk about like what plans are going forward, and
even
te
if
s tenkom
they
pogodio, a?
might not
Ah,
know
nije,
concretely,
Sam
because you know, like
pogodio
back
nisam.
then we didn't know that we were gonna like blow up Angel's Venture, or did we? Probably not. But it's a lot of conversation of, okay, can we just do something that you can use as a toy just later on? Like, this is a good example of just the domino effect, like you said, where we just kind of talk about it and go, yeah, okay, this is a big catastrophe for creating a black hole. So let's stick with that because we can do something about that later. So we might not know exactly what, but we want to be able to have things be open-ended enough to just kind of toss in there and say, okay, what
I
can
don't
we
believe
do
it.
with it later? Which
A u
I think
Tomici
resulted in
tenkovi
the
su
next
ti igra
slide.
najoptimizovanija koju sam ikada volio.
Spooky,
Yeah.
scary black hole.
The
Yeah.
orb, you know.
The orb.
There's the cult of the orb online
Cult
now.
of the orb.
Yeah.
You gotta ponder it, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it's really, really cool that just that idea that we had in like the late summer of 2023, I think, for the TCS towers ended up turning into one of the biggest historical events
Fucking
for
zombie and
Helldivers 2,
dog
which is
and-
really, really cool. I mean, yeah, I'm the one that's sitting on the couch, but we had like a team of just incredible designers, artists, coders, scripters, the tech artists that were yelling at us to optimize it better. Sorry.
It still worked. It still worked.
Rule of cool overall. Sorry about your frame rate, but yeah, just like a really, really talented, passionate team that just kicked ass and knocked it out of the.
Ma ne velim
damn
niza
park, 'cause we
dobre
were
vodotek, samo ne igram
unsure,
takve igre.
like, okay, are we making something like, is this too linear? Is this too cemented, too
tenkovi,
concrete?
da.
Is this going too far away from the open worldness that we have? But players, like, they really liked it.
Yeah.
And seeing that reaction was like, okay, we did something right. Thank God. It was really, really great. So yeah, I think that's all that we have. Exactly. That's you and me, Mitch.
Yeah. We'll hug it out.
Okay, yeah.
Bring it in.
We can hug it out. Oh, that's great. That's great.
No, but yeah, thank you for stopping by.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
And we'll be back shortly with our next guest.
Woohoo! The dogs.
Yes. Penny and Bonnie, by the way, everybody. They're asleep, so don't mind.
I wish I was asleep.
Me too.
What? All right.
Do a little bit of Helldivers 2, play through a mission, and then we'll jump into another Q&A for you.
Destroyer has joined squadron.
Woohoo!
Let's have a look.
Alright, what we got?
What do we got? What are we feeling?
What are we doing?
We're always feeling a little bit of Helldivers too, aren't we?
Should we go? Do we want to fight the Illuminate? What do you feel, Chris? You're the
Ooh.
guest, so you can take point on this
Yeah,
one.
we can take on a little bit of them Illuminate.
Yeah, a little bit of Propus.
Purple fellers there. Gotta repel that invasion.
Yeah.
No, I good now.
We're just going to stick to difficulty 5 because otherwise it gets too crazy trying to handle your questions.
Actually, do you think maybe we could actually find some of the bugs in colonies?
Yeah, we can try.
That could actually be something to take a look at, because something that the chat might not know is
Yes.
I made that. Kinda. Me and the team were converting the existing missions into the colony ones.
We could potentially do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. You want us to go up? You want us to see a harder difficulty?
Oh, I mean, we aim to please.
Mitch, you're completely snubbing a hug right here.
Oh,
Your
I'm sorry.
fellow
I'm in the
Helldiver.
table. I'm in the table. Hang
Don't
on.
worry, I can hug him. We're all friends here.
Yeah, I am. Alright. Well,
Money.
let's try and jump into something. Oh.
Let's see what we got.
We got a mission in progress? No, we're abandoning that. We're gonna go difficulty 10.
We're going. Oh. More hugs. My God, what a friendly group we got here.
What are we feeling? It keeps going down again.
Every sector in the galaxy must be purged of the alien menace.
Where are the difficulty 10s? You know what? We're just gonna do a 7. That's what's here.
Yeah, we can 7 it up.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll try and give you some easy questions. See if you can field a few.
Let's do let's just spread some democracy. There's
Yeah,
no.
we can do it.
Yeah.
How'd you know that I woke up on the Democratic side of the bed today, Mitch? All right.
So take
Yes,
us through
yes.
a few of the basics. What are your favorite stratagems to use in Helldivers 2?
Can you repeat that question? It's hard to hear, you know, from over there.
What are your favorite stratagems in Helldivers 2?
I'm all about napalm, honestly.
Hell yeah.
I love it. I love burning everything. I love the friendly fire that it causes. I say that as I pick napalm airstrike now, so Mitch, get ready.
That's right. I expect it.
But yeah, anything that just sets fire to anything and everything. Big fan. Big fan.
Let's go with the most democratic armor. I really have to play more on the computer. I put too much time into the console and I don't have everything unlocked on here.
Yeah, more of a controller fella as well. But okay.
Do the F cape for everybody at home.
Gotta do it.
Yeah.
It's my favorite cape.
That'll do.
Come on, get your load out, Mitch. Come on, let's go. We got a game to play. We got bugs.
Very
I'm
good.
ready. I'm ready.
Are you sure? Are you
Heal,
sure?
heal,
No,
heal
I'm not
yourself.
sure, but we'll see how it goes.
Is playing against bugs in Helldivers 2 like living in Australia?
It is, you know,
Yeah.
that's why Australians are so good.
That
at
makes
this
a lot of
game.
sense, yeah.
It's right up our alley.
All right, coming in for a landing. Who's
Very
got
good
that?
match.
We got a question in the chat, but I think I can field this one. Are you planning to add more defensive stratagems like shields? I would say that, you know, we have a lot of things planned. Certainly defensive stratagems would be on the list. Nothing we can reveal to you right now, though.
I would love some stratagems that would defend me right now. So if we can get those in ASAP.
Who died straight away? Misty, what are you doing?
That was Misty. What are you gonna do, man? What are you gonna do? Oh my. A charger already?
Yeah, he did.
We just got here. Alright. Head north?
Yeah. We're all going the wrong way. Oh.
You have money.
Curtis the White Guy asks,
Inside.
do you have plans for a gloob cannon? I saw someone ask about gloob mines earlier in the
He
chat.
started something.
Yeah, you know, get gloobed is all I can say. Can I get some gloobs in chat?
Watch out, Misty and Chris, watch out.
Oh.
Oh, that's a wild thing. I gotta change the controls.
Thank you.
Oh, the gloobs in the chat coming through now.
There we go. Oh, there's so much going on.
Yeah. Yeah. I died, but I dropped mines on my body, so just watch out, everybody.
Oh
yeah,
no.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
you're...
Let's go out.
I think we're all safe. I think it's Christos that's not having a good time. What is that? What is that? Napalm strike round. Who did that?
Oh.
Oh no. Oh
Misty,
no.
what are you doing? This is why we can't have nice things.
We really can't have nice things. And we're using up a whole reinforce on Mitch? Really?
Wow. I'll remember this, you know.
Fox Hardo asked if there will be new music in future updates. And you know what? I assume so. We usually add new music whenever we do new big things. So maybe, yeah.
Oh, there's fire mines on top of us now as well.
Oh no. Oh no.
How could this possibly go wrong?
Believe it or not, I've been in tougher situations. That's an impaler. Oh no, that is an impaler. Special shout out to one of our enemy designers, Yuan, who was the chief implementer of the impaler.
It is a very cool enemy.
It is so cool. And also animated by the same animator that did the TCS animations.
Da, Boris. Don't get that.
Cassette Wave asked, what's your favorite faction to fight?
Ooh, that's a good question.
I think we should get out of here quickly as well.
We should. Honestly, I like all factions for different reasons, but there's something about the bots that I have a lot of fun with. I think it's just some very fun, unpredictable third-person shooter gameplay that you don't really get in a lot of other games. The amount of times that I'll just be running and just a stray laser from a conscript just takes off my head is it never gets old. There's a bunch of mines here, Mitch. I'm guessing that this is where you died previously.
I can neither confirm nor deny this.
You can neither confirm nor demine it. Thank you. I'm here all week.
This is the last time Chris is coming on stream, everybody. Thanks for dropping
Thank you for having me. It's been great.
Oh, kind of a scary one. Is E710 edible?
Anything's edible if you're brave enough, you know?
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that the super FDA has commented yet on that. I mean, would you try it though, Mitch?
Try anything once.
Yeah. I mean I'll let you try it first, and then
Fun
if it goes
fact,
well.
at the Helldivers launch party, Mitch and I performed in Australian custom, you might say, called a shoey, where we poured. It was it just my shoes or was it your?
No, it was both of your shoes.
Oh
I
yeah,
didn't want to mess up my shoes.
It was both of my shoes. We poured our beers into those shoes and then drank them on stage. And yeah. so if we would try that, I feel like E710 isn't.
That's not that much of a stretch.
It's not that much of a stretch. And right after I did that shoey, I met S.W.Frost. So I was like, hey,
That's a power play, though.
Yeah,
you know,
that-
people
that-
will
that is a
remember you
power
if you do a
play.
shoey.
Oh, who set me on fire? Who's using a flamethrower?
I'm gonna blame Misty again.
That was Misty.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
There's mines on top of us now as well.
Oh.
Wasn't.
Who did this?
Actually, this was me.
Oh, okay. Well, at least I know who to blame.
And Benjamin in the chat has asked, what do you think about all of the collaboration ideas that fans suggest?
I think it's great.
I do too.
I mean, I would love to do as many as possible. Sadly, there's this thing called like laws or whatever. But
no, we love your fan art. We love all of your ideas.
It's great.
Please keep sending us that stuff. Because even if it's just an idea, we love to see it.
It's true. Katie and I spend most of our time just going through fan art and, you know, seeing what everybody's posting online, and it is really cool. I can't draw for shit.
Energetska pića do srca ne otkaže.
Maybe I'm not that hard to impress, but...
And you would be surprised like how much people on the design team will take a look at social media posts and reference them a lot when we're looking at, you know, quality of life stuff, when we're working on new features and saying, okay, so these players mentioned this, it could be what they liked, what they disliked, or a completely new idea. We actually do take a look at all of that stuff and consider it. And sometimes some ideas see the light of day with our own spins on them, of course.
Now, Zare asked what roles at the studio everyone on the stream has. So if you watched from the beginning of the stream, you met myself and Mitch. We are both community managers. But Chris, tell us your official fancy title at the studio.
My official fancy title is janitor. No, I'm one of the level designers here, so I work on... Actually, where we're in right now, raising this flag, I worked on this level. The team itself is
750 sati.
different parts of
Znaš
the
kaj si?
world. My focus is on missions and mission locations, so I've had a hand in
Gledao kaj si?
I don't even know how many, but like most of the missions and locations that have launched. So oh my god. Oh, samples.
Now, I saw a question way back in the chat that I didn't want to forget about. That asked
Igra nije izašla, nema 2 mjeseca, koliko
knew
3.
about groups like the Freedom Alliance and some of our other, you know, kind of.
To ti je dan noć, kapiraš? Dan noć. Pa podeli.
I think that's super cool. The Freedom Alliance does a lot of really neat stuff.
Ne znam. To ti je pola dana svaki dan. Pola dana svaki dan. Koliko Milan igra. A, pa kaj si, znam. Upališ igru i stojiš u lobiju. To i to znam. Nakon sabar sat. To mi jasno. Tako Milan ima 1000 sati u hatu. Minimum. To sam.
I really want them to be.
We even made a Super Earth forklift license at one stage, didn't we?
Yeah.
We gave one to Peelin.
Is Peelin the only forklift certified person at the office?
Actually, Mitch, aren't you
I
forklift
am
certified?
forklift certified.
Actually,
in 2 countries.
our sound designer Oliver is forklift certified.
Imam 490
All these
sati dosta.
legends.
Maybe should we make that a requirement to
Počneš polako i nakupi se.
Ali velim, to mi
To
je
tako
dosta
ide.
only
sad.
then will the forklift
Dok
be
ne izađe
drivable.
novi.
You can't truly appreciate
Nove stvari za
exactly unless you can drive a forklift.
Exactly. It's like method acting.
Yeah.
So we really need to know how a forklift works. Someone get Shams on that, please. Shams, if you're watching, can we please get everyone mandatory forklift certification?
Yeah.
We'll show up for the next party. It'll just be a forklift test.
Exactly. Oh, I think I just killed Christos. Oh well. There can only be one Chris per stream.
Šta, ne voli bijelo pileće meso ili?
Eru asked, where is Joel? Joel is strapped into his command center monitoring the war.
I mean, I thought he was just on the couch.
His command center may involve a couch. Like, that's...
Doduše, moje mačke ne vole toliko vijanove. Niti kuće.
Otezali su. Gdje si otezali? Šta me gaš da čujem? Šta se oblizuješ? Šta si skrgava? Jeli zlotvore? Zdravo, zlotvore. Gdje si zlotvore? Polaj, idri polaj. Idri po dolaj. Idri polaj. Ko sme da laje tvoje zlotvore? Ko sme tu da laje dok si ti tako mala, bela I opasna tu?
Okay. You gotta be comfy while you command.
Yeah. That's true. That's true.
We'll keep pushing that thing.
My friend, I would give anything. I'll do anything.
I mean, yeah, that'd be fun.
It's a different team, but
yeah, I mean,
yeah, like
I can pass it along if you want.
Boy,
you're like,
all
I
the
know
rest
a
of
guy.
the studio hates.
NordVPN by YouTube brought conspiracies. Conspiracies? What are chirp. What are conspiracies? What are... Look, all I want to know is, what are Wait a minute. Are they making the green M&M less sexy? I'm not a big conspiracy guy, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I kind of just like the little ones that don't really matter.
Give me an example.
I recently was grocery shopping and I bought a limited edition detergent that was wild berry scented. I opened it and started using it right away. And every time I clean the dishes now, I think, wow, that's a delicious wild berry scent.
Yeah.
But then I had to go to a hospital, right? And it just stinks like chemicals. And it's like, we have the technology to make cleaning things that smell delightful.
Oh.
Yet you go to the hospital and it smells like cat piss?
Yeah.
What's up with that?
That is a good point. What else have you got?
So, when I was a kid, my sister had been to like a party with glow sticks.
Right.
And so she put a bunch of them in the freezer because she had heard that if you put a glow stick in the freezer, it stays glowy for longer. I think that's not true.
It does. No, it does. It slows down the chemical reaction.
Nah, there's no chemicals. It's just little green goblins, I'm telling you, with their little torches. So I'm a kid, right? And we used to have, like, you know, ice blocks. I don't know what you...
Oh, I know exactly where this is going. How many did you drink?
Just the one. But I go into the freezer. I go, oh, wow, that must be some new thing. And I get some scissors from the kitchen. I snip it off. And I drink it down.
What was it and what flavor?
It was a reddy purple. It tasted like soap, but it was spicy like Tabasco. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah. No, that's good. Yep.
Now, here's where the conspiracy
Today
comes
is
in,
a
right?
new day with
My
infinite
sister's running around
possibilities.
screaming in circles, he's gonna die! He's gonna die! Oh no! My mum's on the phone with like a poison control hotline or something, being like, "My son just drank a glow stick."
You're the worst mother in the world.
This is your fault.
I hope you made plenty of nice arrangements for the funeral, ma'am.
There's no point making it closed casket. He'll just glow right through, won't he?
Put him in the freezer. He'll last longer.
But yeah, so here's the thing, right? They're saying, you know, you can't drink glow sticks, they're toxic, you'll die, etc. The poison control people, their solution was, I had to gargle ice cubes, not to neutralize the chemicals, purely to get rid of that spicy, annoying sensation. So here's the conspiracy. I drank a glow stick, 0 adverse effects. Nothing happened. So they've been saying, no, don't drink glow sticks, they're bad for you. They'll make you sick.
Rock and stone.
I could have sworn I could see in the dark. Nothing bad happened.
So nothing bad happened. Soapy.
With a hint of Tabasco.
Wild berry.
Wild berry. Yes. Oh my god, maybe it was a wild berry. Maybe that's what. Oh my god. You don't think. You don't think.
No, it's just gonna be a
That's a conspiracy. You're crazy.
Sure.
You're just making it up for attention.
Oh, I've been wanting to talk about this for a while. Toilets.
Yes.
I think there is no standard for what the big button does and what the small button does.
Now, I'm going to need you to elaborate on that.
So, okay. Very often, people go number 1. Less often, people go number 2. So, naturally, the big one is the one that's frequently pressed. Because it's the big one. It's the one that everybody aims for, right? So that should be the small fluff.
I feel like...
exactly. Now look at this one.
No, don't misconstrue me. I think you're an idiot.
So you're telling me that the small button gets pressed more often than the big button? It's... Yeah, it's not so simple, is it?
I understand your logic, but I think it's built on a weak predicate. You're conflating big with important, when in this case, big means big, in that it's the big flush, it's the full flush, and the small means half flush.
Yeah, you're telling me that this button gets pressed 5 times as often as this one on the left?
No, I know,
I don't believe it. So what I'm saying is that across all toilets, there is a non-standardization. Look at this. Which one is it?
It's 1 water and 2 water. 1 is less water and 1 is more water. It's not, like, that's so clear to me.
Wrong. 1 big drop for solids, 2 smaller drops for liquid. Which one is it?
The one on the left is the half flush, and the one on the right is the full flush.
Which one's the bigger one? You don't know. I don't know. Nobody knows. Only the plumber.
The one on the left is the full flush. The one on the right is the half flush. Yeah, go on. Give us another one. This is easy. I can do this all day.
Not so easy now, is it?
The one on the left is the full flush, and the one on the right is the half flush.
Locked in.
You just don't have an eye.
I think this is like...
You ain't coming
like
home.
The sun, so it's P.
Yeah.
And then dark like the moon.
This deal was
so it's
too good
the
to
darker
pass
side.
up.
Why is it red?
What if we just had 1 button, and instead we used AI to determine how large the flush should be? Or a dial and a button. Turn the dial for small amount, more, and then, you know, full.
I mean, I see what you're saying, but I always will go the small one.
Really?
100%.
I don't think I've ever pressed the small button.
What?
And I don't...
Rock and stone to the
I
bone.
don't like the idea.
Come on, guys. Rock and stone. Yeah.
But I always
Rock
press the
and
big one.
stone. Stone forever.
Why wouldn't I press the big button?
Maybe it's because I've grown up in places where there's levels of water restriction. I half flush on number 2s.
Really?
I almost never use a full flush. Like, I could not tell you the last time. I remember when I learned to run, if it's yellow, let it know.
Focus on the core stone. It's the only way to close the rifts.
When I was 7 or 8, and I was in an elevator.
Remember, leave no one behind.
That was her boss.
Can
I was like, Mom, check this out.
We're sending you in to take care of it ASAP. Take those big bastards out before they force us to shut down everything in the area.
And then Mom's like, oh,
try
that's
to make
great.
it back with most of your lesions still attached.
She's like, I wish that glow stick took you.
There was a...
Donkey, come here!
If it's yellow, say goodbye, fellow. it stick around. No flush for number 2. Big flush for number...
At least we don't have to haul all these minerals around ourselves.
What does the VPN in NordVPN stand for?
An ancient society has kept this knowledge hidden for millennia.
Or at least, that's what my archaeologist grandfather told me. Behold, Nord Boy, one of the Nord ruins' many puzzles. See how it reroutes my data.
Whoa, you just opened the Theodore Roosevelt. Where are we going, Nordman?
With NordVPN servers all over the globe, anywhere the clues lead. Look, on the back of the Statue of David. Give me your UV light. It's a message from the Founding Fathers. With this, we could get the international Netflix catalog, and a whole bunch of other geo-locked streaming content like BBC iPlayer and Japanese DTV. All the clues are lining up with the next solar eclipse. We gotta get to the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier before this exclusive deal expires. Uh-oh, it's the Society of Online Marketers. We've been trying to track your every step, Nordman. They want to make an online profile of our web traffic so they can target us with advertising. And I can't let that happen.
Is that what I think it is?
Martin Luther King Jr.'s dream catcher.
Molly,
don't let go, Nordman!
No flares ready.
I wasn't going to.
The eclipse is happening now. The ancient riddle.
Virtual, private. We've got 2 of 3.
What could the N stand for, Nordman?
I'm afraid to find out. From the producers of Nordshank Redemption and director Christopher Nordlin. I'm afraid your adventure stops here, Nordman. Hand over Harriet Tubman's cipher, or I'll shoot the boy. This temple had its IP address exposed. It's gonna collapse.
The key to the cipher. It's on your grandfather's old pocket watch, which he gave you on his deathbed in his will before he died.
If it was known, it would mean the end of civilization itself.
Oh, network. It's network. Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, I thought it would be
Nordstrom. To get NordVPN today, go to nordvpn.com/incognito to get a huge deal on a 2-year plan plus 4 bonus months. Ad over.
I had to get some MRIs a while back. These they were really long. It was like an hour and a half. I'm in this fucking machine, so it was like really boring.
Did you not have a phone?
No, but they gave us headphones which played music. The guy was like, "What kind of music do you listen to?" And I was like, "Oh, I mean, I used to listen to like video game stuff." So he's like, "All right." Yeah. So he goes, "Fuck, this is already making me laugh." So he goes on YouTube Music and types in video game music playlist, and he's like, "What does this look all right?" Now it was a bunch of like Undertale and stuff. So he puts it on.
Yeah.
Puts me on the table, and he puts the thing, the headphones on, locks my head in, and the music starts playing, and it's the like the Skyrim main theme song. Just imagine this mental image of me getting fed into an MRI machine. While it's Dovagin. That was very funny. But later on, when I came out of the machine, he was like, "Oh, how's the music going?" And I was like, "Yeah, no, it's great. It played some stuff from Shin Megami Tensei 4, which it did." And he goes, "Yeah, and Donkey Kong."
Oh, now that's relatable.
Well, okay, the point of the MRI story was not the Dovahkiin music. The point is that you're in there for like an hour and a half, and it's just making a bunch of really loud noises, but you can't see anything happening.
Was it an MRI of your head?
That was my whole spine.
Your whole spine?
It's crazy technology.
No. It is. Do you reckon it's real?
MRIs. Nah, I reckon they just put you in and then they just get someone in Blender and they just like put together a spine and they're like, "Yeah, there it is." Yes. And they just make it all fucked up and they're like, "Oh yeah, they're gonna have to take your spine out, put your spine back in."
You didn't drink any glue sticks when you were a kid, did you?
They do that before they put you in. It's like, you don't have any like metal piercings, any tattoos, da da da. You didn't drink any glow sticks when you were 4, did you? No, ma'am. Have you ever had an MRI before?
Yeah, actually, you know, my doctor was worried I might be just too smart.
Or too handsome.
Yeah, and so they had to take a whole bunch of scans, and they were like, what's going on? These numbers are off the charts. And they were seeing like parts glowing and stuff, and they're like, I think this guy's using more than 10%.
There's actually no problems at all. You might be the most healthy and handsome man we ever scanned. Can you sign this document? Just I'm like, yeah, anything for a fan.
What do you think about space? I like it.
I honestly, I don't. Perhaps we went to the moon, but I think the footage we have isn't real.
I think they went to Mars and filmed it there.
Just because the lighting was better?
Yeah, we don't have the technology.
They just color corrected it.
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, that makes a lot more sense. Because they were going to do it on Venus, but when they tried to green screen it out, it just, yeah.
Because they're not directors, so they would just be there with the camera. Like, they don't know to hold it in, like, widescreen mode. They're, like, there with their phone, doing it in vertical.
Can you imagine Neil Armstrong's up there with the camera, and he doesn't realize he's actually got it on selfie camera, and he's just like, yeah, check this out. It's just on selfie camera.
They had to reconstruct it off the reflections from
the
his
reflection,
helmet.
yeah.
So there's the three. There's Armstrong,
Buzz Lightyear,
and Collins, Andrew Collins.
Oh, well, I'm just going to say third astronaut, in case his name Michael Collins. Nice one, Egghead. Oh, he's dead. That's a shame.
He died on the moon.
Yeah, they'll have to leave him there. Oh, look, here's a picture of Michael Collins meeting President Trump.
Oh, really?
That's nice. Yeah.
Some say it was his greatest achievement.
His greatest achievement. It's like, oh, so he's busy. We can get you Obama. No. Well, I mean, I like the idea if it's just like Trump, like, doesn't know who he is. He's like, oh, yeah, well, you're Buzz's friend. Yeah, Woody, that was my Trump impression. But, like, his expression looks like...
Oh, yeah, wow, he's seen some stuff. I've got something really important to tell you, Mr. President. You gotta know about the moon. There's a thing.
There's goblins on the moon.
I haven't told anyone before.
They took Neil and they took Buzz and they replaced him.
Oh, fuck.
And no one will listen to me.
Do you think he gets sick of the moon? Because there's nothing anyone wants to talk to him about except for the moon. Right?
The moon, yeah.
Yeah.
I reckon he goes out at night and he sees the moon. He's like, oh, fuck off. What happens to werewolves on the moon? If you put a werewolf on the moon, does it just turn into a werewolf all the time?
Yeah, they're just werewolves all the time.
Do they need spacesuits?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be sick.
That'd be really spooky.
What do you reckon is the scariest thing you could find on the moon?
The previous crew.
Apollo 1.
So, you're on the moon.
So let me just pretend that the moon's real for a second. Okay, yeah, I'm on the moon. Go on.
You're bouncing around. And it's great. You're having a good time. But
what if you bounce too high? Do you fall off? Do you fall off the moon?
No, you can't fall off the moon. What does that even mean?
I mean, I just think that it's like, what if it's like...
Where? Down space? Fall to the bottom of space?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you fall off, maybe you trip and fumble and you just gotta sort of keep going. I think that's the angriest I've ever heard you. Do you reckon they started doing push-ups and they're like, yeah, check this out. 150 push-ups. Easy.
Like one finger.
What he's doing with his knees down.
Film from the top up. Film from the top up.
Make it go boom!
Part of me thinks, just part of me, deep in my soul thinks, I reckon you could fall off the moon.
Well, you're just walking around normally, you just gotta be really careful.
God, I hope I don't fall.
Trip, and then... When I was a kid, I read a book called The Blue Nowhere by Jeffrey Deaver.
Go on.
It's a deadly game of cat and mouse, where one guy is the world's greatest hacker, and the other one is a brilliant but tortured criminal investigator who's slightly new to the computer world, right? There's one point where they're having their hack off, and they're like, we gotta get into his mainframe, and then he's like, he's hacking into our mainframe at the same time, and they're going back and forth, who can counter-hack the best? And then it seems as though the hacker guy has kind of stopped. Maybe we did it, maybe we won. All of a sudden, the computer that they were hacking explodes, because the bad guy hacker managed to turn off his cooling fans and just somehow exploded. What I'm trying to get around to is, how come the NSA doesn't do shit like that?
Yeah, it's never something cool like Watch Dogs like hacking the bollards, and I'm like, bollard hack activate. In a world connected by Web 3.0, nothing is safe.
Imagine we like go to war with China, they press the button, and all the bollards go up at once.
But then I've got a sweet motorbike and I can get between the bollards. So I'm driving on my sweet motorbike. I'm listening to Day and Night by Kid Cudi.
Cut the Skyrim.
Yeah, I've got Skyrim theme playing.
They're hacking all the traffic lights, they're turning them all red.
But I mean, I don't stop at red lights anyway. Nice try.
So next, they use up all the prepaid mobile data on your phone, and suddenly you can't connect to the internet.
And my plan doesn't reset until the 10th, so my hack gets cancelled.
My hack gets cancelled.
And which is hard because my other hand was already holding a beer, so now my hand.
I love that idea. Just being at the, I don't know, the NSA, the CIA headquarters. Stand down. Cancel the hack.
We need him working for us.
The thing is, like, you've got the movie version of hacking.
I'm getting hacked. This is major.
And then you've got the real life version of hacking, which is much more boring.
I'm wondering if you can take a look at a website I'm trying to get to.
By clicking that link, he's just given David full access to his computer.
We're on his computer right now.
Tedious.
But what if actually it is as fun as in the movies, and it's much more like, have you seen Swordfish?
Yeah.
You're like spinning a cube around and you're going, the cipher is being decrypted.
Oh yeah.
You see the number going up. That would be so exciting. I think that's actually what hacking is like, and there's a deliberate move to pretend that it's not.
But what, like why?
I heard that the underground, government, whatever, I heard that they actually had like this big document that effectively has like contingencies for a whole bunch of really strange scenarios.
Well, what kind of contingencies would it be? Like what happens if the president has a sore tummy today and he has to do a dress?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And
I reckon it'd be like, it wouldn't be an easy, simple solution. It would be the most convoluted thing possible. It's like, all right, so we actually have a clone of him ready to go, so he can stay in bed. The clone can go out and do the speech.
Wait a minute. What if you cloned Trump?
Sure.
Then dispatched with the original, would the clone still be president?
Would he still want to be president? You'd be like, whoa, wait a minute. Maybe it's my chance to be my own guy.
What if he goes to sign the thing at the inauguration?
Yeah.
And some other guy runs in real fast and signs his name.
I'm pretty sure that just doesn't count.
What if you're swearing in the president and it's a woman and she's pregnant at the time? Is the baby also president?
No, I think...
What if conjoined twins win the presidency?
One's president, one's vice president?
Yes.
That is an intriguing prospect.
Because they're not supposed to have the president and the vice president in the same room at the same time.
That sounds like fake.
No, it's true, because what if someone bombs the room? Then you lose both.
But what about all those pictures where it's like Obama and Biden hugging?
Did you know that Trump has never met with that other guy?
J.D. Vance?
Yes. They've never met. Because they can't ever be in the same room at the same time. It's illegal. They're both the immediate next. It is illegal.
It is illegal, yeah, no. I actually had a girlfriend like that where we couldn't be in it was
What if Putin wanted to hang out with Trump like all the time, like be friends with him, and Trump was like, I don't want to be friends with you.
Yeah.
But he wouldn't leave. And so eventually he had to get a restraining order against him. But then Putin was like, well, you can't, because I have diplomatic.
Ooh, that is very intriguing.
What would you do?
It'd have to become a extra legal process where it's like, oh yeah, hi Putin. Yeah, no, Donald's not feeling very well today. We're just putting him to bed, so you might have to just come back another day.
Dodging him?
Yeah.
Oh, I've got it. Okay.
Yeah, go on.
I don't think there are any real restrictions on Air Force One.
Oh yeah, okay, go on.
So is the president allowed to just fly around to wherever to get ice cream or whatever? you know what I mean? Like, okay, now stop here. Yeah, that was good. Now let's stop here. Yes, let's stop at this point here.
Could be completely wrong. But when Air Force One goes somewhere, there's like 2 other identical Air Force Ones that are like also going. So it's like,
yeah, I think so.
I reckon the limitation comes down to, you know, mechanical constraint. Like, there's just not enough space for 3 planes at Ben and Jerry's.
Yeah, I suppose it's the landing. I asked that to, I sent a DM to Notch once.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've ever been on a private plane. Like, let's say you're going from New York to LA. Are you allowed to just say mid-flight, hey, can you stop and we'll get ice cream? And
did he reply?
He said nothing. So I don't know. I actually don't know. I don't know. I've never been on a private plane. I don't know what the rules are.
I just want to clarify, did you actually message Notch that?
Yeah.
That's so funny, man.
Ready to kill some more.
You know what we forgot to do?
Getting more ammo.
Who are you?
Oh, yeah. Hello, Everett.
It's Mr. B.
I'm
from Story Mode.
I'm an editor.
Listen, we got Story Mode, we got other channel, right? It's got 2 problems. Number 1, not enough people do reactions. I go to YouTube, I go to reactions, everybody react in main channel, incognito. We are the Story Mode reactions.
Evo sad, pred nekih sat vremena ljudi, samo sat i po vremena. Radio sam cijelu noć, čovječe, ustao. Jutro sam, šta jutro, kad sam ili otišao, 12 sati.
Da sam znao tele bi tu krevet.
Jebi ga, spavao sam jedno 3 sata i evo sad sam kao nov.
Sad si kao Nenad.
Ne, kao nov sam. Ozbiljno sam kao nov. Pusti Nenada, Nenad. Ne može čovjek profesionalac.
Znam. Zato što je profesionalac.
Ja sam nekada bio profesionalac. Ne mogu ja biti profesionalac kao ne. Ma, ti si, brate, zajedno i meni ili u kompletno. Da smo komentarisali, ja sam te komentarisao jutros, rekao. Da li moguće da Nenad spava, nema ga jutro, nema ga, cijelo jutro, da li
znam.
Ako zamisli, brate, da izašao si napolje.
Was it good?
Vidiš Nenada tamo napolju, trčkaju za njim 2 Kineze, razumeš? Boostuju ih šone, trčkaju.
Ne znam koga su našli da ih boostuju. Zajeban igrač od njih.
Ne, idi pred. Kako majstor može, znači, nenormalan raspored imaš treba. Kad legneš, kad ustaneš, lud totalno. Barem kad bi pre 12 sati zaspo, Nenade, pa barem do nekih 4 ujutru, to ti je do jaja. Isti bingo, ako možeš do 4 sata da uhvatiš. Pa brate, će da naučiš bedu kao ja.
Jedna od onih reklama sa YouTube-a. To. Paraliza sna. Za sve su krivi pornići.
Give me some light, right here. Bosco, mine it!
Jeste, prijatelju, ali u koje 4 sata ti odspavaš?
Ono si isto, ja poslednjih 20 godina radim nisu stoje.
Jeste, Nenade, to je sve cool.
Nećeš ti dugo.
Ali nisi mlađi ba to.
Koliko god da budem...
Right there!
Dobro.
Koliko mi je odredio onaj odredio
Ne moraš da požuješ stvari koje će doći sami po sebi.
Pa da.
Ako mi je on učio 30... Ako on je 130...
Go, Bosco!
Ne zaziva ime gospodnje uzalo, da? Tako li beš? Pitaj Milane za detalje.
Ne zazivam, nego kažem kako on...
Riffs and horse spawns!
Kaže, GRE, Kazima... No, for now. Evo Drakovića ima nove patike. Šone, znaš možda ti neku informaciju za Warhammer Dark Side, Nightmare and Vision, neku najavu, neki free update koji treba da izađe 25. maja? Pa ne znamo, je nagađamo, možda nešto znaš, nagađamo ili ima sebe koji ja nagađao, ali je, ne znam, može se tako i da bude. Možda i neće, vidjeti. Kako ti to zaista content štimca bude. Da li je dana kozmetika ili konkretno nešto? Yeah. I zato je ovo nisam ja priča, eto 5 dana. Vidim, sam upalio, gledam, update. To mi je napustio Discord, mislim da je prešao u drugu stvari. Nisu tu, samo sam mislim da je lepo. Ko čovjek može da voli ti film i dobro, znači ja sam se raskijem. Pa dok ti pričam s jednim, drugim, trećim, jedino, šta rekao. Malo i lupu, koliko puta, zdravo i šta.
Wait! What's management even want with this?
Kesiću. Kesiću. Šta se radi kod tebe, Kesiću? Ne seri, dobro za promenu. Dobre. Tanks, krv ti jebem, to nikad nisam igrao, daju... Mnogo ljudi igra taj World of Tanks. Što Major Order 0 medalja ima? Što?
Kako Major Order 0 medalja?
Evo sad smo dobili Major Order.
Slavko, jesi maksimum sa medaljama?
Pa da, zbog...
Pa prestani da pričaš gluposti čoveče više! Jebo, majku! Ti znaš da zadnjih mjesec dana dobijam 0 medalja na sve. I ti meni pričaš daily zadatak, ovo daily ono. Ja ti kažem, boli me kurac. 100 put ti kažem, znači prestani da me jebeš sa dnevnim zadatkom. Piše, congratulations, you finished the daily. 0 medalja! A on kaže da ga završimo, da ga ne završimo. Maži. Plače mi tuguja. Prvi put vidiš, čestitam. Kupi treći. Kupi treći. Da, kupi treći profil. Kupi treći profil, čisto da ide malo progres. Jebe me, pa naravno da zadržujem na slom. Ja moram da radim deli, ja mu kažem čovječu dobija se 0 za to, nema veze, ja volim da uradim. 0 dobiješ, razumeš? Konstantno 0 dobiješ. Bio bi zadan dobijem, ne znam, 10 super kredita za svu tu zebancu.
Idemo nesrećnici, ide gas.
Samo 10 super kredita, 10, a šta 10, ništa. 10 centi jedan, kurac. Ni to ne.
Nenade, treba da mi izađeš u susret, da upalimo lepo ja i ti Ilija Helldivers na Helldive 10. Malo da se prodrmamo jedno pola sata i to je to, ha?
Da završim. Nema mjesta. Još nije kupio drugi hard disk.
Zbog potrebe.
Zbog potrebe, da. Šta kad budeš, pa i kad si radio nisi imao par za hard disk.
Pa, ja sam bio pod kreditom zbog
pa, uvek, pa smo onda ćeš morat da registriraš auto i tako dalje. Pa onda dođe žena, pa namještaj, pa hoćeš da renoviraš kuću. Pa drva za sljedeću godinu. Aj, koliko hoćeš troškova. A znam, ali će šuma samo sebe da iseče preveze. A? Opet ćeš morat da uložiš nešto. Ne uložiš ništa. Samo što uložiš slobodno vreme, to je ulog.
Ne, jednostavno...
Ni to ne radiš.
Daš šumu na pola i to ti to.
Daš šumu na pola.
Pa da, ako ima 100 metara, 50 ili 50.
Jebem ti koje sam ja kurate sreće. Ispred bunkera sam se... ovo je smešno jebeno.
Samo da završimo ovu mapu, ako mogu kako.
Ma možeš, nego je ovo fucking...
Obeleži ga nekako, baci drop pot tu.
Pa ću da pokušam. Ovdje kreće haos.
Nadam se da si opet otvorio lobby za neke umobolnike kao što je
Jesam, uvek ja to radim. Pa ja to volim.
Odlično. Ja sam ga blokirao automatski, da ne bi došlo iskušenje da gubijem drugi put čim ga vidim.
Onaj što nas sabotirao nesrećno.
Ebote, čovjek me prvo me gađe klasterom, a je rekao slučajno, onda ubije tebe.
Cluster mine.
Da.
Ne, cluster strike, kao baci jednu minu i iz nje pukne 20 komada. Ne. Nemaš cluster mine, imaš cluster strike. To ti je kao vazdušni napad.
Evo ja ću tamo da bacim SOS beacon.
Nemoj da bacaš SOS, napunit ćeš lobby. Uću ja. Može i tako da se kaže, ajde. Ovako po evropejski. Što ono naš narod kaže.
Gle, ovaj nesrećnik sad mi ide ovdje, mamu ujedem.
Od dana kad sam se dopadao do našeg dana.
Šta se dešava?
Give me some light! I called for Molly. Explosives, lights! I ordered a resupply!
Stand back, supply pod inbound.
Need more ammo. Resupply arrived, go restock. Ammo taken.
Ovdje u tem pravcu.
Theirs are recharging.
Voleo bih majko mila da se ovo samo sneva.
Shoot it!
Zna se ko voli da krade.
Ko voli da krade? Ljudi, ja. Sigurno ne govede. Ja znam izvjesne kradljive agente za nekretnine. Dalje ne moram da objašnjam. Ili bi možda bilo ispravno nazvati takve ljude oportunistima.
Terrain scanner just updated. Already, there's recharging. Lead down!
Kako im pukne glavića?
Where is that?
Shit.
Bosco, what is that?
One more year, another cargo shuttle loses its cargo in the caves. Unbelievable. Well done, miners. Performance point bonus is active. Victory objective completed. Fine job.
Flares ain't ready! Mine it. Be gone! Never felt better. Explosives, flies! Move your tin ass over here and hurry, we're actually doing alright so far.
Dobro.
Ja.
Light it up!
Here is the question. Da li ovdje ima neki event da se odradi?
Come here! I should call for the mules. It's past your expiration. Consider this. Legally speaking, rocking is more legal than stoning. Eh? Eh? Players, not ready yet. Drone, get to work! Just take your sweet time, old lady. I've got all day. Need to get my pickaxe sharpened when we get back. Night there. Help me mind this. What's this?
Pećina je glupa totalno, ajde izlaza dad.
Sending in the drop pod, starting the counter. This is it, team. Do us proud. Drop pod has arrived. Retrieving the mule. Drop pod departing in T-minus 5 minutes.
Look there! Let's head for the drop. Fire! Damn flares can need an upgrade. I got the spreader. What a mess!
The mule is secured. Initiating launch sequence. Libra Galactic thanks you for your good work. Drop pod will leave with or without you. Drop pod departing in T-minus 3 minutes.
Yep.
Retrieving escape pod.
What do we have here?
Very good. Odlično. Double XP. Au!
Opa.
Di pro. Kad nađeš trofej kao za 7 godina, ono, igre, taj trofej ti daje double XP bukvalno. Ok. Lepo, lepo.
I like script.
Scripts.
This looks nice.
To. Dobro. Baby, can you touch me? Oh my god. Yes, Steam sale je sad.
What the hell? Also, other problem. Story mode. Bad name. I'm changing it. Explained. I think that's a better name.
Explained?
Yeah, I like it when people have to pronounce things funny.
Yeah.
Have you noticed, like on
Yeah.
main channel, like, do you know why it's called The Varus Strikes Buck?
Yeah.
It means nothing. It's just so that when I knew reaction channels and we're gonna watch it, they would pronounce it funny.
This is the Varus Strax book. Strake's book. I can't just read what he wrote, apparently.
And it was just like funny to me that they'd have to. Anyway, point is, I like explained better. I think it's better, because then you know what you're getting.
But maybe some people haven't seen story mode.
Oh,
so
right, well-
what are they getting?
To do, Nate heads off into the wasteland. He goes running for many miles along the road. It's just like that Cormac McCarthy novel. Blood Moon.
Until he comes across an old petrol station? Whoa! And there he meets a new hairy four-legged friend. No, Mr. Z.
Dobio sam 0. Šta to može značiti? Ko zna?
I ti si dobio 0.
Dobijam 0 već danima, Slavko. To je 0 za moj performans.
Sad ću da ih uništim. Mučili su me mnogo. Ilija.
Osjećam da je ovo Slavko ovdje. Tačno sam vidio planetu na kojoj prepostavio sam da je to, nema ko drugi.
Stalkeri, duvajte ga, jako.
Biće seks.
Biće.
Ukrašti ti toga robota.
Može, evo ti odmah da ti poznajem.
Baci ga pored sebe odmah. Gde mi je My Precious. Najviše mi se sviđa kad vidim ove nubove kad uđu u igru i kad ih vidim da spamuju laser na ništa. Na ništa ga baci. Dođi mi da se samo ubijem.
Sad jebeni Sandstorm, krv ti jebem. Sve je fenomenalno sem ovog Sandstorma.
To smo uzeli auto.
Evo, jel ga vidiš gdje je? Evo, markovan.
Mada sam pao pored njega.
Odlično, zato i kažem uvijek nije loše kad se markuje, ali iz dropa gore bukvalno vidiš gdje je. A ja sad vidiš to čistim sve po kao nešto...
Jest.
Više se zezam nego što...
Gde su ti bunkeri? Jel' ovo?
Jebi, ne znam, stavio sam
Jel' to?
Beacon i Supply. Verovatno da.
Ajmo tamo.
Trebalo bi da je 99% to.
Kad bi ja našao gdje sam auto bacio. Tu je, ali ne vidim ga.
Da, kod čoveče da vidiš da je tu, ako nije tu. Vozičko. Ko je ovaj nesrećnik? Level 30.
Koji je da?
A će vidimo. Volim da tako upadnem s nekog budalu.
Jes, palet. Sjećam se povlašćeno. Nemoj sad da se izvinjaš, znam da si to mislio.
Da vam posle. Mi smo profesionalci.
Naravno. Kao što sam rekao onome liku. We are professional. Helldiver. Možda sam nov u industriji proizvodnja testanina, ali sam stari Helldiver.
Onaj lik mi poslao friend request.
Što ne?
Sweet Iowa. Dobar lik, dobro igro, nema sine. Uđe i bambe. Da nije vamo. Greetings, Helldiver. Vozi Miško. 3, 4, 2, 4, 1, 5, 6, 4, 0. Ovaj nije naš Ilija.
Znaš šta ti je to? To su ljudi koji su napravili akaunt preko VPN-a na Rumuniji, Bugarskoj, ko zna koje, Zimbabwe, samo da kupe igre, znaš. To ti je trove akaunt. Mrš!
Rare, pare,
Vidim, sve je palo.
medalje.
Sve je palo što ljudi vole.
Ma čekaj, o bože.
Ti si baš hrabar da se voziš na krovu, a? You gotta respect that. Hold on to your socks, it's gonna be a bumpy ride.
Bug outpost! Oh, my leg! My leg!
Terminate outpost purged.
Done.
Requesting orbital strike.
Stay inside. It's gonna be really hot soon. Yeah, stay inside. Oof. Close.
Found something.
No. Što se dešava sa zvukom motora?
Supplies.
Okay.
Tagging map. East. 200 meters. Found something.
Samples, probably.
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver. Tagging location.
Okay.
Blasting advanced weaponry.
Šta je uzeo? Uzeo je spear. Uzeo je 2 backpack.
We've got equipment.
Brother. Kakva legenda.
Calling in orbital strike. Tunnel breach. Found something. Last reload.
Where the fuck up? No! No brakes. Fuck you, car. Sorry, guys.